want me to come back tomorrow or tonight? Yeah.
No, tomorrow morning. But we can talk about wine in the morning if necessary. But what was it? I apologize. It was just absent for 1 second, and you talked to me about wine. I am currently, back to my favorite, Chateau de Landes, 2016, Le Sac Saint-Emilion.
And what is the cheese with that?
Absolutely no cheese whatsoever at this point in time.
Counts. Yeah, absolutely. So, okay, I guess the last subject we had was about the animals at the front, supporting those animals, the charities. I see that we have a link. Axel, you've posted a link in the nest about the 4 paws. So everybody who is inclined to help and you take a look. Sören recommended it as a very credible organization, and that is usually a very good sign. So that would be a great help for the poor animals at the front, and it will be a stark differentiation between what we represent and what the Russian army represents, especially thinking about those guys posing with killed animals from the zoos, which they then will devour as the wild animals they are. Thank you.
David, go ahead, please.
Yes, I was DM'd by Trucking Tyler. Thank you very much. You reminded me a little bit earlier today, there was a tweet came out of Canada to say Canada. So Canada is they're getting rid of loads of stuff. 21,000 assault rifles. A really weird number. I think if I'm going off memory here, I remember thinking that's a really weird number. Something like 24 machine guns. When you think there were 21,000 assault rifles went, and then something like 2.1 million rounds of ammunition as well. Nice little donation.
I'll say it's a great donation. So, one item I did see in passing today is, and I'll put it up in the nest, is an opinion piece that Alexei Reznikov, the defense minister of Ukraine, published in the New Voice of Ukraine. And he's confident that this year will be the year of victory for Ukraine. But he summarizes 3 crucial shortages that he sees Russia experiencing right now. The first shortage is a human one. He writes, any war requires professionals to be successful. The Russians lost their military elite in droves when they marched headlong into Kyiv's defenses in February. That would be last February, of course. So he mentions an elite paratrooper unit, for example, at Hostomel, which he says takes 10 to 15 years of preparation to join. That elite paratrooper unit was, I believe, wiped out. I wish John Spencer were here, because he knows the Battle of Kyiv so well, and he could tell me if I'm right or wrong about that. David or Axel, do you remember?
Oh, sorry, I was busy tweeting when I heard my name, so I didn't hear it. Even when I'm listening, right?
No,
Alan,
attention span of a spaniel. That's what I've got.
You don't have to make this recursive to yourself.
Ah, okay.
Strike out to me and keep it at that, and then you're fine.
David, I hope you heard that. And so, David, I'm just reading a little bit from an opinion piece Alexei Reznikov published today in the New Voice of Ukraine. And he was pointing out 3 shortages that Russia has currently The first is a human one. Elite. And he refers specifically to an elite paratrooper unit that takes 10 to 15 years of preparation to join. This is the elite unit that assaulted Hostomel. And I was simply trying to recall, was that unit wiped out?
I think it's been wiped out a couple of times, hasn't it? But they keep on resurrecting it, don't they? I think that the VDU having a oh, well, I say dreadful. I mean, they for Ukraine, it's all gone swimmingly. Where Ukraine's dispatching the VDU, hasn't it? I suspect if we take the numbers that they've had, that have we believe that have been killed, Russians killed, is going to be close to 200,000 shortly. So that's 3 times the original, or nearly 3 times the original number of the original invasion, isn't it? So I suspect, finding someone who is still alive, who's still around, one of the original crowd, will be a really difficult thing, won't it? Just finding some of the originals.
I imagine the entire unit sort of going, "'Tis but a flesh wound," as they have various limbs hacked off them.
Yeah, that would be the fat Storman who's saying that, right? Because everyone else is thin, gaunt. The ones who have survived, but they've probably got cholera or typhus anyway, haven't they? So absolutely. I mean, the whole of Russia will be soon, because they'll have killed off so many of them. You can't. Sorry, yeah. Sorry, I was sent a message. I laughed. They've killed off so many of them, and they are about to kill off a load more. I mean, they've. The suggestion is that because they're stopping, they're now going to be sending out the conscription papers in an electronic form. They're given the conscription orders will be barred from leaving the country. So it just shows you just how desperate they are. They've lost what, 1 million or so of people who've already left the country. So what situation are they going to be in? As I said, there was another. The amount of oil that shipped via ships had tanked as well. Right, so I think I tweeted out something. They'll be using grass to wipe their asses with very soon. They're going to.
This afternoon, a tweet about Putin lamenting the shortage of workforce, not the army, workforce in key industries in Russia, and that's another side effect, which is not only the elite troops are killed off, but the workers and some of key workers, young people in their prime, are taken off the productive, the productive end of the economy and put on the front. So Russia will see not only decline in elite troops and capable soldiers, but they are seeing already the decline of their workforce, and their workforce is going to get only worse, actually, as they've taken young and middle-aged men, which carry the experience and the ability to train new workers. That situation can get only worse, I think.
I saw that remark by Putin as well about the labor shortage inside Russia. He only has himself to blame. And to your point, David, about the conscription going on right now in Russia, they cannot fill up the military again with trained forces, and they don't have time to train these new conscripts. But that's what they're doing, and they are taking steps to keep all of these military age conscripts inside the country. So this annual conscription, it's a biannual conscription, this spring draw is you are considered to have received your summons to go to the conscription office if it's been delivered to your home, if it's been given to a person who lives at the same address, or if it has been sent to you via email and posted in this new digital registry they have. So if for any reason you do not get your summons, 7 days after you do not get it, you are considered to have gotten it, and you are now, you will be in violation if you haven't reported to this conscription office in 20 days. And then really bad things start to happen. You can't get a driver's license, you can't get a loan, you cannot declare yourself self-employed, you cannot leave the country, of course, and there are a lot of other bans that occur in your life. Nick, and then Luca, please. Nick.
So, David, the shipping of oil in the tanks of ships has tanked. Did I get that right?
Yes, there are a lot of tanks there and lots of ships.
And are there any tanks on the ships that are shipping the oil in the tanks that is tanking? We'll have to keep an eye on that. The electronic call-up is absolutely hilarious because I doubt very much. Indeed, I doubt very much whether the Russian authorities have an up-to-date email address for people. Quite a lot of the people presumably have email addresses on the hated Western servers, which the Russians presumably would like to cut off. But I guess it's one of those, and you get this. I mean, we've all had those. We've all had letters from the police, emails. I get emails from the police all the time about unpaid fines and please click on this PDF for details of prosecution that you can buy off by logging into this website and entering your credit card details. So I'm wondering how one distinguishes a genuine call up from the Russian army from spam. It's going to be quite interesting because people will say, "Well, I didn't get the message," and there is still a kind of functioning system of courts at one level in Russia, and I think they're going to find themselves dealing with a lot of people going, "Well, prove that you told me." So I think we're going to be rather more back to personally serving papers. I think the electronic thing, we put it in the registry and we tried to send you an email. Maybe they will end up declaring people to be failing to turn up, but then so what? That just creates more administrative and technical burden for them. So I really don't see the point. I presume they will actually do most of it via good old-fashioned boots on the ground. And
sorry, did you say spam?
Possibly, but we'll come back to that in a minute, Axel.
I was just trying to find out whether you said spam.
Anyway, Nick, in answer to what you were saying, listen, right, given how autocratic Russia is, then I can't see it is going to be a problem. In the UK, if you are sent a flying toss, right, they don't give one flying toss. There we are. You're here. You are. You didn't turn up, and the rest of it, and they will apply whatever they want to it. Typically, what it means is they'll just find you guilty, right? So I just don't see it being an issue, Nick. Not at all. This is a country that just locks people up.
Well, I actually know David and Nick Plowman. They are delivering summons to young Russians who left the country a year ago. Now, obviously, they're not getting those summons because they are no longer in Moscow or St. Petersburg or wherever. But because the summons was delivered and left in the hands of someone of that address, that person will be considered in violation. I don't think Russia will be going, but I wonder how many thousands of the more than 1 million young Russians who have left the country, I wonder how many of those, maybe numbering in the thousands, Russia will be issuing mobilizations summons to, only to be disappointed to learn that they're thousands and thousands and thousands of miles away, as far away as they possibly could get. Luca, and then back to Nick. Luca.
Yeah, hey guys. I was thinking about some of the more military-minded people in the panel can help me answer, but like regarding this late stage in the war and this potential new mobilization, I would guess that like the military planners now and in Ukraine and the countries that support Ukraine should probably be thinking right now and looking at how to increase lethality. By that I mean, like, you cannot play like the Russia game, because they'll just keep on throwing meat at the problem, and at some point, you know, the Ukrainians will also be exhausted, you know. So, like, if we're thinking that they're really going to throw, and he might not be able to raise half a million, but say, okay, there it is, he gets another 200,000 to throw at the meat grinder. Then the idea is, how do you like end up neutralizing them with an even better ratio, you know, of like casualty on the Ukraine side? And then, I mean, I could think about few natural reasons why that would happen: lack of training, you know, on the Russian side, of course. You know, worse weapon on their side, better weapons on like, you know, like the modern NATO weapons and this and that. But like, you know, is there anything like beyond that? And is it something that like, as a general like, way of thinking, that does it make sense what I'm saying now?
That Russia will have this kind of drip mobilized young Russians and largely untrained. Am I getting that right, Luca? Is that what?
Yes, and because you know you don't want to play that game, right? Like because they are this crazy, you know, authoritarian government that can do that, right? Can just throw meat at the problem, right? And so the thing is, I feel the military planner should kind of like look at ways right now to increase lethality, to say, okay, like I heard that in the past, okay, it was like, you know, 1 Ukrainian soldier for 3 Russians, but then in Bakhmut it was 7 Russians, right? And now how do you keep on increasing it in front of like, well, you know, while we are approaching this next phase of like mobilization, you know, does it make sense what I'm saying?
I understand what you're. Oh, sorry, Alan. Do you mind?
Go right ahead, David.
Yeah. So I get what you're saying, Luca. So the thing is that there's a different way of looking at this. So yes, killing Russians is important, right? And the ratio at which you can kill them to the number of your own losses, right, obviously is important, right? So I think there's suggestions anything between 5 and 7 to 1 in Bakhmut, right? But we're now about to hit a different phase of this war, right? And the thing at this point will be isn't necessarily so killing more and more and more Russians. That's great, but when they start attacking, right, what they want to be able to do is to push through. Really, I say in some places, depending on how they've got things and where they're going, to move quite quickly, right? Because if you can move quite quickly and cause panic in the ranks, then what you'll have is mass, call it desertions or surrenders, right? And at that point, you will get more people in actual fact, taken out of the battle, than you would just if you were just killing them, right? So the point is to create as much fear and anxiety in those troops, in those trench systems, or wherever they are, to instill in them that in actual fact what they need to be doing is surrendering. Because if you can get 3,000 or whatever just to surrender en masse, then that's really, really good news, right? Because you're taking them immediately out of the battlefield and all the other things that goes with it. So yes, I get your point, but increasing the rate, getting past 7-1 or 6-1 is going to be really, really hard. And there's probably just a better way to say we're about to hit a different point in this battle, right? So if they've lowered the numbers of Russian troops sufficiently, right, that are in the locations where they're likely to be making their moves, then the better thing is to just instill the fear in them so they just give up.
Got it. So you don't even play you're right. So you don't even want to play the attrition game anymore, even if the ratio is good. You try to effectively, force a collapse and surrender. I get it.
Yeah. So if you force the collapse, then that's great, right? Because then as soon as quite fair few numbers, and that's infectious, right? And suddenly you might make huge gains, and just as we've seen with some armies, they're just tens of thousands just putting down their weapons. I don't know whether tens of thousands of Russians would or whatever, but they're so thinly spread as well. That's also another problem. But yes,
And
I got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Luca. David, if the spring counteroffensive launched by Ukraine is as successful as it could potentially be, they could very well have tens of thousands of Russian prisoners. And I would bet that Ukrainian logisticians and war planners have considered this because they follow the Geneva Convention. They will care for and feed all of these prisoners. I don't think that will be easy, but they could essentially capture tens of thousands of Russians. And the other thing you point out, David, is that we are entering a different stage of this war. The Ukrainians are very intent on reclaiming territory. So up until now, a defensive positional war by Ukraine, a war waged to wear down Russian forces, take out Russian equipment, and that's why the line of engagement has moved so little since the Kharkiv offensive. But now Ukraine is poised to take back territory, to liberate Ukrainian villages and towns and cities. That's their purpose. So we should be going in this order to Martin, Meta, and Latin. Martin.
Thank you, Alan. Hello, everyone from around the world listening to MriyaReport. Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava.
Thank you very much, Alan. Wonderful job as always, Alan, may I say, as a host of the MriyaReport. Please retweet this space and support Maria Aid, doing wonderful work supporting Ukrainian forces. I just want to briefly mention, I tweeted this morning an article that was in the Washington Post that was reprinted the speech, the powerful, eloquent speech that Vladimir Kara-Murza gave in the Moscow court at his trial, in which he says a day of reckoning is coming for Russia. And he it's quite a brilliant and, as I said, powerful speech. And the Washington Post, I think maybe other publication printed it too. And he says, and don't forget, he's an historian. He says that what's happening in Russia, he said he never thought that it would be worse in the 1970s. He says it goes back to what's happening now, of course. And we see this, and we've been saying this, but he speaks as someone inside and an opposition leader. As he says, it's back to the times of the 1930s when they had the Stalinist show trials. So I just wanted to mention that. I think it would be worthwhile to read it. And I just want to say again, Slava Ukraini, please retweet this space and know that victory will be Ukraine's. They will completely and utterly defeat, who illegally and in an unprovoked manner attack their homeland in February 2022. So thank you, and I will drop down to listener.
Thank you.
Brilliant, Martin, and thank you. Plowman, go ahead.
I just wanted to say absolutely true words, but I just wanted to remind people that Russia wouldn't go down by itself. Russia wouldn't stop the war by itself. Russia wouldn't withdraw by itself from Ukraine. It will only withdraw from Ukraine by the sheer force of the defeat on the battlefield. That is the only one way to get Russia out of Ukraine and stop this genocidal war, this war criminals. And I think the one thing which we should remember, listening to those words from people talking about reckoning and everything like that, is that this reckoning can be brought only by our strength and our effort. The effort of the Western world helping Ukraine, and by the effort, the heroic effort by the Ukrainian people who are doing the dying. We're doing the giving, but they're doing the dying. Let's not forget that one. And let's not forget, Russia will face reckoning only by sheer force and defeat on the battlefield. It is wrong to sit back and think, oh, Russia by itself somehow, semi-magically, will face its own crimes and face the trouble and be humiliated. Well, Russia will not do that if there is no force putting it, forcing it to see and forcing it to admit the horrible crimes it's doing right now in Ukraine. So we need to keep up the support for Ukraine. The help has to continue. It has to intensify, and we have to stay alert, and we have to continue this effort. And please do understand, we are a small space. We're talking to a bunch of people, but everyone can help donating or talking to representatives, keeping the real truth out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Plowman, and thank you also.
Beg to differ.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Axel.
I beg to differ.
Go right ahead.
We're not a small space. We may from time to time be small in number, but as we are continuously here, every single day, we have thousands and thousands of people logging in, logging out, coming back in, talking about us, and many people who have vast networks which they have built or which they have had and which they have activated. Support of Ukraine, organizing conferences, support of Ukraine, organizing conferences, talking to politicians, stimulating others to do so, creating campaigns, constantly garnering support, harnessing donations for good causes to get the money to Ukraine. People who've been speaking here incessantly on topics which matter to them or where they are subject matter experts. People who bring us news, people who tell us as to what is happening in their communities and how we can tie in with them. This is a magnificent force multiplier for freedom. It is anything but small. It is massive in impact.
Mea culpa, Axel. Mea culpa. I concede, and I think you're absolutely right. I do apologize, and I do think you're absolutely spot on.
One
absolutely.
One bottle of proper Bulgarian wine will settle this.
Yep.
And the bottle of wine needs to go to everyone who is currently a speaker.
Well, I have a proposition for you. We drink it on the beach in Odessa, or even better, in Crimea, in Sevastopol, or.
Well, given the fact that we go to Odessa anyway, because we have to pick up all the people we know from there, including the voice of Odessa, before we go to Crimea, we can start drinking in Odessa, no question.
Oh yeah. Well, absolutely, we can drink all the way down. Absolutely, Axel. I think you're spot on, and it's important to remember that on this space we have heard extremely, how shall I say, have a good influence. We have in positions to influence foreign policy of the US, military policy of the US, and so forth and so on. And this is a force. This is a true force. And I think we shouldn't forget as well about as you mentioned, actually, about the listeners who are coming and going, and the fact that we're 24/7 live. It's giving a reach which is important. But I just wanted to say we need to continue the pressure. That's what I really wanted to say. I didn't want to belittle the importance of the space and the fact that this space is distributing is a beacon, really. I mean, it's a high word. It's creating a pathos which it's not necessarily deserved, but really it's a beacon of it's there. And I think it's important to understand that we need to keep the pressure up, and Russia needs to be defeated, finally defeated, so that it withdraws completely from Ukraine, because nothing else will force Russia to keep its word, as history teaches us. The only thing they respect is the total defeat on the battlefield. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Plowman. I just want to interrupt the announced order to go immediately to M. M, go ahead, please.
Good evening, everyone. This is a public service announcement. There is currently a video circulating of Wagner troops beheading a Ukrainian POW. I would request everyone to refrain from watching it, or referring to it, or retweeting it, or sharing it. It's gruesome. They beheaded him, and then they placed his head on a stick and placed it somewhere in Bakhmut. Photos emerged first, and now the video is circulating massively. So by all means, just spare yourself watching that gruesome footage. Thank you.
Thank you, M, and thank you coming up and bringing that to our attention. So, Oyvind, I have attempted to bring you up several times now. I think that you are having a connection issue. You might want to restart your app and try again. And so now, as I recollect, the order of hands is Mete, Latin, Nick, and then G-Man. Mete, go ahead, please.
Oh, just a short one. We were talking about the surrendering Russians and the mobilization for a while ago. I heard So in the feed, I just put the reminder how it works. It's in Russia, so I can't read it, but it's the what they have to do to surrender. And I think because there will be people, Russians, spying on everyone, so you can just share that as a reminder. It's easier for the Ukrainian forces if everyone surrenders. So that's my point. That's all. And the beheaded, just please ignore it. It's terrible. But thank you.
Thank you, Mate. And you're right. If the Russians simply surrender, it is in a way easier on the Ukrainians, and of course, it's a lot easier on the Russians. Latin, Nick G-Man. Latin, welcome.
Hey, Alan. A little earlier today, we had on the Dish with Fish, we were having an interesting conversation about the subject of electronic warfare, ECM, and what Ukraine. Part of the discussion was about how Ukraine will have to leverage, if possible, if it has any way of leveraging those capabilities in support of the counteroffensives to come. So, Axel, I'm glad you're here because I wanted your feedback on this. After that discussion, I pulled out my latest edition, yes, paper copy, old-fashioned magazine. It's a journal that I read quite a bit, Air Forces Monthly, and they did an article on. Now it's about F-16, but I think there's much broader issues being dealt with here about how Ukraine can move things forward. If it's okay, Alan, can I just read a quote from it? It's a very long article, but there's one quote that I thought really brings out some food for thought.
By all means, go ahead. Okay,
so this quote, just make sure I can attribute it properly, is, by the way, they also quoted friend of the space, Air Marshal Greg Bagwell, but this particular quote that I'm thinking of is from another retired Air Marshal, Edward Stringer, and he was a fast jet pilot, flew in the first Gulf War. So here's what he says. It's just a couple of paragraphs here. So he's talking about the provision of F-16s and this idea that I really relate to what this gentleman is saying because it's something I've been thinking about a lot lately, that yes, we need to push for them. Today there was a slight indication again, another drip in that direction from the Defense Ministry of Denmark. But he's also saying that we have to look, it's a cold assessment of what that would mean and what could Ukraine really accomplish moving forward and trying to support these counteroffensive operations. So he talks about how, let me see if I got, let me just read it from here. Stringer points out, fast jets achieve what they do only as part of a combined operations package with refueling, aircraft, airborne platforms, etc. Right? That whole idea of that NATO-American vision of a larger force. If you don't have that entire package, then the F-16 is really little better than MiG-29 or Su-27s. I'm saying they shouldn't get them, but it won't be a game changer. With full infrastructure described by Stringer, air support. The author, well, the quote is coming from retired Air Vice Marshal. Get the full name again for you here. Retired Air Vice Marshal Edward Stringer. And this is not an article that's downplaying or saying that they should not get F-16s. That is not the point of this article. I'm reading one quote here because the entire article is very nuanced and gets into lots of areas of what Ukraine could be doing to increase its air power in support of future operations. But let me finish the thought here, or what this gentleman was saying. Talking about that large force, we know that Ukraine can't do that because you can't build up that kind of capacity overnight. They didn't have it up until the war. So what can they do? Here's what he says, and F-16s are part of this. With the full infrastructure described by Stringer, air superiority could be achieved. It would also make the ground fight easier, greatly helping to bring the war to a swifter conclusion. Now back to a quote here. This sort of airborne choreography takes a lifetime for a range of pilots of all ranges of seniority to manage, and so that's not going to be done overnight. Getting to the point where the Ukrainian Air Force can accelerate a couple of leagues and do what NATO has taken decades to be able to do is not something you can do in an afternoon. But something good enough could be done, I estimate, in 3 to 6 months. With some of the surface-to-air missiles that were given to Ukraine and some more advanced aircraft, that's where F-16 could fit in, and maybe one or two other supporting aircraft, you could get some way towards what NATO can do now. And that would still outmatch what the Russian Air Force can do. So anyways, long article, but I thought, I mean, it's nuanced, and I try to get away from this, get F-16s because that's going to win the war. I know you don't say that, Axel. I do read it all the time. And we have to continue pressure as a Western world to get the aircraft that they need. But I think this is a really good summary. I really like that quote. I think it gives us a bigger picture of what realistically and in greater detail can be done here. That's it.
Axel, did you want to get in on this this electronic warfare discussion at all? I think Latin makes a good point, and to be clear, it's not downplaying the need of F-16s. It's simply upplaying other measures that can perform itself currently on the battlefield. I think I take that as a good summary, Latin.
And what it can realistically do. It's not going to be, what he's saying is that anybody who thinks that the arrival of F-16s, well, he's not saying this directly, but he's saying it indirectly, that the arrival of F-16s is not going to transform the Ukrainian Air Force into a NATO Air Force. That is something that will take years, and it will happen. I'm convinced it'll happen with a close relationship initially, and eventually maybe full membership in NATO. What this Air Vice Marshal retired Air Vice Marshal is describing is what it is that they're going to be able to do much more short term, which is to me much more interesting, because of course we know that long term all sorts of resources can be brought to bear. Right now we're dealing with a lot of challenges brought about primarily by the West's intransigence and inability to make a decision, so that we are where we are. But yeah, I think you're basically right, Alan. It's about electronic countermeasures is a big part of it that we were talking about earlier on the dish with fish. And I think we can dive into this subject quite a bit more on Sunday as well when we do the next Doolittle air wing. But I'm really into this idea of a sober analysis of what this Ukrainian Air Force will be able to do, including a discussion of what it could do without Western fighters, which is what we still have on the horizon.
So I have one question actually, because one thing I remembered pretty vividly is that the current crop of Ukrainian planes cannot use certain specific missiles, which the Russians can, and therefore they are at disadvantage when they come in a fight plane to plane. E.g., the Russians can see them from further and shoot at them from a longer distance. And this is something which the F-16s will actually alleviate, because the AIM 120 would be more superior to the current anti-aircraft missile the Russians can shoot. So currently, and that's what I read a couple of times, that is the main reason for the Ukrainians losing pilots and planes.
Clayman, I just want to interrupt. In order to do two things. One, widely circulating on Twitter, showing the beheading by Russians of a Ukrainian POW. Don't click on any of these links in these tweets. These are phishing links. You will put yourself at risk. You don't need to see it. I have not seen it. I don't want to see it. But I especially do not want to be tricked into some kind of phishing scheme that compromises me here on Twitter. So these tweets are phishing for information from you. Don't click on them. Especially do not click on, if I have this right, twtube kb9 .page.link. These are all phishing schemes, and you're going to regret it. And this is a video you don't actually need to see. That's the other thing. And I want to thank M once again for his urgent PSA and for new information regarding this video. Don't watch it. Don't click on the tweeted links. They are phishing links. So please be careful. Please be careful out there. Plowman, sorry to interrupt and go ahead.
No problem, Alan. That was an extremely important message. I think you should have interrupted me earlier. That's important. Phishing links and the content, well, the ability to compromise security and take over our listeners' computers and hardware. It is extremely important. So thank you for the important message.
In the meantime, can I then differentiate one item here? I mean, there's one thing which has to be said. We had Greg Bagwell here right at the beginning of last year in March, and he's an effing legend. So is Teddy Stringer. Absolute bloody legends, both of them. And they do understand air warfare better than most people I've ever had the pleasure to talk to. Jarmo is on that level. Jarmo Lindberg. Jarmo Lindberg's position is completely different than what Teddy is being quoted here with. I haven't seen the article yet, but Latin, if you could do me the favor and just, scan this in and send it to me. I'd really like to see the article. I didn't have the time to download anything yet. If need be, I'll get it. But if you could facilitate that, that would be easier, of course, and thank you. The key aspect is that the F-16s we're talking about are not F-16s which have never been upgraded. And no, if the argument seriously has been made that the trash cans the Ukrainians are forced to fly with are the same as an F-16, even of the late 1990s, that's bullshit. I doubt. I didn't say that you said it. I said I doubt that this has been said, so I'd really like to see the interview. And I don't think that there's any nuance in this. The MiG-29 is a fucking trash can compared to the F-16, starting by the introduction of better sensor systems, avionics, and fire control systems and missile systems at the end of the 1990s. There's absolutely nothing to the MiG-29 which is desirable. Nothing. Zip, zero, zilch. No matter what the German pilots of that little aficionado club have said about their upgraded MiG-29s, no matter what anybody else has said about its flight characteristics and the likes, it's a fucking trash can. I'm sorry, swear jar, 10 euros, thank you. It's a fucking trash can, as is every other Russian plane, Russian-made plane, Russian-designed plane Ukraine is currently forced to fly. The pilots Ukraine has are absolute bloody heroic artists, athletes. I can't even describe them. These are real jocks. They need F-16s. And the F-16s we're talking about are maximum 30 years old, fully upgraded to the point that they have everything up until about, maybe 2013, 14, as to what we can give them. A couple of exceptions here, left, right, and center. A couple of integration points. Yes, of course, sure. They can't have everything NATO does. But please, let's not beat about the bush. The F-16 ends the war there. And yes, that's the main difference. Air power, wonderful country with its hard-fighting men and women deserves the F-16. There's absolutely zero ambiguity. That's not even a discussion. Give them 150 of them, give them as quickly as you can, give them any other air asset we can deliver quickly. Give them the F-18s. I don't fucking care. Let's stop arguing about this bullshit. This is a political decision which has to be made at Pennsylvania Avenue, at the very end of it. And instead of constantly making up excuses and all sorts of escapism and here and there and whatnot, oh God, this is just, there is no problem. In 1944, the United States of America enabled Britain to build double the amount of airframes itself produced. Britain produced airframes in massive capacity in order to be able to sustain constantly what was needed in order to fight off the Western Front. America produced airframes in order to fight a Pacific battle against a very, very capable Japanese foe with lack of supplies. This Russian, this Mordor, this terrible, uniquely, completely, utterly bereft of any civilization, empire of evil, is failing economically. We need to end this, and we need to end it quickly. There's one way how we win wars in the 21st century. There's one way how we've trained to end wars in the late 20th century, and that's combat arms, and it's combat arms with air superiority, or at least a heavily, strongly enforced contested airspace where we can make a difference. Everything else is bullshit. None of these fucking Soviet-designed planes are worth anything. This is trash, as is their air defense. Yes, of course, we can differentiate. We can nuance. We can talk about the details, and here, this and that and whatnot. It's all trash. We've out-innovated them 40 years ago. We need to stop belittling ourselves. We need to stop having this discussion. We're past that. We should have been past that last year in March. I'm sick and tired of this. There's so much. Talk to Bill. Come on, Latham. You know this. We're friends. We know each other. We know this shit. You know exactly what this is about. This is only political will. If you talk to Bill about the helicopters, you and I know what they need. We've discussed this many times. We know that they need a couple of prowlers in order to have better EW assets in theater. We know that they need a couple of planes in order to do air suppression. They need to run air cap, and they need to have a couple of multi-role fighters which can actually do a difference. We know this. Every single person, even Teddy, trust me, if you know what, I'm going to ask Yarmo. I'm going to ask Yarmo, can you please build us a bridge to Teddy? Can you get him on and let him talk about it? This is a British hardcore fighter pilot and a staff general. I mean, this guy has served in every single position imaginable for an RAF fighter pilot. He's an absolute fucking legend. Trust me. He will tell you that the Typhoon can beat the shit out of everything over there. And so we should deliver it. And the F-16, together with the F-15 Strike Eagle, which should be given since ages, would clean the friggin' beach there. Sevastopol would be toast, as it should be. Jesus fucking Christ.
Thank you, Axel, for filling up the swear jar. And I have a challenge question for Nick. Your hand is up. What is your question? Can you remember?
Yes. So the President of the United States and some entourage are on their way across the pond, and the observant people who watch flight radar have been following the planes in great numbers. It's quite interesting. There is a US Air Force 757, which had, according to flight radar's ability to detect the various signals, neither registered a takeoff or a destination, but it landed about 15 minutes ago in Kingdom, at least ostensibly, well, not ostensibly, at least officially and primarily, to celebrate the 25th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement, which brought mostly an end to the Troubles in Northern Ireland. So a 757 has gone into Belfast. A 747, which is the aircraft that one might normally think of as Air Force One, although of course I believe, am I right in thinking that Air Force One is by definition whichever plane the president is on?
That is correct.
Right. So anyway, the big 747 is on approach to Stansted Airport, north of London, which has a huge runway and a very easy to secure area, and is the preferred destination when that's where Zelensky flew into. And there's also I was going to say 737, although Flight Radar calls it a C-40, but the branded US Air Force says United States of America on the side, which has both takeoff base, which is Andrews, and is notionally heading for Brussels, and it's at 35,000 feet and still just over the west coast of Ireland. So one might speculate as to what is in these planes. I presume the Beast will be in one of them. I don't know whether it fits into the 747, or exactly how. I don't know whether they have two. Maybe one is flown into Belfast and then the other is flown into Stansted, so that Biden can drive around the UK in it. But a third US Air Force airliner type plane is apparently heading for Brussels. So I don't know if we've been told any more details of Biden's itinerary while he's over in the European time zones, other than, as I said, he is notionally here to celebrate the 25th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement. That's one of those political milestones that one has to mark, but I presume he'll be looking to get some FaceTime in with a number of European friends. So I found it interesting that at least one plane that one presumes might well be performing some kind of supporting function is going into Brussels. So I don't know whether I don't know how much has been publicized about the rest of the itinerary for the trip, but for those who enjoy reading tea leaves, maybe there's something to be looked at there.
Yeah, the only itinerary I know of, Nick, is the itinerary in Ireland. So this could be breaking news. We'll wait and see. Is there a large population of Irish in Brussels?
No, and that wouldn't be what he wouldn't be going to meet the Irish expatriates in Brussels, I think we can safely say.
Nick, I was being a little facetious.
I thought you probably were, but so yeah, I mean, Brussels is headquarters of the European Union, also headquarters of NATO, of course. So I don't know what they put in this C-40 versus what they put in the 757. But anyway, the United States Air Force has 3 planes over in the European zone, 3 airliner type planes over in the outless sea over the next 2 to 3 days, where President Biden pops up.
So, G-Man, Oyvind, Peter, G-Man, thank you for your patience.
No problem. Sore arm now, but anyway, good evening. Well, US President Joe Biden arrived in Northern Ireland on Air Force One on Tuesday evening. He was greeted as he exited the plane at Belfast International Airport, otherwise known as Aldergrove, by UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. Mr. Biden is in Belfast to mark the 25th anniversary of the signing of the Good Friday Agreement. Blah, 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 blah. He's here as of 18 minutes ago. That's from BBC News Online. The photo that they have on Twitter is a 747. Not sure if it's a stock photo or not, although it does look like that. Just looking at the stairs, it looks like it does look like Aldergrove to me. I'll have to go on to one of my other groups, the Plane Spotters group from Aldergrove, and I'll come back to you. But that's not why I was putting my hand up. So there was a really interesting article on ISW, which was published on April the 9th, and which I've retweeted more or less in its entirety. This one's about Russian religious weaponization. Basically, Russia continues to weaponize religion in an effort to discredit Ukraine in the international arena, and is using information operations about religion to advance military objectives, despite itself committing gross violations of religious freedom in occupied Ukraine. And it doesn't say this, but it may as well say in Russia as well. So there's a lot of links there. The links on the ISW were really poor for once. I had to go doing a lot of digging. It took me most of today to get proper links, and it's very extensive, the amount of stories, including one of a Ukrainian pastor from Kherson, priest, Orthodox priest, sorry, who had been kidnapped by the SFP. Now that was on a story I had tweeted out about. It was a BBC story about a young guy called Dmitry, whatever, who had filmed in Kherson over the occupation. But he talked about this father Sergei, who had buried a Ukrainian soldier just at the very start of the occupation. And then next thing was he was snatched. He did survive, but he was pretty badly treated, as you'd expect. So that was. I just wanted to draw attention to that. The other thing I'm doing, as it is the anniversary of the Falklands conflict, 41 years ago now. On this day, yesterday, the 10th of April, the European Common Market approved a total ban on imports from Argentina as the R approach for the imposition of Britain's naval blockade on Argentine shipping off the Falkland Islands. So at that time, the European Union, what was the European Community, but now European Union, it was only 10 members, but it acted with the strongest sanctions in its then 25-year history. The ban on imports and along with a cut-off of arms sales to Argentina. And there's a New York Times article on it. It just strikes me that from what Peter was talking about and what he's published in his Rumble report, this is just, it contrasts what can happen when there is political will, albeit the European Union now is much, much bigger, and it's difficult to get solidarity across, especially when you have a couple of members that are questionable. But regardless of that, where there's a political will, things can happen. And so now I'll go off and find out what Mr. Biden is doing.
Well, Mr. Biden is in Belfast. He landed there, roughly 30 minutes
ago.
Yeah,
I know he's there. I'm going to see on the aircraft side of things. I'll go and check out my Plane Spotters group.
Thank you, G-Man. I want to go to Oyvind. Well, actually, I want to go back to Nick and then to Oyvind, Daryl, and Peter. Nick, go ahead.
Yeah, I went to the BBC site and there is Biden emerging from a 747, and that is not what flight radar showed as going into Belfast. So I don't know if the Americans have flipped the transponder, or if they've sort of asked flight radar politely to not show the data, although I guess they could do all sorts of things. Whether any plane at all went into standstill, and whether or not it was the second 747, or maybe they switched the 747 and the 757 around, we don't know. But that is very definitely the big 747. And I don't think G-Man they would have used a stock photo of the plane. I doubt if they've got many stock photos of that particular plane at night. I mean, with the equipment that one would associate with Belfast Airport on there are plenty of other pictures very similar to that from this evening. So the operational security probably kept us a little bit in the dark, and I think, as we sometimes say here, that's probably it's a shame we can't have the absolute right information, but other people who might not wish the president as well as we do are listening, and therefore probably best we occasionally get somewhat diverted.
Yeah, we don't always need instantly right information, especially when people like Joe Biden are in the picture. So, Oyvind, I apologize for miscalling you, and go right ahead and thank you for your patience. I think you did need to recycle in order to make it up as speaker, and I'm glad you did. Oyvind.
I did. Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yeah. Every time Biden aid money, weapon, or whatever to Ukraine, I see a lot on Twitter, people who complain about tax-paying money going to Ukraine. These assholes, you can, of course, ignore them, but there are people who read their tweets. So I find a little sport in counter these people, and I have digged up some information. We all know that money is just a tool for exchange of goods and service, and money goes around. People making weapons pay tax, and taxes money is used to buy weapon. This, of course, this small circle is not enough for all the weapons purchased. So next we make the big circle bigger, the raw materials, the transport involved, etc., not big enough. So you need to see the whole picture. And I have digged up some historical information. So we go back to an association. It's called Economic Historic Association webpage. They call it eh.net. During World War II, USA produced far more weapons all over the world, and they also had the land lease with UK and Soviet Union, and much of the weapon were never paid and never returned. The statistics says that in 1939 there were 4 million federal taxpayers in USA. In 1945 there were 43 million, so more than 10 doubles. From 1942 to 1945, the annual inflation in USA was just 3.5%, but the wages increased 65% during the war. Because of that, the standard of living did not stop, even it did not drop, even if the country was in war. So to all who in USA in particular are afraid that tax money is wasted, you're only looking at a small part of the equation, because you are not only an aider, but you're also producing stuff that they used during the war. And after the war, there will be a huge period where Ukraine need to rebuild, and the winner decide who they purchase goods and service from. Thank you.
Thank you, Oyvind. That is a great history and recollection of help from the United States previously through lending. Plowman, go ahead.
I just want to say, Alan, it's as well a great example of how Russian propaganda works, because I've seen those accounts and I've seen those comments, and you see somebody, John 6 digits number, commenting with 2 followers, commenting and lamenting about the expense the US is extending to the Ukraine instead of spending it on the homeless in the US, right? So again, this is a classical trope by the propaganda machinery, the Russian propaganda machinery. Take some semi-justified, small grievance and completely blow it out of proportions, completely take it out of context and use it for your purposes. I have seen those accounts many times over, and this is exactly what they're trying to do. They're trying to completely change the context, take you out of the frame, and brainwash you with the worst possible conclusion to something which is in itself real, but it's not related to the claim they make. Thank you.
Yes, I mean, unfortunately, the United States citizens are not completely united in their support of Ukraine. Some take a dim view of any taxation, and some don't understand that the investment the United States is making in Ukraine's fight for freedom is a tiny percentage of the total defense budget, and an even tinier percentage of the total federal budget. And for that matter, you can measure it as a percent of GDP or anything you want. Before going on to G-Man and Peter and Meta, I want to welcome M back up into the panel. Did you succeed in getting up, M? Well, M may be sorting some audio problem at the moment. And I know the reason M is coming up to speak to us is to warn us again about film of an atrocity that Russian troops or Wagner troops committed today in Bakhmut. As M urged you all not to watch it, I urge you all not to watch it. There are now a number of videos circulating. Be careful, even as you scroll through your Twitter feed, it can come up without warning. Don't watch it, and don't click on any link that will send you to the video. It is a phishing link. You'll regret it. It's not necessary to watch it. The atrocity is the decapitation of a Ukrainian POW, and his head was put on a stake somewhere in the city of Bakhmut. This is, it's certainly one of the worst atrocities committed by soldiers in this war, by Russian soldiers in this war to date.
Can I beg to differ again?
Yes.
All right. I'll read out what I just wrote, and some of you already know it. Let's just read through it. Izolacja. Luhansk. Ilovaisk. Debaltseve. Mariupol. Izium. Borodyanka. Irpin. Bucha. Liman. The Hammer. Field executions of soldiers, such as Roman Ratushny, or more recently, systematic training, equipment, and creation of thousands of terror chambers operated by Russian troops, the FSB, Wagner, and the SVR, as well as GRU troops all across the occupied territories. Forced sterilizations of Tatar women. This is just one individual terrifying case. This is a lure. It's a provocation. The answer to this is calm, stoic, forceful, and disproportional. The answer to terror must always be disproportional. It must be so harsh, it must be so comprehensive, so intense, that they would wish it were only the starting point. It is a reminder of Ukraine deserving ATACMS, F-16s, and every single tank we can muster. I beg to differ.
I think the fury of the Ukrainian counteroffensive in light of this atrocity will be a military fury, a justified fury. And again, I do want to warn all of our listeners, there is absolutely no need of you watching this video. And I want you to warn your friends and your followers. There's no need to watch this video. It is a terrible atrocity, the beheading of a Ukrainian POW. And also protect yourself. Links to this video are phishing attacks. So please avoid them. Protect yourself. I would go so far as to say, protect your sanity. Don't watch the video. It's not necessary. What you need to know is that the Russians have committed another atrocity in a long line of atrocities that they have committed in Ukraine, as Axel just reminded us. So please be careful. No need to watch this video. Certainly do not tap on a link to this video. It's a phishing scheme. I'm trying to bring M up. I don't know if he can hear me. Others have had connection issues today, notably Oyvind. It took him 3 or 4 times to restart, and then he finally got up. But I will try to get M right back up here. Meanwhile, I do want to go back to G-Man, to Mehdi, and then to Peter. G-Man.
Thank you, and thank you, Axel, for reminding us about the litany, the sad litany of atrocities that this Muscovy illegitimate regime is being perpetrating. This every time there's a revelation like this, the Western governments need to double down and just take another red line, step over that red line, and send whatever the next stage is. It seemed to happen. I do remember it did seem whenever the tank logjam was finally broken, there was something I can't remember what it was, but anyway. On Substack, I've just had a note from Oliver Alexander, who's one of the open source intelligence accounts. The New York Times, or the former Seymour Hersh, he obviously, to me, and I've said this on my tweet, he wants to emulate Walter Duranty and get right up Putin's backside. It seems, because he's done an interview in a German publication about, which is basically all Russian talking points, not only about the Nord Stream issue, but talking right about the invasion last year. He goes and says, "Oh, they didn't want to take Kiev, even though they sent most of their forces there." He doesn't support Russia, but he talks all their talking points, and he's repeating about Putin only wanted a neutral Ukraine, and it's all Ukraine's and the West's fault. Singling out NATO and the US, of course. So back to so Seymour Hersh is today's Walter Duranty and needs to have his Pulitzer Prize removed. That's all.
Thank you, G-Man. That takes us back in history, and you're right. This Pulitzer Prize needs to be withdrawn, and it should be. It can be. Mede and then Peter. Mede, please go ahead.
I'll be brief. Sorry, I got a little bit emotional about the video thing because it was thrown to my face without clicking anything, just like the Slava Ukraine video earlier. So don't watch it, please, anyone. But my point was that Biden celebrating his Irish inheritance. It might have to do. I'm hopeful for the F-16s. I've been hopeful for F-16s for a year now. But I was talking to a Danish military guy today, and it looks like they are negotiating about joint F-16s from Denmark, Norway, and Netherlands, and it was. I don't think it's a coincidence that Reznikov, same time with the Danish MOD, announced the recruitation of pilots and mechanics of F-16s to Ukraine. So I'm hopeful that there's something there, and there might be something about Biden coming to Europe. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Mede. On to Peter, and then to Prince. Well, actually,
don't
Peter,
forget,
Peter,
June the 12th, which isn't very far away.
Yep.
There's exercise air defense, which is
Peter, I'm going to interrupt you for a moment, please. If you could mute your mic, we will come back to you. Okay. Thank you. M, go ahead.
Right. With regards to the video, one of the topics of discussion that we had early on during the early days of the invasion on this base and previous spaces was, and it was very colorful, I would say, a very lively conversation. The comparison between Wagner and Blackwater Academy Z, or the concept of PMCs in the West, and how Wagner is basically the cynical response to the Western concept of private military contractors. Now there's a very clear distinction between the behavior of one trigger-happy individual or one trigger-happy firing team and the culture of Wagner. This is institutionalized right now. This is an organization, an enterprise, private military contracting company, as they call themselves, musicians without musical instruments. Their instruments are tools of death. That celebrates ancient tactics of warfare, that celebrates weaponizing terror. I will not use the comparison that is now making the rounds that Wagner is just like the Islamic State or Islamic State is just like Wagner. They're both different entities, both criminal in their own rights, both driven by ideology, different ideologies, both claiming to be defenders of faith right? I think what this video shows today is that this argument is settled once and for all. There's a difference between one trigger happy person, one trigger happy firing team, making a mistake, and then seeing an investigation into their behavior and seeing course correct the nations, and what Wagner is committing today in Ukraine, and what Wagner has been committing in Bakhmut, and what Wagner committed against one of their own, just because he was debriefed after being taken into custody, to let the world know what Wagner is. Now we know what Wagner is, and therefore we know what Russia is. If the Russian high command, if the Russian political leadership is giving free rein to Wagner to operate with impunity in Ukraine against Ukrainian civilians, against Ukrainian combatants, violating the Geneva Convention, violating every single law of modern warfare, then this argument is done and dusted. Wagner will be pursued, and they will be prosecuted for their crimes, and they will be sanctioned, and they will be trialed, and they will face the full spectrum of law, and they will answer to their crimes. Again, do not watch the video. It's gruesome. Most of the links spreading on Twitter right now claiming to share a link to the alleged video, or to the video, it's not alleged, it's genuine, are a phishing scam that point to a command and control server that will basically hijack your Twitter credentials. Don't feel tempted to click on any links. Don't feel curious to see. Curiosity killed the cat. There's no need to see it. A bunch of criminals beheading a war prisoner or a prisoner of war, and then placing his head on a stick and placing it in the ruins of part of the city of Bakhmut. I don't want to hear anyone consequence or result going forward. I don't want to hear anyone on this space ever again bring up a comparison, a false dichotomy between Western PMCs and Wagner. They're not the same breed. They're not the same thing. They don't share the same ethos. They don't go for the same missions. They don't act the same. They're not driven by the same interests or the same goals or the same ideology or the same anything at all. Today, this topic is closed for discussion. There is nothing to discuss. Say all you want to say about the decadent West and about foreign policy failures and military interventionism failures and whatnot. You know, sure, I don't disagree with you at all. But if you come here and try to bring up this discussion ever again, we will say thank you so much, and we will mute you, and we will move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, M. Plowman.
And would you agree that what Wagner is doing in Ukraine is actually the Russian policy? This is Wagner is not different to Russia. Wagner is actually part of the Russian army, if you like. It is made an institution by the Russian army, by the Russian political leaders. They're under the Russian command, and they're a child of Putin and his clique of war criminals. So whatever Wagner does, it's not Wagner. It is Russia. It is the Russian army. It's the Russian people. That is, these acts of terror. This is an institutionalized terror forced upon Ukraine by the Russians. And that is what Stalin did to many other people. That is what the Tsarists did to other people in other centuries. And that's what they do. They do terror, they do genocide, and they kill and eradicate people. That's it. It's not Wagner, it's Russia. Full stop.
100%. And if we are to put emotions aside and try to frame this logically, like Axel says, everything is downstream from culture. over the last few decades, we saw the culture inside the Russian Federation change. They are a byproduct of that culture. They revel in this culture. They celebrate this culture. They perpetuate and propagate this culture. They proudly advance this culture. The one comparison that can be made to the Islamic State is that the Islamic State had literature that described the control of terror to advance political goals. The quote unquote the white paper they wrote on this is called Idarat al-Tawahush, or how to manage brutality. This is what Wagner is doing today. They are managing brutality. They are using their brutality to advance psychological operations against the people of Ukraine, against the armed forces of Ukraine, and they are doing it with impunity. Make no mistake, this is a war crime. It is not. It's beyond psyop. If you look on the Ukrainian side, their psyops are basically cat and puppy photos and videos. That they respect life, that they will save any life they encounter. If you look on the other side, you see them crushing the skull of one of their own using one of their ceremonial sledgehammers. You will see them beheading prisoners of war and sticking their heads in a medieval practice that humanity has moved past and beyond almost a century ago. It's a byproduct of Russian culture. It represents Russian culture. It represents what we're up against today. It represents why, or explains why, we've been advocating for more than a year now to support Ukraine. It explains why we're advocating for giving Ukraine all the weapons, all the munitions, all the economic support they need, all the non-lethal aid they need, everything they need so that they can fight back this evil, so that they can protect their own civilians and reclaim their own lands and maintain their own territorial sovereignty. And they have chosen to pay this price. They have chosen to defend Bakhmut. They have chosen to continue to stay in the fight. They have chosen to observe the laws of war. They have chosen to go all the way to the end. If you want to support them, it's perfectly fine. Welcome. If you want to debate, it's also perfectly fine. Welcome. But if you're going to recycle any false dichotomies going forward, make no mistake, you'll not be patiently tolerated. Tonight, the argument of the false dichotomy, the false comparison, the false equivalency between Western PMCs with all their problems and Wagner, and how superpowers or major countries can use PMCs to operate within the gray latitudes to advance political and security goals, is done. This is the face of Russia, and this is the face of evil. Choose your side, because history is not going to be very kind to whoever engages in all those false equivalencies while saying that they are advocating for peace. There is no peace with terror. There is no peace with evil. One clear victor has to emerge. And this clear victor has to be Ukraine. Because you know what? No one should put up with any of this 2023. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Em. And we're going to repeat this warning throughout the night, as in North America, more and more Twitter users come online and come to MriyaReport. And I'm just going to emphasize what Em has told us. There is a video circulating on Twitter of a beheading by Wagner troops of a Ukrainian prisoner of war. Don't watch it. I absolutely plead with you not to watch it. You don't need to. If that is not enough, if you tap on a link taking you to this video, you are falling afoul of a phishing scam. and you will lose your Twitter credentials. They will potentially take your identity, and why run that risk? You don't need to see this video. Even though here at MriyaReport we say, don't look away from war crimes, what we mean by that is don't look away from the news of war crimes. We do not mean look at such a video of an atrocity. We simply mean get the news of the war crimes Russia has committed throughout occupied Ukraine from the beginning of this genocidal war. Stay engaged with that news, but don't open your eyes to such a video as this. Absolutely no need, none whatsoever. So please be warned, warn your friends, please be careful. We know all about the Russian mission of terror and atrocity, and we'll keep bringing you that news. We will keep bringing you the news of Russian war criminals being brought to justice, and hopefully their trials, and hopefully their prosecution, and hopefully their punishment, because that is also something that follows the end of this war when Ukraine will be victorious. It's a bit of a somber moment here tonight, as it should, and we'll stay engaged with all of you. We will bring you. We'll bring you even a hopeful news from Ukraine.
Yeah, and we maybe, Alan, we also, somber or not, we should also all man up a little here. All right. So put your big boy pants on now. This is war. The Russians do this. We knew this. This is how it works. Okay. In German, Mund abputze. Clean your mouth. Walk on. Next. It's done already. The person has died. He's a hero. It's a war crime. Next. Winning is everything. That's the only thing which ends this.
I can buy that approach, Axel. Robin, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. Axel, thank you so much. I really needed to hear that. It's very, I guess I really think that is the way we have to look at it. I was looking through some of the comments, and I must say I can't believe how horrified I am by this. The Russians have committed so many atrocities, but I was really I don't know how to process this. There seem to be a lot of Ukrainian voices coming on and commenting that we have no right to look away, that we have some kind of an obligation to look at this video. I'm not going to do it. I think it does nothing for me. I'm outraged as it is. I don't, but I'm just I'm really puzzled by by the reaction. Anyway, I just wanted to bring that to the space to share with you guys. Thanks. Slava Ukraini. Ukraine will win. It has to.
Heroam Slava. Robin, thank you. I mean, I used the word fury earlier. This will add to the fury of Ukraine's counteroffensive. There are three remaining things to do. Bring Ukraine to victory. That requires all of our help, whether we donate through MriyaReport.org or whether we contact our elected public officials and let them know just how much we support sending Western weapons to Ukraine. That's number one. Bring Ukraine to victory. Number two, bring Russian war criminals to justice. And this could take years. It's taken over 70 years for Nazi criminals to be brought to justice. And number 3, bring Ukraine into a stronger and brighter and freer future as a member of NATO and united with the European Union. This is what they're fighting for. This is what Ukraine is defending Europe from: an assault on democracy and on values we benefit from every single day. So keep those 3 things in mind. Bring Ukraine to victory. Bring Russian war criminals to justice. Bring Ukraine into a brighter and brighter future for all of us. And then we can truly say we have succeeded. And we can truly say we actually have ended the Second World War and now can move on. Plum.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank you, Robin. Plum, or Axel, or M, or David, or G-Man, or Nick.
Regarding the video, it's just to give people an idea. Even analysts are warning each other not to watch it if they don't need to. So people who are been doing this all their life basically and watching Russian brutality for years and years and years, even since 2014 and in Syria, they're just warning each other. If you haven't seen it, don't see it. It's making the rounds on Telegram. It's making the rounds on Twitter. Just there are 2 versions of it. One is long, one is short, one is blurred, one is not blurred. So just skip it. You don't need to watch it. As a private citizen, as a follower of the news, well, let's hope that mainstream media is not going to show the blurred version of it. Maybe some will. I don't know. But so far, just don't. There's no need for you to see it.
I doubt very much if mainstream media will rebroadcast this. I doubt it very, very much. Jens, go ahead. Go ahead, Jens.
Good evening, everybody. Yeah, I never watch these videos. Often when these heinous videos appear, they are, a confirmation of what we all know is going on. And I often see these videos followed by a lot of comments about don't watch it. And then they're met by a choir of pleas, which I really find distasteful. So for me, I don't have an appetite to watch them. And I know that the proper authorities will watch them. War crimes investigators, Ukrainian leadership. But to me, I consider Russia to be a death cult where they celebrate these kind of horrors, because it seems to me that they think that you can do whatever you can get away with. And I think the way to prosecute these crimes, is to prosecute this war and put a stop to this. That was all.
Thank you, Jens. M, please continue.
At the same time, the video started circulating. Another link is being circulated right now. It's another phishing link. You will see tweets that read almost the same, saying horrible footage showing Ukrainian special forces ambushing Wagner and killing hundreds of them and destroying some of their hardware, their kit, their equipment, their PMCs and APCs and tanks. So that's also another phishing link. The link is pointing to a command and control C2 server that will probably hijack your Twitter credentials. If you see any link that is claiming that is showing horrible footage, Ukrainian troops destroy hundreds of Russian Wagner groups in Bakhmut and blah blah blah, you will notice that the preview of the link says TW tube kb9.page.link. This is a phishing link. Don't click it. Again, TW tube kb9.page.link. The preview has the icon of a play for a video that is uploaded to Twitter. It is not a video uploaded to Twitter, it's a phishing link. That phishing link started circulating as soon as the Wagner video beheading of beheading a Ukrainian POW started circulating. So both links can lead to a phishing command and control server. It will probably hijack your Twitter credentials, and from there it can spread malware to your followers through DMs. So just don't. Thank you.
Yeah, folks, listen to M, please. In two regards, understand there are phishing scams going on with links to this video. And number two, as M said, people who have, just to put it broadly, have been in the business of war or been in the business of fighting terror for their lives are warning one another not to watch this video. And that's why I want you to take this warning seriously. Just don't watch it. Don't click on a link that would lead you to it. You're going to fall afoul of a phishing scam and pay that price. Don't do it. Just me, go ahead.
Hi guys, excuse me. I just want to push back a little bit. Now I understand about the phishing, etc., and getting your personal information, but I do have to agree with the Ukrainian comments. I do think the mainstream media should be showing the unblurred version. I live in Tennessee. Don't know if you guys have heard. Tennessee's been in the news. It's horrible here. And I have tried to talk to people, hey, about the war. And they're like, nope, that's, they believe every single thing that all the Russian propaganda. And it's like talking to zombies. And it's like, so what else is there? What will wake them up? Let them see the war atrocities.
Well,
so that's kind of my.
Just me. I would say that it can be equally effective to read accounts of war atrocities, and there are truly films and pictures that don't need to be seen. They don't need to be seen in real time. They might be seen in some historical context but I appreciate your comments, Plowman. Go ahead. Just me, please mute your mic.
Just wanted to say, Alan, I think we are all grown-ups, and whoever decides to watch the video, well, so be it. But I want people to remember one thing, and one thing only. This is one murder out of hundreds of thousands of murders the Russians have committed against civilian population in Ukraine. You're seeing one dead guy, one dead hero, one might say. True. But don't forget, there are tens of thousands of innocent civilians murdered in the same way. And that's what actually Axel wanted to say, enumerating through all the sites of war crimes committed by the Russians. So watch the video if you like. Watch it. I don't care. You're grown-up people. This is one of tens of thousands. And most of them are committed against innocent civilians. Thank you.
Thank you, Plowman. Just me. Continue, please.
This is a little bit off topic. Please bear with me. I just want to say thank you to everyone at the MriyaReport. I listen to you guys all the time. And I will tell you, on February 15th, I lost my son to a fentanyl overdose. And I sat there for days in the hospital with him. And let me tell you, you guys, while I'm sitting in that room by myself in intensive care, you guys, you didn't know it, but you guys were right there with me, and listening to you guys gave me much comfort. And for that, I just want to say thank you. And if you will, I'm on an Android. So if you can drop me down, it won't let me do it.
Yeah, I'll take care of that for you, just me. And to you at that time. And I'm very sorry to hear of your loss.
Thank you to all of you. You just don't know how much I appreciate listening to all of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Keep doing the good work. And Alan, I will drop down if you'll drop me down.
Okay, I think I took care of that for you. Mockers, please go ahead.
I just wanted to say, in light of the fact that everybody's timeline is now horrific, I've decided to post some cute animal pictures to try and cleanse it a tiny bit. I know this sounds very girly and daft, but I need to do that for myself right now. So feel free to join me if you want to, people. Post positive things, and yeah, let's channel that anger and emotion into something positive. You can always donate angrily. Thanks.
Thank you, Mockers. Maurice. Yes, Maurice, and then Dryfly. Maurice.
Hi, I was just wondering what most people think how the war will end. I was just wondering in relation to, let's say, if the Russians are pushed out of most of Ukraine, bar Crimea. I was just wondering, would people be willing, or in relation to Ukraine, would they be consider possibly letting Crimea be decided by a referendum, let's say? Because to be honest, I can't see the Russians giving up Crimea in a war situation, because to be honest, in relation to Putin's standing with the Russian people, if he lost Crimea via war, I'd be the end of him. So I wouldn't be surprised if push came to shove, he could use possibly biological or chemical weapons. But also, someone was talking about war crimes. Like, to be honest, there's a lot of countries or individuals that have gotten away with war crimes. And
Maurice,
you can't. What I'm saying is, like, it's not being talked about at the moment, but at the moment, Azerbaijan is possibly going to invade again Armenia. 95% of the Nagorno-Karabakh region is Armenian, and Kosovo was made independent by NATO. Why isn't it part of Serbia? I don't understand. I was just wondering, like, in relation to what's going on in Ukraine, like other countries, like it has an effect, like what's going on with Taiwan and China. They're like the Chinese are watching what's going on in Ukraine and what the West is willing to give in certain way. So depending on what the Ukraine situation ends up, they could possibly decide will invade Taiwan.
Maurice, just let me in here for a moment, and please mute your mic when you stop speaking. So there have already been referendums held in Ukraine, and the referendums, including referendums in Crimea, showed that the vast majority of Ukrainian people voted for independence and sovereignty, and they have carried on trying to build an independent, free, sovereign nation, looking towards Europe, not towards Russia. And while the vote might have been closer in Crimea than in other oblasts of Ukraine, Crimean Ukrainians voted for independence. This issue has already been decided. We know that Russia illegally annexed Crimea in 2014. They have illegally started so-called independent people's republics in Luhansk and Donetsk, and they have illegally invaded Ukraine. And only Ukraine's victory puts an end to this. That is the only way this comes to an end. And that is what we are working towards here at MriyaReport. Every single day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, collecting money through MriyaReport.org, a 501c3, a registered charity here in the United States. You can make a donation there simply by going to MriyaReport.org, tapping the donate button. Let's bring Ukraine to victory. And let's go to Nick, Dryfly, and Tracy. Nick.
Yeah, quite a lot of whataboutery there from Maurice. I've got an idea for a referendum on returning Crimea to Ukraine, and that's one in which everybody in Ukraine gets to vote. And Russia agrees in advance to abide by that referendum under OSCE supervision. Russia has moved a whole lot of Russians into Ukraine. They are there illegally, and they have to leave. And everything else just yeah. What about this? What about that? What about this other war? Yeah. What about that other war?
Ukraine already had a vote.
Yeah, no, I'm joking about the referendum, Axel. But what about Azerbaijan? What? We're talking about Ukraine. What about Azerbaijan? What about Kosovo? Sorry. This kind of line was almost amusing 12 months ago. I guess we're almost nostalgic for it now, for when people thought that this would even remotely fly. We haven't had that kind of trolling in quite a while. It appears to have dropped down.
On nights like this, Nick, you know it as well as I do, there are going to be a lot of trolls here, and we are ready for every single one of them. Tracy and Dryfly. Tracy.
Thank you, Alan. Good evening, everybody. I just wanted to ask everybody, in light of the horrible war crime we were talking about earlier, if they could use that to write to their politicians, to their local officials. When I do this, when I email my local official, I always try and include something that's happened from Ukraine each day, each time, whether it's a missile attack or something that we were discussing earlier. I just think that if you can include something like that, it can have a personal connection and it can make a difference. Also, if you can get everybody on your street to sign the letter, that's also a good thing to do. It's not exactly a petition, but it just does show that there is support in your local area with your local politicians, and they can then take that back to the higher politicians, to the Houses of Parliament if you're in the UK, to your local officials wherever you are in the world. That can be then passed on. That can be really powerful. And if we're all doing that together at the same time, and politicians all across the country are getting letters from everybody saying the same thing, I think they'll find that increasingly more difficult to ignore. Also, sometimes what I do is include stories that I've discovered about how good Ukrainians can fly, or examples of things that they've done, just to show that these people are a lot more qualified than they're given credit for, I think, sometimes. And that's just all I wanted to say. Thank you, Alan, and Slava Ukraine.
And thank you. Thank you very much. I would encourage everyone here to follow Tracy. Her Twitter timeline is exemplary. Thank you very, very much. Dryfly, please go ahead.
I'm going to follow up with what Chief said. In fact, I'm going to say do it. I just did. In North America, it's about 4:30 here, almost 5 o'clock in Central. If you call the DC office of your congressman, you'll probably have to leave a voicemail. I did. Tomorrow morning, I'll call the local office and I'll do the same thing, and I'll do exactly what she said. I just did with the DC office. I told them I'm pissed off. I'm sick of this stuff. And I asked him, he's not a anti-Ukrainian Republican, but he's not forcibly speaking out for Ukraine. And I literally asked him to start doing it. Start calling the White House, asking that they send jets, send other more powerful weapons so we can end this thing. And I asked him specifically to do that. And I think it's a strong, excuse me, I think it's a strong message. And I encourage all Americans, certainly, to get on the phone while it's still light in your time zone. Give your guy a call, leave a message, and do it. Because it only takes you a couple minutes. I mean, the numbers are easy to get. You'll get a voicemail probably this time of night. If you want to try again in the morning to reach somebody, you can tell them how you feel. But because it's in the news now, it will have more salience with their office. And so I just encourage people to do it. And like I said, I just did, and I will listen.
Thanks, Dryfly, for taking action. I think that's great. And I want to emphasize what Tracy suggested. A Dryfly followed Tracy's suggestion. Call your elected public official. Let them know how you feel. But if you write a letter, as Tracy pointed out, if you sign it and all your neighbors sign it and you mail it together, that also has a powerful effect in what about what is happening in Ukraine. But you can also bring people to MriyaReport by telling them about it, face to face. Have a community meeting. Ask your neighbors, do you know what Russians are doing in Ukraine? And then inform them and help them stay informed by bringing them here to MriyaReport. And this is something you can do any day of the week. You can do it over a barbecue. It's springtime in most of the United States now. The temperatures are warming up. People are walking in the evenings. They're outside. Stop and talk to them and bring them here. And do what Dryfly did at Tracy's suggestion. Tell your elected public officials how much Ukraine means to you and how abhorrent Russian atrocities and Russian terror are to you. Only together can we stop it. Only together. So, Tracy, thank you very much for this suggestion. Those lines in D.C. are open 24 hours a day. So make a call. Leave a voicemail, and then call back when the office opens. The difference between a congressional office and MriyaReport is they close their offices. We never close. We are always here, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So here's a great opportunity to retweet this space. It's approximately 0100 in Kyiv right now. That makes it 1800 Eastern time. I'm not the best with military time. It's 6 p.m. Here in Eastern United States, 3 p.m. on the West Coast. And at the moment, I have no hands, but there are some really good tweets up in the nest here. One from David Brookfield about how this atrocity committed today by Wagner troops should affect the Olympics and Wimbledon and all kinds of other international organizations that continue to allow Russian participation. And there's also a tweet up there, and I call it a hopeful tweet, of an opinion piece published by Alexei Reznikov, who is the Ukrainian defense minister. And he sees this year as the year of victory. I encourage you to read it. He has specific reasons why, but the best reason why is the West continues to supply Ukraine with some of what it needs, not all of what it needs. But we do know Ukraine will launch a spring counteroffensive with the newly trained army it has, with all the newly acquired Western weapons it has, and we believe they will succeed. I'd also like to alert that there's a Ramstein meeting coming up later in April, April 21st. So that's in just a couple of weeks' time. And this offensive and needed weapons will certainly be on the agenda again at Ramstein. Nick, please go ahead.
Have we had anything about Yevgeny Ponasinkov?
We have not, to my knowledge.
So an alert listener wrote to me with a clip which I've just retweeted. I haven't put it in the nest. I'll let you decide. Let the co-hosts decide whether they want to put it in the nest, since it does feature a Russian. But it's so I'd never heard of this guy before. He is a Russian writer, commentator, historian, and broadcaster, and so far so ordinary. But he's been put on a list of foreign agent media by the Russian Ministry of Justice, and in the clip that I have retweeted, he gives a 2-minute critique of Russia that would not be out of place. I mean, it's written in the first person plural, we do this and we do that. It would absolutely not be out of place with a Ukrainian commentator. So I hope that he has takes different ways to work each day, and doesn't drink a lot of tea, and doesn't stand too near to large plate glass windows on high floors. But apparently he's, as I say, a reasonably well respected public figure, public intellectual. And here he is in a 2-minute clip with subtitles, talking about the problems of Russia, going back to the Romanovs, and saying it's the last words on it. It's complete schizophrenia. He's actually talking about attacking the Poles. 1 second. Yes, the most important thing for Russians is to spite someone. It's idiocy. It's complete schizophrenia. And until we break ties with this schizophrenia, Russians won't have a normal life. It's a remarkable diagnosis, remarkably self-aware diagnosis of the problem with Russia over the last more than 100 years, and perhaps more than 200 years, by a Russian commentator. I thoroughly recommend it. But I don't know very much about this guy, about what his kind of previous background is, but he's come to the attention of the Ministry of Justice of Russia, and has been listed as foreign agent media, which doesn't sound like a particularly good list to be on if you're still resident in Russia. I think we would all wear that with as a badge of pride. But so yeah, thank you to the alert listener who sent that in to me, and I thought that was interesting. So if you click on it, you'll see the spelling. He has a Wikipedia page, and perhaps somebody will be hearing more of. He's 41 years old. I'm trying to think who he reminds me of physiognomically, and if you look at his picture, I'm trying to think. He reminds me of an American. But I'm trying to think. You might get a vibe off him if you look at the picture, Alan.
I'll take a look, Nick. And just a word to listeners trying to become speakers. I've tried to bring several of you up. Many listeners here this afternoon have suffered some glitches with Twitter. And so my recommendation, it's worked for others, is to first check for an update. A second, restart your app. And that might free you from the glitch that is preventing you from coming up. The other thing I was going to say, Nick, the alert listener you refer to so often, is it the very same person, or do you have a million alert listeners? I'm thinking of starting a novel called The Alert Listener.
Well, it's a reference to Dave Barry, who I'm sure you're familiar with.
Yes, I am.
And Dave Barry would very often in his column refer to alert readers who had sent him amusing things. And so Dave Barry just kind of retired and stopped writing. I don't know whether he just wanted to go off and have a quiet life and not be funny anymore. He was often extraordinarily funny. I was always tickled when he got something in from an alert reader. But it's generally a different alert reader. I say it because unless people give me explicit permission, and I don't ask for them to do that, although on a couple of occasions when I've been co-hosting, people have said, "And you can mention my name." I assume that I err on side caution and don't mention the names of the people who've asked. I did the other day, but it's someone who I think was actually on the panel and would have asked the question themselves. But I very rarely mention the names of speakers. And so I can think of nothing better than to describe them as alert listeners to the space. We should all be alert. Our nation needs more alerts. So yeah, but it's not, there isn't like one alert listener who sends them all in. It's a whole variety of alert listeners.
So I think Dave Barry will always write his year in review. I think he's only semi-retired. And as for alert listeners, I think everybody should be aware it is okay to have your questions attributed. And while some of you may be shy and not want to come up and speak rather than DM Nick. So if you want to come up and speak, tap on the mic icon, then tap on the heart plus icon, raise your hand. But I think everyone's question, everyone's comments should be attributable here on MriyaReport. It contributes to our transparency.
My favorite Dave Barry line is he wrote a particularly good piece for his 50th birthday, and it was things I've learned at the age of 50. I don't remember whether there were 50 of them, but things he'd learned at the age of 50. And one of them was how bad a movie is directly proportional to how many helicopters are in it. And this actually became a kind of family expression in our house. And we would one of us would go to a movie and one of our kids would go to the movie, or we go to the movie, and if it wasn't a very good movie, they say, "How was it?" And one of us would say, "A lot of helicopters." And there may not actually have been any helicopters at all, but it was a way of saying a bad movie.
Well, so that would be a different way of rating something, rather than so many thumbs up or so many stars. Give so many helicopters, and I guess one helicopter would be a not very bad movie, but 5 helicopters would be a movie that should probably be destroyed.
The icon or the emoji should presumably be a Russian helicopter on fire.
There you go. That would be a great rating system. Folks, please do retweet this space. Please come here and bring us your news, bring us your comments. We'll continue to bring you news from Ukraine. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Shortly, we will return to a couple of tweets up in the nest to keep conversation going and to get conversation going. So this is a Socratic space. Bring us your questions and bring us your beliefs, your doubts. We will discuss them as we walk through Twitter 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Alan, just a quick question. I think we are past the subject, but I just saw a very old tweet from April the 1st, 2022, where Russian TV presenters talked to a Russian lawmaker, and actually the conversation goes like. Lawmaker Alex whatever disagreed. It's accomplished by shooting or ripping heads off. Host Olga Skabeva agreed. Denazification is usually conducted by knocking heads off. So that's what we are seeing now. So that's Russia for you. That's not Wagner. I just want to repeat this one. That stuff is not Wagner. It's condoned. It's approved. It's actually probably ordered by Moscow. These guys are not doing it completely on their own. They are ordered to do it. And that's not Wagner. It's the Russian army. It's the Russian government. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you, Plowman. It's the Russians. Who commit such an atrocity. And perhaps such an atrocity has been ordered from the top in the Kremlin. You know, it could also be the act of Russian and Wagner soldiers understanding that they are not only losing this ignoble war in Ukraine that they've launched, this genocidal war in Ukraine that they've launched, they must understand they're losing it, and they're about to lose in a big, big way. Plowman.
Sure, Alan, you're probably right. And I just wanted to add the atrocities done in Bucha weren't done by the Wagnerites. That was regular Russian army. Right? That was regular Russian army. The killing of civilians, the extrajudicial executions, the rapes of child and women. That was the Russian army. That wasn't Wagner. We are seeing one crime by Wagner now, but actually we have to see it as the crimes committed by the Russian army everywhere else in Ukraine. So it is Russia. It is the Russian army. It is the Russian people. It is the Russian government.
You are correct. Russian soldiers are encouraged, permitted, indoctrinated to commit atrocity and terror, and that's what we've seen, as Plowman points out, and we cannot forget this. In Bucha, in Irpin, in Kherson, it is regular Russian forces that have tortured and set up torture chambers. It's regular Russian forces that have raped and pillaged, and this is a medieval and ancient form of war to try to strike terror into the hearts of ordinary people. Russia fails at this every single day. They understandably stimulate fury in Ukrainian people and fury here at MriyaReport and in the hearts of every person who supports Ukraine around the globe. And it is a fury that will bring Russians to justice That is my hope. Nick and then Jamie.
No, go to Jamie first. I'm still just looking up the final thing I wanted to detail of a thing I wanted to report.
Very good. Jamie, welcome.
Hi guys. Yeah, I just got home and wow. As for what Mocker said about cat stuff and other things in the timeline, today in the US it is National Pet Day, so if you want to brighten up everyone's timeline, you can tweet with the hashtag National Pet Day, and that'll be a lot of stuff for everyone to smile at. That's all I had to say.
Thank you, Jamie. I did not know it was National Pet Day, but you know, I have heard a lot of things about trench cats in Ukraine. Every Ukrainian trench seems to have a cat. Some trenches have beavers. That's the comedy film, but the really wonderful films are the films of trench cats, some in their own helmets. So if this is National Pet Day, there is a positive thing you can do, especially if it's a cat. Nick, go ahead.
So I was scrolling my timeline just now, and someone I follow, has tweeted the beheading video. So it was in my timeline. Now, this was the blurred version, but it started to autoplay, and within about 5 seconds, it was blurred, but it wasn't all that blurred. So I quickly scrolled up, but I realized that I have autoplay video on, and that may be the default for some people. So what I recommend, at least for the next 24 hours, if you don't want to see this video, because regardless of all the various phishing versions, there are also plenty of tweets that have the video encoded right there in it. If you go into your settings, now to go to your settings, you go to your Twitter base page, you click on your icon, and you will find, where is that in the home page? You go into your settings, yeah, in your Twitter profile, and then you go into settings and something else, and then there's something else settings. There's about 3 levels before you even get into the settings, but basically keep insisting on settings, and then you will come to a page called probably accessibility, display and languages, but it will have accessibility in it. And then another menu comes up, and that will have accessibility in it. And you keep clicking. So you keep clicking on settings until you get a chance to go to accessibility. And then you keep clicking on accessibility. And after a while, you will come to a section called motion. And within motion, there is something called autoplay. Now, autoplay is basically designed to allow you to not waste your mobile data loading videos when you're scrolling. So the options are autoplay when I'm on Wi-Fi, autoplay when I'm on Wi-Fi or mobile data, or never autoplay. So you might want to set that to never autoplay, at least for a day or two, see how it affects your Twitter experience. And once you've done that, if you do happen to scroll past a tweet with this video in it, whether it's the full version or the, which I haven't seen, or the pixelated or the blurred version, because the horrific action starts very, very early on in the video. I after about 4 seconds, I was reaching for the scroll button. So really, do yourself a favor, go into your settings, find the accessibility, and then the other accessibility, and keep clicking accessibility. And when you get to motion, turn off autoplay, and you might find that it improves your Twitter experience the rest of the time too. But do yourself a favor and don't allow videos to autoplay for the next 24 hours or so, because if you have a relatively pro-Ukraine or Ukraine heavy feed, this video will be getting tweeted into it, even if you use following, and God only knows what will happen if you use that horrific for you function, which unfortunately Twitter keeps defaulting us to. So yeah, turn off autoplay through your settings, and scroll a little bit easier.
And don't forget afterwards, if and when you find this in your timeline, to report and block the respective tweeter.
Because it is a phishing link. Plowman, go
well,
ahead.
no, that's the point. That's the point, Alan. There are lots of tweets saying click here to see the video, but the point here is you don't need to click on any link. There are no links. The video is embedded in the tweet. So there's two sorts of problems. Sometimes it'll say, yeah, click here and see it, but there are also tweets circulating with the video embedded right there in the tweet. No need to click anything. That's the reason I gave that warning.
And it's a good warning. Thank you, Nick. Plowman, please go ahead.
Thank you, Alan. I just wanted to say thank you to all the listeners. Thank you for their patience with me. Thank you that you put up with me this evening. It's been a privilege and a great pleasure being on this space as a co-host. I'll stay as a listener, maybe as a commenter. But I'm leaving you now with in the capable hands of Alan and Daryl. Daryl, it was a shame that we couldn't help co-host, but next time, I hope. So thank you, guys, and speak to you later. Thank you.
Thank you, Bowman. And yeah, we're going to make that a date.
Absolutely. Man, you're a man of your word, so I'll keep you to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Plowman. Always a pleasure to co-host with you. We haven't done it in quite some time. I know you've been very busy, but hopefully we'll see more of you here at MriyaReport as co-host and speaker in the coming weeks. Carrie, welcome, and please go ahead.
Hi, Alan. Hi, Daryl. You were advising exactly as you were advising exactly as you were running through it, and it was incredibly fast, incredibly easy. So I've got that set up now. So thank you very much for that. And also, just in terms of what you see, I don't know who else does this, but I never go through my For You. I always directly search on all the key people that I know I want to whose opinions I respect, who I know will have information that I'm interested in. I never ever go to the For You, because my thinking is that it will be very orchestrated, very put together by people I don't necessarily, or by what do you call it? You know, when it's computer generated. Can't think of the right word.
Well, it's called the algorithm, although it's quite funny because it really isn't an algorithm. It really isn't an algorithm. It's a bunch of heuristics, and for some reason, it appears to think that I want to see nothing but MAGA content.
I know, and that's why just on the off chance, every now and then, I've looked at it like maybe a handful of times, not out of interest, thinking it's going to tell me anything of any value or of any use, but just purely as an exercise to see what they're putting together for me. And it is of utter irrelevance to me. So I'm very happy with the way that I go through things, and I don't know how other people do it, but that is what I do, and I'm very happy with the way I do that. It takes me to where I want to be and to see what matters to me. So I just thought it was worth sharing that.
There's a funny part about this, Carrie, and you will have a laugh now. And Nick will go and put his head back into the toilet for a second afterwards. I'm sorry. I'm just joking. No, it's serious, because whilst Nick suffers from MAGA content, others who are on the opposite side of Nick would generally get only woke BLM, whatever kind of crazy leftist, you name it, content, everything Corbyn and the likes, anti-Semitic, you name it. It doesn't really matter. Everything the left can produce, they would get it. And there's a reason
So
for
it's
it.
the dichotomy. It's
No,
the
there's a reason for
dichotomy
it.
dice.
No, it's not just a dichotomy. It's design. The heuristics of the previous, say, prattling Twitter algorithm are designed to create higher levels of engagement by provocation. And this is what, by the way, has been constantly a focus of, shall we say, condemnation over the past 8 years against Twitter, and which Mr. Dorsey and his whole club of very specifically politically motivated agitators couldn't really get away from. And the funny part is, I'm as reasonably center-right, boring centrist as it gets. I don't get any of the shit on the left and get any shit on the right. But I get very, very deep, hateful Russian shit. That's the only shit I get. That I get.
That is interesting, Axel. That is interesting.
I get no MAGA, I get no Corbyn. I only get Russian shit thrown at me. And some French bullshit, but that's fine.
So it seems the algorithm is designed to work out what you want to see and show you the exact opposite.
No, okay, you could say that. Of course, I would put it this way. It's designed to find out how to actually annoy you in order to engage you in being annoyed so that you create more buzz by being aggressive and annoyed.
Well, this is what we've come to here on Twitter. Twitter just trying to aggravate.
It has been there, Alan. It has been there since 2012. This design is old. It's embedded in the old algorithm design of Twitter. It's nothing new at all.
Well, this is why I was not on Twitter for 5 years. And the only reason I'm here is MriyaReport. The only reason I came back to Twitter is because I didn't find the news I needed about Ukraine. And then by the most serendipitous chance, I encountered MriyaReport. I was enlightened, I was engaged, I was entranced, and here I am. And welcome, Daryl.
Hello, Alan. Hello, everyone else out there. I can. Today is just one of those days when today was not a bad day until that video. I have not seen it. My video does not auto start. I have mine just like what Nick was saying, and so I feel no need to. This is one of those days where you save everything you have to remain human in your thoughts, because if I was to say what I would want to say, I would be no better than them. And I'm not better than anyone, but I'm just not going to debase myself to be like them. But I will say this for all our leaders: this demands a response. Yes, there have been many atrocities, many. But this is much more medieval in its ways. Something that, the barbarians, the Taliban, the ISIS, This is what we expect out of people that have nothing but hatred in their lives. And we know the Russians do. But this is the stuff of third world type wars, because they don't have the technology to do war in a civilized manner, I should say. But war is never civilized. But you get people get my drift. And so the thoughts wander back and forth, but I promise not to say it. But I will say that our leaders need to see this, understand what this is, and what its effect is. Not just to the soldiers, but to the Ukrainian people, to the people of Africa who these Wagnerites are now becoming invested in, to the people of South America who they're now investing themselves in. This is a scourge, and this is something they want us to feel. We shouldn't go there. But the swear jar is closed for the night. It's capped off. I'm not stopping anybody else. Say what you feel. Because
Putin, Julio.
Huh? What?
Putin, Julio.
Yeah.
Julio, I think. Julio is a
No, I know what he was.
Spanish crooner.
Yeah. We
No,
know.
no, Nick, it is okay.
But this is, tonight is just a different night for that reason.
Nick,
And
Nick, it's how the Tata woman here shouts it. I'll take it as it is.
I was maybe using the Polish thing. I think I get the impression it's one of those words that is well recognized across the Slavic speaking world.
We have 19 candles lit in front of our house at the moment.
I want to go to mockers. I want to call everyone's attention to the first tweet up in the nest. If you want to see why Ukraine fights, just watch that first tweet in the nest. Mockers?
Yeah, I just wanted to draw attention to this. This is the fella yesterday who broke down while talking to his mum on the telephone, and he didn't even know if he had a little boy or a little girl. He only knew that his partner had had a baby. And so this was his first meeting with his baby after, being checked out at the hospital and released back to his family. And if you're going to watch any video today, I would say that's a good one to choose.
I'd say it's a great video to choose. It's a celebration of life. It is a reminder that that life comes back to Ukraine every single day, every single season, with our support. And if you want to give that support and bring life back to Ukraine, go to MriyaReport.org, make a donation, and do watch that video. It's the best video to watch today. And it reminds me of seeing my daughter born, and it just swells my heart. It really, really, really does. Mockers, thank you so much for bringing that to our attention today of all days. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You know me. I try and stay positive in all cases, and I'll be honest, I'm furious tonight. I've not even seen the video. I've seen a very quick, blurred section of it, which I scrolled past. And I would suggest to anybody that you try and avoid it, especially the sound, because that will traumatize you for life. I would suggest that, yeah, you don't do that to yourself. It's curiosity is just not worth it.
For anyone who missed my or was distracted while I said how to turn off autoplay, I've just tweeted it and taken the liberty of popping it into the nest.
Thank you, Nick. Great idea. Tonight, of all nights, we should have autoplay on Twitter off. In fact, we should have it off permanently. So here is how you do it. Other tweets in the nest. Thomas Tyner, our friend here at MriyaReport, says, everyone stay off Twitter for 24 hours. Look at his tweet. You'll understand why he's saying that. Look at another tweet up in the nest with the big stop sign. Retweet it, and we'll move on to some other tweets in the nest later tonight. I do want to get back to Alexei Reznikov's opinion piece published today in Ukraine, but we have a long way to go tonight. Very, very long way to go. And so let's go to Afella, to Carrie, and then Oyvind, I will bring you up. Afella.
Hey guys, it's been a while. Hope everyone's doing okay. Just had a couple thoughts around the discussion around the timeline and the kind of the noise that's coming in. I think that because of the war, as soon as this is over, because of the war, as soon as this is over, I plan to delete this account and not get of advertising dollars in my behalf. But at any rate, it looks like at some point they made a change that the for you always comes back, and that happened definitely under his reign. And so personally, I get a lot of MAGA trash in my feed now for some reason. I definitely agree. It seems to be designed to provoke response. And so, we just saw the update where they made replies, tweets that get replies, those get boosted. So for me, all I do now is I just mute them and move on with my life. And then I realize I'm in for you and I click following and my life's a lot better. So I just wanted to give a little bit of a little tip for that works well for me. Thanks.
Thanks, Afella. Really good advice. Carrie, Nick, Oyvind. Carrie, go ahead.
So, like many of you, by the sound of it, particularly like your journey, you said, Alan, I'm here purely for Ukraine. That is the long and short of it. I joined and got an account in 2018, but I hadn't even looked at it at all. It's just all based around coming on when I wanted to see what was going on in Ukraine, and that happened very swiftly after the full-scale invasion, the build-up, and then the full-scale invasion. And like many of us here, it took me a week or two to find the MriyaReport. I was initially looking at live feeds from across Ukraine, trying to find some way of getting more up-to-date information, but I'm here purely for this. And I just think that all I can say is we are here because we are. They cannot take away our soul. They cannot take away our love. They can't take away our community. They can't take away our resolve or our determination. and our response should be to double down, to be even more determined than ever, to make sure that we do everything possible to end this as soon as possible. And I have every confidence that this community will stay together going forwards, and there will be new people coming in. And we will then move into a phase of making sure that every Ukrainian child, every Ukrainian person comes home, and that I'm sure that I will see many of you out there, and we will be helping to rebuild the country, physically helping to rebuild the country, in addition to all the other things that we can do together to help. And that's what it's about. We are a community of human beings that care and that love people we've never met before, because we know that they're courageous, brave, loving, and we want to contribute to that. And it's about what being a human being is all about. And that's why we're here. And they can't take that away from us.
No, they cannot take it away from us, Carrie. Axel, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'll leave you with one thing, because I'm not a friend. I'm really not a friend of the Sandinistas. I'm not a friend of Che Guevara. I'm not a friend of all these authoritarian leftists. I'm also not a friend of the fucking fascists, as you know. No apologies for that, by the way. But there's one thing I can definitely tell you. The Russian army has never, ever deserved the same respect as other armies. Since hundreds of years, it has done the bloody work of war in a fashion which British and French media in the mid of the 19th century, at the end of the 19th century, described in ridiculing terms as looting, raping, and barbaric. They described it as insane. So my words for you this evening are very simple. There are only two. No quarter. Good night. Good luck.
Good night and good luck, Axel. Let's move on to Nick and Oyvind. Nick, please. Well, just one moment, Nick and Oyvind. I do want to go back to M because M has kept us up to date about this video that's circulating of the atrocity committed in Bakhmut and the phishing scams that go with it. M, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Alan. I was going to kind of summarize why we're here today and how we got here today. It's been more than a year. When the Russian leadership, if we can call them that, when Putin decided to assemble his invasion task force around the borders of Ukraine, we saw President Biden come out in November declassifying American intelligence on the intent and the will to invade Ukraine by the Russian Federation. That was the starting point of this phase of the war that started back in 2014 when Russia deployed hybrid warfare against Ukraine, stoking violence in the eastern regions, the Donbass, and pretending or convincing everyone that groups within the eastern regions were rebelling against the central government in Kyiv and announcing their quote-unquote independence. Then we saw the deployment of Russian special forces to Crimea without wearing any insignia, without wearing any patches, without wearing any flags, staging a hostile takeover of the peninsula, and then securing a sham referendum which annexed Crimea to the Russian Federation. Then we saw President Biden declassifying the intelligence in order to deter Russia from continuing with its mad plan to invade Ukraine. Then it was the first video that lone border guard soldier who responded at night when the Russian troops crossed into Ukrainian territory. Days, weeks, months later, we saw everything unfold, from Russian troops running out of supplies 3 days into their incursion into Ukraine, to driving into Noble, to trying to take over Kiev, to Ukrainian critical infrastructure, to their massacres in Bucha and Irpin, to the sham referendums in Kharkiv and in the Donbass, the collapse of the Russian Northern Front, the collapse in Kharkiv, the collapse in Kherson, and the ongoing fighting in Bakhmut. I'm going very quickly through the milestones that we've witnessed. Throughout this course, we discussed so many topics, we had so many discussions, so many ideas. We deconstructed most of them, if not all. Some people would say, some people would argue, oh, that's their opinion, then that maybe this space is an echo chamber or unilateral propaganda or what have you. That's not the case. Everything that has been discussed here has been discussed fully, and all opinions and all voices were given a chance to field their arguments and defend them, to showcase their points of view and voice them, to speak their minds, to seek the truth, to ask questions, to bring up topics for discussion. We're here today because most of us have a penchant for finding the truth. We have a penchant for doing what's right. We have a penchant for standing up against evil. This is what this community believes in. This is what this community stands on. It stands on those basic principles of respect and discussion and research, asking questions, answering questions, voicing opinions. This is the primary difference between this community and any other communities out there, mainly the Russian ones. I'm not trying to take away or other groups that more or less are working towards the same end goal. I might be going about it differently. But for more than a year, I believe that this community has offered you unparalleled coverage. The roster of guests speaks for itself. The lively discussions, the moments of sadness, the moments of humor, one-liners that many of our speakers and co-hosts and listeners and guests came up with throughout their participation. One thing stands uniquely compared to all other attempts to bring you what's happening in Ukraine is that I believe that we've been the fastest, we've been the most accurate, we've been the most in-depth coverage of this war. And I also believe that this community has affected real change on the ground of reality in Ukraine, helped provide decision makers and policy makers with opinions, with thoughts, with coverage, with ideas, with advocacy, with campaigns that led to an overwhelmingly united political will to stand up to this evil. So here's to you, all of you, even on such a sad night when we are faced with the true face of evil, even if we advise against looking at it. But make no mistake, those who are trained, connected, tasked with standing up to this evil are doing so and they will manage to square with evil without losing any part of their humanity. That's the main goal. That's the only thing that we should focus on right now. Don't allow their brutality, don't allow their criminality, don't allow their evil to make you lose a single part of your humanity. It will affect you. You can be emotional, you can be tired, you can be exhausted, you can be angry, you can be sad, you can be afraid. We all are. And there are some unknown parameters in this conflict that a lot of people are working to mitigate in order to secure the future of humanity. That's also true without drumming so much about it. Don't allow them to change you. Don't allow them to take a single part of your humanity from you, away from you. Fight evil with the truth. You fight evil with kindness. You fight evil with precision, with training, with skills, with language faculties, mental faculties, patience, perseverance, strength, inner will, and training. Look at the Ukrainians. They are setting the example. They are paying the price. They're fighting. They're winning. All despite of or in spite of their losses and their grievances and their overwhelming sadness and the losses that they have to endure. But they are enduring them bravely, courageously, and that should be an inspiration for all of us. And that's all I have got to say about this. Thank you. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you very much, Axel.
He doesn't let me sleep.
And that's because you should not sleep. You should stay awake and hear what M says, because what he just said was eloquent, as you know.
I know. I came back up to pay my respects.
Thank you, Axel. It's actually quite funny that I'm getting more sleep now than you are. And I remember during the very first stage of the invasion, I stayed up for 3 weeks, and then I fell asleep when Zaporizhzhia went into the full scram for the first time. Yeah, funny days, isn't it?
Yeah, that's, by the way, the thing they can't take away from us.
I remember the late Queen Elizabeth when she gave the speech when the coronavirus pandemic started, and she extended her gratitude and thanks to the healthcare sector workers, civilians, the essential workers, the military, and the populations. And I don't quite remember the exact quote, but she said that we will face that pandemic with kindness and attention to one another, and also good humored sense of fortitude, if I remember correctly. I believe it's more important than ever right now to keep that, to observe that, to shield ourselves with that good humored sense of fortitude. They are criminals, and they will lose. They will continue to commit crime, and they will continue to push their misinformation and their disinformation and their hollow arguments and their false equivalencies and their memes and their cartoons, their lovely tweets on Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it in the future. And they will continue to try to drive wedges between populations and elected officials and continue to attack the political will of governments supporting Ukraine. And well, they'll continue playing their game. That's fine. But that game shouldn't turn you into anything that resembles even an 0.1% of them. Again, Nietzsche here, when you look into the abyss looks back into you, looks back to you. So when you fight with monsters, just make sure that you don't become one. Don't play their game. Don't descend to their levels. Don't allow them to drag you down into the dirt. Don't allow them to force you to respond tete-a-tete to their criminal activity or their war crimes or their behavior online or their arguments or the hecklers or the people who come in here to burp or shout or interrupt or cuss or repeat and parrot pre-canned arguments. Just don't. Rise above. Don't play the enemy's game. Instead, maintain the moral higher ground and fight for it. The nobility of the cause stems from the nobility of the meme, of the means, of the or of the meme in this case. Actually, that's not even a bad line to say. Yeah.
My friend M is advocating for a 21st century knighthood.
Pretty much, digital humanities will look back at this and say, "What the fuck were we doing?" And you know, again, quoting Queen Elizabeth when she said, I hope when you look back at this, you feel proud of your choices and you feel proud of your actions and reactions to the challenge. This is a challenge. They are challenging everything we stand for. They are challenging human decency, complete disrespect to human life with impunity for anything and above anything. They are challenging your intellect, challenging your mental faculties, challenging your perception of the truth, challenging the very definition of the truth. Don't let them win. It's easy. It's in your hands. You can do it. And that's it. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you, M. That was probably the speech Queen Elizabeth gave late in her life. And she called us back to memories of World War II. I don't have those memories. My parents' memories of World War II were shared with me. And so I understood when Elizabeth said, we will be together once again. She was talking, obviously, about the isolation that the COVID pandemic imposed on all of us. But I am certain that tonight in Ukraine, many are saying we will be together yet again.
Because the lessons of that war seems to have gotten lost in a lot of people. Her father, her late father, King George V, he said, once again, we have to fight so that we can defend against the false concept that might is right. Might is not right. Just because you're a superpower, just because you're a nuclear power, that doesn't give you the right to attack sovereign nations and salami slice them in order to try to revive an imperial or a hegemonic project in the near abroad, or try to force countries into becoming satellites in your orbit once again, because the world has just moved past your communism, your Soviet model. The triumph of capitalism will be the eradication of labor. Capitalism is working towards that. You can have all the problems you want to have with capitalism. Capitalism needs to reform itself. The triumph of capitalism will be the removal of labor out of the equation. If you think of that and you try to explore it, you'll realize that your future as a human being, our future as a species, depends on preserving, developing, improving our mental faculties. So if you as a human being in the future of humanity, in order to make sure that you live a good life and thrive, you know that you have to work on yourself, you know that you have to work on your mental skills, you know you have to work on your education, you know you have to work on your professional skills and what you have to bring to the table. Don't, in the year 2023, think that the Soviet model or the Russian model is something to admire something to uphold, or even something to respect. And that's it.
Thank you, M. Axel, while you're awake.
While I'm awake. Okay, I tried to close the somber chapter twice. It didn't work. And I understand why. Because everybody who comes here comes in with the same kind of shock, surprise, whatever, impact of what's going on. Completely understand it. That's a 24/7 space. However, why don't we try the following? I quote, "Time had no meaning. Life had no meaning. The fierce struggle for survival in the abyss of Pillilo eroded the veneer of civilization and made savages of us all. There will be moments in battle where it is hard to avoid to be in savage, man-to-man, hand-to-hand combat. This is not quite it, but it's close to it. It may become worse in the coming weeks during an offensive. For some, it is much worse already because they are subjugated to the violence and can't defend themselves. So the savages are those who conduct themselves in such terror, in such violence, in such inhumane behavior. But the ones who are onlookers, the ones who fail to help, the ones who fail to act swiftly enough whilst they have the means, they are ultimately the most immoral. That might be even more sobering, but I'll turn it into a happy thing. Just imagine if finally you have the tools, like the Ukrainians are getting them. Just imagine if what you see with the videos where British troops salute their Ukrainian brethren leaving. Just imagine if the German general who's trained them in Munster salutes them all individually leaving. Just imagine if and when these troops now being trained further for combined arms warfare in Western Ukraine get to work. Just imagine them driving on Leopard 2s, Leopard 1s, Marders, Bradleys, Abrams, and our dearly beloved Challenger 2s. In and around Melitopol, into Mariupol, and taking ground. The problem is that this is not enough. But we can be happy warriors, and we can be happy warriors here, because all this tiresome violence should inspire us to go out there and talk to our elected officials and get out there tomorrow and generate more buzz. The fact that they are doing this should incite us to be stoically committed and happily fighting. One person was tortured and killed. This is a force-on-force war. More will be killed. More will be tortured. Let's focus on tomorrow. Let's win this damn thing.
Thank you, Axel. You quoted and did not give the citation. What's the citation?
Oh, this is Eugene Sledge with the old breed at Pedalo in Okinawa.
Thank you. And following Axel and following M and so many of our speakers tonight we want to make MriyaReport into an inspiration. It might be an inspiration that comes from anger and fury, but tonight, of all nights in this long, long war Ukraine is fighting, for its freedom and for us, we're going to make it into an inspiration. Daryl, I had Oyvind's hand up. It is down, but he would be next, and then Shovel Girl. Oyvind, are you with us?
Oyvind. Okay, Shovel Girl, it's on you.
No pressure. Oh my goodness. I'm choked up from listening to you guys. That was really beautiful. And may I say to you, my friend, Ramadan Mubarak. Oh, Oyvind's got his hand back up. Hold on, man. I've been listening for the last week, and I really hadn't been disposed to say what Maria has meant to me. And I just scrolled down and I saw so many friends that we've been holding space for Ukrainians, holding space to hear each other out and give our genuine, heartfelt effort towards making things right. We've been holding on to each other, and I feel like this is really felt like a marathon. And so we are constantly passing this torch along between each other, and we keep working towards the same goals, and we have affected change. Mr. Axel Free the Leopards and so many other campaigns that we've done, and we're going to keep doing it. And no matter how dark it gets, it's that darkness that's going to make us fight even harder. That's what drives me. Like, anyone that says otherwise is obviously not paying attention. We can avoid, or I'm going to refrain from watching torture videos, but I'm going to also resolve to be aware of what's going on and to be sure to spread the truth. And that's what I know this space can do to help me and this campaign together. And I want to make things right, and it's so wonderful to be doing this with all of you. And I guess I'm just feeling emotional, and I care very much about you guys, and I'm so proud of what we're doing, and I am happy to be on this journey with you, and we will continue on this journey until this fucking war is over, and we will be helping to rebuild Ukraine. Love y'all.
Thank you, Shovel Girl. I think many of you may be coming here tonight to reflect about the atrocity committed by Russian troops, Wagner troops in Bakhmut today. And I want to warn you, and I'm going to do this throughout the night because we have new listeners joining all the time. Don't watch the video. And definitely do not tap on a link to the video. These links sent to you are phishing schemes. And when you tap on that link, this phishing scheme will steal your Twitter credentials, and then God only knows what's going to happen. So don't do it. If you want to protect yourself, don't tap on the link. If you want to protect yourself from seeing something you don't have to see, don't watch the video. It is that simple. Okay? So just don't watch it. Oyvind, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Alan. I'm a bit dumb here, so but I'm too old to be shy, so I will ask you the question. What is the nest? Where do I find it? I am looking for something with a bird in or something with an egg in, but I had No clue. What is the nest?
Can I do this?
Go ahead, Nick.
Okay, so if you put your finger on the icons of all the pretty faces and don't tap, put your finger on it and scroll it down the page, then above the co-hosts, you will see, hopefully, a tweet, and perhaps below that, one or two little grey circles. And the nest, because we're on Twitter and it's birds, so the nest is where a space can place a number of tweets that are relevant to the current discussion. So can you do that for me? I mean, can you lean with your finger on the pretty pictures of the hosts and scroll it down, and you should see a tweet appear below the title of the space and above Alan's hair. Not that there's a whole lot of space above Alan's hair, of course, but there is a little bit.
You mean the dots?
So you should be able to see one or more grey circles, and then if you carry on, you should see the first tweet in the nest above that. You got that?
So that is your tweet.
Okay, so now if you swipe to the left, put your finger on it and swipe to the left, you should get to the next tweet in the nest. Okay, so the nest is a collection of, a curated collection of tweets that illustrate important topics to the space. Anyone who is a speaker can add a tweet to the nest, but we do ask that if you do it, you let the co-hosts know so they can have a look, because there are certain types of tweet that we don't want to hang around in the nest for too long. And the co-hosts can delete tweets from the nest, and they do it. When I'm co-hosting, I'll occasionally go through the nest and delete something that's 12 or 18 hours old that's not quite up to date. It's not in any way a sort of criticism of whoever put it up there. It's just that these things have limited validity. So it's also quite a good way when you come into the space, if you're trying to find out what today's topics are, if you just quickly swipe through there's usually 4 or 5, sometimes there's 8 or 10. If you quickly swipe through those, you'll get an idea of what we've been talking about.
Oh, you've got so the host have quite a job. I was thinking they were just sitting there with a cup of coffee, doing nothing.
The hosts are doing an awful lot of stuff while the space is in motion. In fact, I'm quite certain that while I'm talking to you, Alan and Daryl are both actively answering DM queries, conversing with each other via back channels, beaming coffee at each other and other assorted treats, and a whole lot of other stuff that goes on behind the scenes. Yeah, but one of the things the co-hosts do is occasionally go in and just make space in the nest, simply because if there's 100 tweets in there, it doesn't work anymore. I mean, by which I mean it doesn't serve its purpose, which is to let you know what the 5 or 6 most important topics of the moment are. Now, my nest isn't updating at the moment due to some sort of Twitter glitch, so all I can see is the 4 paws tweet. But I know that I believe my tweet on how to turn off autoplay is probably the first one in there because I recently added it. But you can scroll through them and see what the last few topics are. So that's a good tip, I think, for everybody listening. And I wish I was 100% good at doing it myself. But when you turn up in the space and you want to say, hi guys, what's everyone talking about? Well, the answer is to some extent what's in the nest, because when a new topic comes up, if it's of interest, quite often one of the speakers or the co-host will post a relevant tweet in the nest. So if you want to, Ivan, if you want to put a tweet in the nest yourself, what you do is you navigate to the tweet in question, and you should be able to still hear the space while you're doing it. And then on that tweet, you click on the share link. Now, the share link, I find it impossible to describe. It's the one that has 1 dot on the left and then two lines coming out at about 60 degrees that end in a dot. So like 2/3 of a triangle with dots on it. If anyone has a better description of the share icon, there is a share icon actually right here in the space in order to let you share the space. But when you're on a tweet, you have that icon. And when you click on the share icon, if you are currently a speaker in a space, then at the top of the list of options, as well as share by Twitter and share by WhatsApp and all that, right at the top, it will say share in MriyaReport's space. And you can do that and the tweet will be added to the nest. But again, we kind of request that you do that when you're speaking or just as you finish speaking and say, I'm going to put it into the nest, so that the co-hosts can just go and check out that it's, you know, something that we want to have in the nest. There are some tweets, for example, that even though they are relevant and informative, we try not to have certain types of content up there.
Okay, this is very useful. But what I do here,
You're breaking up, Oyvind.
I'm on what I do. I'm on a PC, but when I speak as a speaker, I'm using my smartphone. So, but if I want to share something from a tweet, I guess I can do it from the PC at the same time I'm speaking.
No, you cannot. No, you cannot. You cannot share this into the nest technically from the PC whilst you're a speaker on your phone, even if you have the same account logged into it at the same time. That's technically not possible. Secondly, if and when you're on a panel, please be so kind as to ask the two moderators to send it up to the nest, because the nest, when it's too clogged up, meaning having a few more than just 4, 5, 6 tweets in it, may become unstable, meaning or lead to the space to be unstable. That has to do with the fact that the nest is just part of a video programming. What you see on your screen is just a video animation, and the whole Twitter space programming is based on an old software which uses a video chipset from 1998, which is why Twitter is so shit, and which is why Periscope, the company they acquired and integrated, is so terrible. And therefore, it does not keep it stable. So please be kind, ask the moderators, they'll happily contribute to the nest. If, of course, you just put up their photos of little Pooh Bears, at some point in time we'll get tired. If you send something which is not that kosher, we may find it less acceptable and we'll tell you. But then again, you're a decent guy. You know what to do. So you send it to Alan and to Daryl and they'll put it up in the nest. Okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
Super. Mange tak.
Thank you, Oyvind. Thank you, Nick, for your explanation. Always excellent. And David, go ahead, please.
Oh, I think Axel said what I was going to say. I was going to point out that we don't typically encourage people who've hardly ever commented just to fill the nest up. As Axel said, put it through us first. It's probably the best way, unless you have been a very long time listener and contributor.
Thanks for the clarification. Thanks for the clarification. I obviously got a pass the first time that I put something up in the nest.
No, we deleted it right away.
I got something to change the subject for half a second here. Dunilov. Anybody familiar with that person talking about F-16s are surely going?
I'm not familiar with that, Daryl, so please continue.
I'm trying to see if I can it's in the voice of the new voice of Ukraine. Is that a credible
Yes, I think it is actually. Yes. I wonder, have I lost my audio, Daryl? If you're speaking, I can't hear you.
Loud and clear here.
Is that you, Alan?
I'm just trying to.
I think we may have lost Daryl.
No, oh, I'm here. I'm just trying to copy it up and get it to the. Hold on, I may have to put it here first.
Is that you, John Wayne? Or is it me?
So, Daryl, I can hear you. You had a long pause, and you know we
Okay,
don't like
I'm gonna put it
dead.
up into the nest right now.
Excellent, thank you. Continue.
That was March 30th, I think. That's when it came out. But anyway, just wondering if anybody had seen it, said anything about it.
Not that I know of. Well, I may be having audio problems.
No, you're fine. You're completely audible. It's absolutely fine.
Oh,
It's just you're just overlapping with Daryl because you both don't coordinate. One does something else. You're doing exactly what Nick just said a little earlier. You're playing in the background. I need to leave. I really need to go sleep.
Okay, good night, Axel. And Daryl, please continue. I'm just looking at your tweet.
yeah. Well, I hadn't even had a chance to suss it out yet, but somebody sent it to me, and I was like, well, this is something.
Well, Daryl, now your audio is breaking up. Can you move closer to your Wi-Fi? Are you speaking into a muted mic?
I remember the old Peanuts cartoons where they would position Snoopy on top of the television set and get him to move his ears around for better reception.
Daryl, move your ears around for better reception, because I can't hear you. Well, while Daryl reconfigures his audio, we will continue here on MriyaReport. Hopefully, folks can hear me. There are a couple of hands up. Nick and then Aaron. Nick, go ahead, please.
Question from an alert listener: where is Chuck? Is it not? Would we not be normally expecting Chuck to be on this evening? So
yeah. So Nick, let me inform you and your alert listeners and everyone listening. Chuck is traveling between undisclosed locations. He's not going to be with us tonight. He's probably not going to be with us Thursday night either, but he will certainly be back next week. And maybe in his stead, we will have some other military analysts. We're waiting to see that. I do know Peter Dorn will be with us a little bit later this evening to talk about sanctions. And Daryl and I will do our best to bring you any updates from the battlefield we can. But there is a news blackout, and Chuck has sources we don't. But Chuck probably will not be with us on Thursday night, but he will be back next week. He's
I put it into Google Maps once. Interesting results.
Alan, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now, Daryl, loud and clear.
Okay, Nick, you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I just my phone went into the box for half a second, and now I'm back. Okay.
Go ahead, Daryl. And now, Daryl, you're speaking into a muted mic.
No, I was just my screens were all over the place. I had to close a few of them to get back here. You know, when you got things popping up on your screen, you gotta wait for the banners to stop coming up, and then you can go where you need to go. No, I was just looking at the tweet, and I know it was March 30th, and so I was just wondering, had anybody spoken about it even then, or if it's just an opinion that nobody really, It was just an opinion piece rather than something more informative. So just something to start conversation with, I guess. Okay, now you back to not hearing me, Alan?
No, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, anyway, let's go to some hands, and then we'll see. I'm gonna try to see if I can get that ISW map or something and see where and if anything that they came up with has made any changes, that or Walmart or somebody. And I'll be right back.
Okay. While Daryl is working in the background, we'll go to Nick, we'll go to Aaron, we'll go to Sussex. Nick, please go ahead.
I don't think I was next, but thank you. I will shamelessly take advantage of that. There is a wonderful photo. I don't know if we've had this already. There is a wonderful photo of Dennis Schmihal getting off a plane in Canada. And in the background on the plane, and I don't think this is photoshopped, but because it does appear to be correctly going behind the bits of the apparatus, to the left, to the right of the door where he gets out are three emojis painted on the plane. There is the Ukrainian flag, there is a fighter aircraft, and there is the hands praying emoji. So I hope this is genuine. If it is just absolute top emoji social media game from the Ukrainians. We would expect nothing less. I don't know if anyone can confirm if there are other angles of this picture, but it is quite something. I retweeted it. I didn't put it in the nest, but I retweeted it. It is it's laugh out loud funny. It really is.
I'll take a look, Nick. Meanwhile, Aaron and Sussex. And Nick, you have a hot mic. Aaron?
Test 1, 2, 3.
Loud and clear.
Just, I don't know if my dots connect, but the report and files that have been released, the American government seem to indicate sources within the Russian hierarchy and different areas that are providing America with information. So a few news agencies in America, I think the Times, the Washington Post, Fox News, have all said they're in possession of these documents which have names on them, which they're not going to release, as it would, well, I guess it could cause damage to said people. So these documents have been out for a while, and then you draw a dot to the Russians within the last week saying no people in the government or authority are allowed to leave the country unless their passports are validated by someone higher up. Do you think there's any link between the two? And how damaging do you think that could be to but it seems there's a lot of information the Americans were getting on future plans, on planning, and they had some pretty good links inside the Russian government and military. Do you think this could be damaging to Ukraine's information gathering process? I'll step down. Thanks.
Aaron, I don't. And I'll tell you the reason why. These leaked documents are just covered in suspicion. They have been manipulated. They don't look like top secret documents that would be in any top secret file in the United States. And the actual physical appearance of them does not match what a top secret document in the United States looks like. I think everything about these documents points to, and this may seem an odd thing to say, but
Where are you getting that in? You surely haven't seen top secret documents, have you?
Well, I actually have seen top secret documents, Aaron, many, many, many years ago when I worked in the United States government.
Okay.
But
you don't think these documents have any validity whatsoever?
I think they might have some validity. I think it's difficult to discern what that validity is, and we know they have been altered, obviously altered by Russians because they lowered the expected Russian casualties on the battlefield, and all the marks of alteration are visible on the documents. So I actually think it's a somewhat complex issue, and I know that many more documents have been supposedly released and published on Twitter, but I'm suspicious of what's going on with these documents. And the other thing I'll say is that nothing in these leaked documents would change Ukrainian war planning, or would change anything the Ukrainians are planning to do. This is not some kind of deep secret information. I would go so far as to say that most top secret documents are not written in a way that the ordinary public would understand immediately, and this is what we see in these documents. Does that answer your question, Aaron?
It answers it from your perspective. I still have questions which will be unveiled and answered, I would say, over the coming weeks. Yeah, if they've lost, if they lose contacts that are providing real-time Russian information on advances, on the amount of weapons, on tanks, amount of tanks in theatre, that type of thing. Not saying it would be a huge effect because they've got so much gathering from satellites and other ways to gather that information. Not saying it would affect the counterattack so much, but it. I'll just see how valid it is. I'm agnostic on the documents, so I'm just I'm getting your point of view. I'll get lots of other points of view, and I'll see how it comes out in the wash. Thank you.
Let me say this, Aaron. Their satellites aren't as good as they say they are.
I'm talking about American satellites. The American satellites will be gathering all the information. The American satellites are far better than the Russian ones, and I think the Russians take a long time to get their information back and be able to go through chains of command. That's what I'm saying, is that I'm not sure how much it'll affect. If they've lost contacts in the Russian system, in the army and high ups, it will have some effect. I'm not sure how much of effect, but and that's supposing that that it's not just a psyop from either side. And I haven't decided that yet. I'm just getting other people's opinion, and I'm not going to
decide, Aaron. It either is or it isn't. Whether you decide isn't relative. It's what is. And
you don't know what is. How am I supposed to know what is?
Now, in this case, the data that's there, Russia can't do anything about it. Even if they have the data, what can they do with it when the final?
If they've got the names of agents that are providing information to the American.
Aaron, it doesn't matter. The information is preliminary. The final pieces aren't on the table. No time, only Ukraine knows their timeline at this point. The information that's in that document just means that they have a little more. They know the deaths. Yeah, what they're going to do with it, they're going to use it as propaganda. But as far as the number, which they probably see that they have lost way more than the Ukrainians have. So the effect of their brutality, the effect of their tactics has not gotten the results that they wanted. That's what all these things that they have been doing on the battlefield are to change not Ukrainian public opinion, but the world's public opinion. These documents getting out there are there to help influence people that are supporting the war. The people that are getting the weapons, the people that are giving the weapons, they're going to be a little bit closer to the vest with the information because they need to find out where this information came from if they don't know themselves. But we as people of the world, we can't decide what is good enough, what is proper. The only people that can do this are the people that are involved, the government officials to government officials. And they will hash out and find where this leak came from. I guarantee you. Because there's probably telltale signs. Either something that is in the notes that wasn't on the notes that was passed from one level to the next. It may be the perspective of the writer. There could be a number of things that they will figure it out. But as far as coming in here and saying, well, that's your opinion, we are going with what's there. It's not an opinion. We're going with what's there. And that's how we do this. If you think that that's Alan's opinion, and you want to just take it off the cuff and just come in here and spout Russian propaganda, then why? If you're a naysayer, why listen to the positivity? Begs the question, where's your loyalty to it? Are you with Ukraine? Or are you listening to all the other voices that give you a anti-Ukraine opinion? And then you sit on the fence. You got to pick a side. and just wanting to know, just to know, and then come up with your own opinions is not productive to anyone. Anyway, Alan, go ahead. One, I did want to tell you, Alan, there will be another Ramstein. That was something I picked up the 21st of April. I think it is. Let me pull my feed down here. On April 21st, there will be a meeting at Ramstein. So um, that's one piece I picked up. As far as the battle in Bakhmut, the line from what I've been reading from sources around, nothing's real big has changed. I did put up in the nest the combat losses. I think I did. Yeah, I did put the from the defense of Ukraine. I did put the losses up for today, and so that's where we're at for the second. And I see we have Peter. Good evening, Peter.
Good evening, Daryl. I've been really interested in the conversation about these leaked documents, and I really liked what you had to say, especially the point about resisting Russia's well-known, well-worn, almost boring disinformation techniques at this point. Daryl, I think we can all remember the WikiLeaks episode, that opera, and what it turned into, and who really won? Who was the winner out of the WikiLeaks episode? I think it was Russia, because the longer that they can leak a document, and the longer they can keep it in the news cycle, the more they can keep us all staring at our belly buttons and not looking at them. And that's what this leaked episode reminds me of. Now, I haven't seen the documents. I have no intention of reading them. And I think the longer we spend debating who is right here, what is truth, I think we're just playing into Russia's hands. Because ultimately, the next phase of the war, well, that's going to come down to the courage and fighting power of the Ukrainians and the assistance that we provide to them. And that was certainly a topic for our briefing series today. And I promised everyone earlier in the day that I would come into the space and I would share some of my insights. And Daryl and Alan, would this be a good time to maybe take 10 minutes? I just got home. I'm beat tired, but I love this community so much. I wanted to give you the hot wash right when I got home.
Serve it to us on a warm plate, Peter.
That's perfect, Daryl. Alrighty, so this was an off-the-record conversation, so I'm going to respect very much so those rules. I'm happy to share the perspectives that I offered. I'm certainly able to do that. And if you want to know more, you can look at the op-ed that we published just today in the National Interest. It's pinned to my timeline. Daryl, I think it was in the Nest for a while. I didn't see it recently, but I'd encourage everyone to go check that article out, because the point we make in this article is an important one. And our big thesis is that whatever happens tomorrow in the course of the Ukraine war, we have to prepare for a long economic war with Russia. And for me, one of the big takeaways in our briefing today, when we were laying out things like how to do more on oil sanctions, how to increase our use of secondary sanctions against Russia, all things we've laid out in our monograph and our op-ed, I was very encouraged by one big takeaway. And that is that there is still a strong bipartisan consensus inside Congress on both the Senate and the House side, and that there is still enough votes from both Republicans and Democrats to move legislation in support of Ukraine through both bodies. That's very important. Oftentimes in this space, we've talked about American domestic politics, and it has veered off into these wild speculative tangents about what about this and what about that person and what about this idea. And what I heard today was a very calm, very resolved view that, yes, there's still a strong bipartisan consensus that center is holding. And I think that's a very positive takeaway, a point of encouragement, and something we should never forget when we have these discussions in our community at the MriyaReport about the future of U.S. policy. The center is still holding. That's a big takeaway.
So, Peter, you were meeting specifically on Capitol Hill today with a committee staff. that can direct American sanctions against Russia. Is that right?
Well, I'm not going to say exactly who I was meeting with, but it was we'll call it a series of meetings on both the Senate and the House side. But yes, these were very important officers and staffers. For folks who kind of maybe are aware of how the sausage gets made, these are the shock troops, the frontline troops for the legislative process. These are the ones who are truly expert in their fields. They know what they're talking about. They understand sanctions. They know how to write the laws. And so what we were doing was sharing some of our insight, analysis, and recommendations for those next steps that the United States can and must take to tighten the screws on Russia and deny the Kremlin the means of waging war in the first place. And that's important.
And is the Senate, is the House, via its various committees, considering new sanctions laws? And can you give us a preview of what this legislation might look like?
Well, I can't preview it, but what I can do is share again some of my thoughts and reflections. One thing that stuck out to me is that yes, there's every office is keen to do something on sanctions, definitely something on China. The question is what can pass? Around which ideas is there enough bipartisan consensus to get legislation passed and get it onto the desk of the president for signing? And that's really the conundrum. Areas where I was really pushing and suggesting that they pay close attention to was not just on adding secondary sanctions for those countries or industries or companies that evade our oil sanctions, but let's look at the alternatives to SWIFT that Russia and Iran have set up. So again, that's this effort by Russia and Iran to set up their own way of moving money between their countries. This is the first step towards Putin's longstanding goal of creating an alternative to the dollar as the international reserve currency. Now, frankly, the dollar is a lot stronger than a small money shifting connection between Iran and Russia. But there are things we can do to slam the door on this effort, this alignment between Russia and Iran, and it's well in line with our current sanctions policy. But we haven't pulled the trigger on these mechanisms. The president has the authority. Congress has the will. This is something that I think is a no-brainer. And so it's those practical ideas, those practical solutions to big and complex problems that often make for the best legislative packages. And that's what I was offering that these offices consider closely. So we'll see what comes of it. But that's, again, how the policy dance is done.
Peter, just out of curiosity, I'm sorry, Alan. Peter, out of curiosity, when these people, they hear common sense solutions, because you guys, you gave a issue, you gave a synopsis, the issue boiled down, and then you gave a solution. What typically is their issue with the solutions? Is it that we are escalating, or we are, that would be, I don't know, it would be too rough on the Russians? What is typically the retorts you hear to common sense in that situation?
Well, believe it or not, there's this longstanding friction that exists between the State Department and Congress. It's as old as perhaps the State Department and Congress, where Congress empowers the executive branch to do something. And the State Department lawyers say, whoa, we're not sure we could do that. That seems too far outside of our mandate. We don't know if we have the legal authority to do that. And then Congress will go back and say, you absolutely do. We wrote the law. We wrote the law so that you would have the legal authority. Talk to your lawyers again. We know what we wanted you to do. And so when it comes to imposing sanctions on Russia, when it comes to interpreting a very important sanctions law called CATSA, I did get the sense that Congress really wants the administration to do more. I also got the sense that, it's not all bad for the administration. I mean, our whole assessment was, look, Biden's actions on sanctions, it's not an F. It's also not an A+. It's somewhere in the middle. Now is the time to take that next important step. And so, Daryl, in answer to your question directly, then I was very impressed by how much desire there was to do more, and also how creative some of the thinking could be. So that's a very good thing. And again, in that moment, it is a great opportunity to inject some actionable solutions, some actionable next steps that are totally in line with both what Congress and the administration want to do. That's the moment you take that next step, and it's why reports and articles that we wrote last week and published today can play such an important role. But I really was impressed with the eagerness, the professionalism, and the resolve of the individuals I spoke with today. Very impressed by it. I came away with more hope and more encouragement on my part for that next phase in our policy discussion.
Did what's the best way you see to sell it to the public in this case? You've done the salesmanship to Congress, but when they go to their prospective caucuses and to their people, what's the best way for them to approach this? Because for some, they don't understand if it may affect their business decisions, I guess you want to say, because they may be looking to the future of a rejoining of Russia to the economic sphere. Because yes, we know there are people out there are waiting on this. What is the best outlet for them to sell it, and what points do you see are the most viable to get public opinion? Because I really like the housing thing that we talked about.
Yeah, we talked about that. And money laundering is a big one. I think the financial angle, the banking sector angle, is an important one. This is something that can be done. It's something we have control over. But Daryl, to your more important question, I would refer us back to FDR and compare and contrast FDR with the bully pulpit today. Now, I absolutely think it would benefit President Biden's own administration. And I say this as a Republican, but someone who cares about Ukraine, someone who cares about the American public debate. I think the president can and should do a lot more to use his bully pulpit to explain to the American public what it is we're fighting for, why these costs. And there are costs to sanctions, why these costs are necessary to pay, why Ukraine's fight is our fight, why Russia is already attacking us in the economic sphere. If we don't realize we're in an economic war against Russia, well, we're late to the game because the Russians already believe they're in a war against us. You know, those kinds of things. Well, there was a president who did that many years ago. His name was FDR, and he was fighting a resistant American public as well. Remember, America in the run-up to World War II was a very inward-looking, navel-gazing country that didn't want to get involved in other people's wars. Okay, well, that's a good thing. However, some wars are necessary to fight. For some friends, it is absolutely crucial to assist them when the chips are down and they're in need. And that's what FDR did with his fireside chats. On a regular basis, he went to the American public and spoke like a plain old American to them, and he explained his thinking. And he didn't just give a speech, drop the mic, and leave. He did it again and again and again, and ever so slowly, he moved the needle and he helped Americans come to the realization, well, maybe Lend-Lease is a good idea. Maybe that if we're not going to get involved in a war, maybe we can provide equipment through Lend-Lease. And then FDR took one step further and he said neutrality, well, because remember, America was a neutral country at the time. And he said we can be neutral in fact, but that doesn't mean that we can be neutral in our moral actions, neutral in our minds, neutral in our hearts. And he called upon American companies to not be neutral in what they were doing to isolate and restrict Germany's war machine at the time. All of that underscored the importance of the bully pulpit, of the president speaking with the American public and explaining his thinking, explaining the stakes, explaining the costs and why they must be borne for our own national interests and the interests of our friends. So if there's one area where the White House can really step up, and frankly, I think this would help Biden politically, even with his own base. I think it would be beneficial, and yet he has not done so. But this is an opportunity. I don't say it as a criticism. It would be welcomed by both Republicans and Democrats. on the Hill.
So, Peter, just so our listeners understand, congressional staffs are bipartisan. There's a majority staff and a minority staff. In the Senate, the majority staff is Democratic. In the House, the majority staff is Republican. But did you find equal interest from majority and minority staffs in your meetings today about Ukraine and about tightening sanctions against Russia?
I did. Although it is interesting how things have changed. I was reminded about the intense debates over the so-called New START treaty with Russia. This is an arms control treaty that was hotly debated during the 2010s. It was eventually signed or ratified by the Senate, but during that discussion, there were many people on the Democratic side of the aisle who were opposed to really tightening the screws on Russia because, well, we have to get along with Russia. Aren't the Russians our partners? Shouldn't we be careful about overly antagonizing them? And many of those same voices are now totally on the side of being pro-Ukraine, being alive to the danger that Russia faces. And frankly, that's a good thing. My view is, hey, the center must hold. This is a coalition. Let's welcome everyone who wants to help our friends and push back against Russian aggression. Okay, that's good. But Alan, to your point, yes, the bipartisan consensus, and that's what I led with. That's why I think that's the big takeaway. There are enough votes. There is a bipartisan consensus. Yes, there are some members in Congress on both the left and the right who don't want to see this support go forward to continue. But there is enough of a consensus to get legislation done. The question is, what topics can we get passed? And that's where the horse trading is taking place. But that's also why I think imposing secondary sanctions on those who evade our oil sanctions, on those who try and evade the oil cap, pushing the G7 to coordinate a lower price for that cap, and then tightening the screws on sanctions evasion. So we're talking about running equipment into Russia, reactors or countries, and tightening the screws on Russia's counter SWIFT mechanism. So that's the way in which you can send money between countries, tightening the screws on that and imposing secondary sanctions on that. These are all things that are eminently doable, I believe. And so that was our message today. That's why I can speak freely about what I was recommending. And those recommendations are in the monograph. They're in our op-ed. And I was very encouraged by the response that I interpreted from our discussions. And I'll leave it there because I don't want to break that important confidence. It is important to keep things off the record, but I came away very encouraged, and that's very good.
And Peter, we will get both your op-ed today and your full report, the Ruble Rumble, back up in the nest, so people can get informed by reading those. And without asking you to break confidence, and I understand the value of confidence on Capitol Hill. I mean, we do know the committees on the Senate side and House side that might be responsible for introducing legislation about sanctions, foreign relations, finance, various oversight committees. And again, these are split between Democratic majority staffs, Republican majority staffs, between the Senate and the House. Just in terms of shaping future legislation about sanctions aimed against Russia, would they also be a model of sanctions that could be used against China?
100% yes. In fact, I can absolutely say my main recommendation was that if you frame these Russian sanctions in terms of China, if you draw that connection, you'll get a lot more flies with honey than you will with vinegar. And there was a resounding positive response to that. Everyone understands that. And at this point in time, it seems like every member of Congress wants to have a piece of China legislation with their name attached to it. So some of you in this community pointed out just how applicable the sanctions recommendations we have towards Russia are towards China. And that was the theme and a point that I was trying to underscore. And I thought it was very well received. Again, I was very encouraged by the bipartisan spirit. by the fact that there still are the votes to get Ukraine support packages through, and there is interest in examining, even by those who are perhaps skeptical of Ukraine's financial support, military support, they are interested in examining Russian sanctions as an additional step that America can take, and that's where the discussion needs to be. That's why we were there, and that's why I end today very much more encouraged than when I started. And that's cool.
So, Peter, even though you were on the Hill today talking about sanctions, did you get any questions or have any discussion about how the war in Ukraine is going?
No, we did not. We didn't have an opportunity. Again, sometimes you have to remember these are very brief meetings. If these went longer than anticipated, which is always a good sign, but we did not have the time or scope to get into that. I would just, and I'm going to have to tip the hat and bow out here because it is at the end of a very long day for me, and I have a Hungarian Wisla who does want to go on her evening walk, which reminds me she is entitled to under the Geneva Convention. So I have to get going here, but we did not get a chance to talk about that topic, Alan. It is certainly top of mind for me. I know it's top of mind for everyone in the United States, certainly on the Hill, but we didn't have an opportunity. That said, there is a clear and I would say very impressive understanding that we must deny Russia the ability to wage its war of aggression against Ukraine, and they're taking those next important steps of tightening the sanctions, closing the loopholes, and preventing Russia from creating counter systems to our Western-led financial institutions. Those are absolutely important next steps, and I believe they're doable. And so now I would encourage everyone to contact your member of Congress or your member of Parliament in Europe and let them know I support this, and I want you to support it as well.
Thank you very much, Peter. I know this has been a long day for you. I know what long days on the Hill are like, and I appreciate your giving us time.
And that was, by the way, Alan, a masterful recitation of exactly who would have oversight and a mandate to cover what. So you were correct in that assessment, but I'll say no more.
Well, Congress can be Byzantine, but if you've worked there, you understand what all the detours are and what all the hidden trails are. So I do appreciate your time, Peter. It's always great to see you and hear from you, and I really applaud your work. Imposing more serious sanctions on Russia and preparing a model to impose sanctions on China is extraordinarily important.
Absolutely. And hold on 1 second here. Let me get the phone right. Absolutely. And thank you, Alan. Thank you, Daryl. I'm going to drop down to listener. I love having you guys in the co-host seats. I love cooking dinner, listening to you talk, listening to you bring up members of our community. So keep it up, guys. I'm very happy to listen to you now for the rest of the evening.
Thank you, Peter. And I hope you enjoy. Bon appetit.
So, Daryl, we have a whole bunch of hands and some folks also trying to come up. I think we have a full panel at the moment. But I believe the order of hands, and we've lost a couple, I understand that, but it's Sussex. G-Man, you had your hand up. I think it would be Sussex, G-Man, and Michael. Sussex, go ahead, please.
Good evening, guys. I hope you're all doing well. Solidarity with everybody. Happy Christmas or happy holidays. I think Americans say that. I just saw the British Army waving and respecting. If you saw the video of the Ukrainians leaving in the UK and the military waving at them, and that was amazing. I really cried watching that video, wishing the Ukrainian forces all the best, as they go back to Ukraine in Britain, stuff like that. And I was just wondering, with so many misinformation, in here, like, all over the website and stuff like that, where's the best place to be like up to date on what's happening in Ukraine in a way like that? Where to find it? That sort of information to be like, oh, okay, this is what's happening, so you don't get so lost in the sort of misinformation campaigns that's happening across the web from the Russian bots and all the other stuff, you know what I mean? And I was wondering if you guys knew where's the best place to do that and stuff like that. And I just want to say, like, the United Kingdom are right behind Ukraine, and we will be, what's happening there, we will be there, and we come in Ukrainian friends in the UK now. So anyway, yeah, that's what I was wanting to know. Thank you.
Well, the best place, Sussex, is right here at MriyaReport. You can get the best news here, the most verified news right here. And when you follow us, you can also find tweets from other reliable sources. But the other thing you hear at MriyaReport, you cannot hear any other place, is analysis by experts. And you can hear Ukrainian voices. You put those two things together, and you do have a complete view, as much as it can be delivered, a complete view of what's happening in Ukraine and what's happening in the battlefield. So I think you found the right place to be. It's MriyaReport. Just stay with us and retweet this space and bring others here who need the same information you need, who have the same curiosity you have. And honestly, that's the best I can say. I mean, I could also say, follow Thomas Tyner, follow Mick Ryan, Ben Hodges, follow John Spencer, Chuck Farrer. They are all frequent guests here at MriyaReport. And so that's why I encourage you to stay here and follow our experts. Does that help you? Well, I'm going to.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Sussex. So I only see Michael with a hand up. So please go ahead.
Hi, Alan. Am I audible?
Yes, loud and clear.
Well, first, I just want to thank all of you. This has been the most enjoyable involvement in sort of open source intelligence discussions that I've ever had in my lifetime. And I'm a 25-year veteran of the IC and the DoD. This is just a remarkable platform, and hats off to everyone, all the contributors, whether the experts or people that are just inquisitive. But I wanted to kind of, if you don't mind, go back, kind of rewind the tape a little bit to, I think Daryl was having a conversation, I believe it was maybe Aaron, talking about these leaks. And now what I'm going to say is it's strictly opinionated. And I think we all have this same opinion, which is, when you see something, you have to have a bit of caution and read it carefully. But what I'm trying to bring forward here is there are ways for people who are not used to evaluating information to go out and learn. And I'm not trying to insult anyone's intelligence, right? This is sort of just a tip. There actually is a document out there online, and I think it's from 2009, 2010. I don't know how it got online, but it's actually called Tradecraft Primer. And it's about evaluating what we in the business call the QOI, the quality of information. And it is fantastic. It's a short read. It's not a novel. It's basically 3 chapters, probably, I don't know, 10 pages a piece. But for people who are interested in trying to figure out whether these leaks are real, whether what Russia's saying is real, what we're saying is real, you can start, if you use these techniques that are laid out in this document called the Tradecraft Primer, you can figure out the quality of the information pretty easily. Now, it does take some practice, right? It has everything from like diagnostic techniques, contrarian techniques, imagining thinking techniques. So you have to kind of get yourself in the mindset of, okay, I'm listening to something on the news, or a friend just told me something, or I heard something on this forum or that forum, and what do I believe? And so you can do these things that are listed here. Key assumptions check, quality of information check, information or signposts of change, analysis of competing hypotheses. Then it goes into more detail, and I don't want to deep dive it, like devil's advocacy. And then you can, if you're in a group, you can do team A versus team B, write down your competing hypotheses about what you heard in the news, what you saw on Twitter. There's brainstorming, outside in thinking, red team analysis, and so on and so forth. But I'm just bringing this forward because I know everyone is so interested in A, these leaks, but B, what we're seeing on in the information space. And this forum here is a fantastic dagger to the heart of Russian disinformation, because we're putting it out there, including what I just said, including what everybody else has said since this forum was started. It's a counter to what these evil motherfuckers, pardon my French, that have what is astounding to me. I'm not a Cold Warrior. I'm a veteran of the Gulf War. So I suppose that takes me back close to the Cold War. But it's astounding to me how backward thinking, that is, that we assume that we are forward thinking and rightful thinking. It's astounding to me how backward the Russians are. Now, whether they believe what they're saying or not is one thing, but they're just being spoon-fed this, actually shovel-fed by the mouthfuls. And I know it's frustrating. It's frustrating for me. I know it's frustrating for everyone on here to see this stuff that is emanating out of Russia. But if we keep this up, I think the information space, information dominance, information warfare, it's a thing. It's a thing in our own media. It's a thing around the world. But we are making a very positive contribution. And I'm grateful for having the opportunity to speak. And with that, I'll shut up.
Thank you very much, Michael. I think that is one of our most important missions here at MriyaReport. That is diffusing Russian disinformation. But I'm also interested in with your training in quality of information and various kinds of tradecraft. How would you assess these leaks that have been published?
Well, of course, anything I say is speculation, right? It's my opinion. But we have to view it. I view it, so I'll speak for myself. I believe the truth is usually somewhere in the middle. I believe there's a purpose for this stuff coming out. It might have been intentionally leaked. It might have been, let me just back up to the unintentionally leaked. And speaking from working inside sensitive compartmented information facilities for my career. Number one, these documents, I don't want to speak to these documents. Any classified document is viewable only inside of a SCIF. Now, they get transmitted over very highly secure networks from agency to agency and organization to organization, even out into the theater of battle, to operations commands, and so on and so forth. My point is, how would these things get photographed in the first place? In today's world, with everyone having a cell phone, if you show up at the National Reconnaissance Office, if you show up at CIA as an employee, as a contractor, NSA, NGA, pick your agency, pick any place you want to go in Canada, in the Five Eyes community, you're not bringing a method of photographing something inside the workspace. You check your phone in the car. You don't bring your phone into work. Absolutely disallowed. So let's go to like thumb drives and copying things. Many years ago, back in the the early 2000s. I worked. You absolutely every computer system was replaced. They took out the DVD drives. You got back in the day when you had terminals, computers at each desk. That's all gone away now. Now it's all in a server farm somewhere. But back in the day, they also disabled the USB ports. But that's a thing of the past. So there is really, unless you are super sleuthy, there is no way to copy something onto a drive. Well, I would never say no way, but you get my point. These organizations are sanitized.
Michael, after Reality Winner, a lot of that stuff, they made sure of it. Am I correct?
You are correct. Absolutely. So you can't walk in with a thumb drive. You can't walk in with a cell phone. You can't use a thumb drive because there are no terminals. All you have is displays, and everything is network hardwire farm, probably not on site. So it's a mystery to me. What I think we're in the midst of is a huge information operation. So if you back up to the 50,000 foot level and look at these documents, which I've paid really no credence to. I mean, I just don't really, because I'm still active, and so I'm not even allowed to say give an opinion on it, and so I'm not even really supposed to even look at them, because to do so means I need to go report them to somebody. But of course, it's already reported. But the point is, it's out there. I think we're in the midst of a huge information dominance campaign. That's my opinion. I can't know the facts, but I would just urge people to go search out that document I mentioned, Tradecraft Primer, learn how to evaluate information, and it sort of gives you a perspective like, holy shit, we're looking at something that's massive here, and right in the midst of a major expected campaign on the part of the Ukrainians. It does not surprise me that this came out. It's very interesting. And I think, Daryl, I think you had this, I think you said it, but it does not really affect the operational intentions of Ukraine. All it does is mess with the minds of the opposition.
Michael, I think that is exactly right. And I just want to interrupt here because John Spencer is with us. I don't know how much time he has. I expect it to be limited, but I really want to move to John and to say welcome home from your recent trip to Ukraine.
Well, thanks, Alan. I really appreciate that, and I got a red flag message that my brother from another mother, Chuck, was unable to do bullet points, and if I could stop by, although I am no replacement for Chuck at all, but happy to be here, happy to be back. Had a wonderful, amazing trip, only because of our network in the MriyaReport, people like Verlaine, Axel, Yehuda, and others making my trip and the fruits of the trip are still continuing. I have a few more interviews that are just remote, but were established while I was there. So happy to be here. And I do have about 15 minutes I can pop on before picking the kid up from the next activity.
Well, John, while we have you here, I have a specific question for you. Alexei Reznikov published an opinion piece today in the New Voice of Ukraine. And he's talking about 3 deficiencies the Russians have. One is, as he calls it, the first shortage the Russians have is a human one. And he goes back to the original invasion of Ukraine. And he writes, the Russians lost their military elite in droves when they marched headlong into Kyiv's defenses in February, March, and April last year. For example, in Hostomel, they lost an elite paratrooper unit, the preparation of which took 10 to 15 years. And so Reznikov is speaking directly to the depletion of elite Russian forces. I know you have studied the Battle of Kiev, as you call it. It's the battle that saved Ukraine. What can you tell us about this elite unit of Russian paratroopers? Was it completely destroyed as they attacked Hostomel, and has it been reconstituted?
No, that's a great question, and I have studied that. Most of that 200-ish formation, and everybody has to understand that, we call the VDV the paratroopers, but it's actually different than most Western paratroopers or paras, which are kind of an elite infantry, and that's what I served in, and airborne ranger units that are part of the overall army, the land force, whatever the name is. Where the Russian VDV is a separate component. It's its own military formation, so it's its own funding stream, leadership, training, everything. It's more analogous to our Green Beret Special Forces than it is kind of a paratrooper unit. So yeah, that was really the joint forcible entry into Hostomel and the Antov airport that we saw. Everybody saw it. They were interviewed that morning by CNN, but most of that force, most of that 200, 2-company battalion element was destroyed, to include a brigade commander. And I agree with that assessment of the writing, which sounds fascinating. That takes 15, 10, depending on the formation and then the different ranks, as Daryl will know, the different ranks that are in that, which usually older people who have served. They're not conscripts in any form. They're professional soldiers, and Russia doesn't have that many of those, and that was eliminated. But there are also guard, the elite guard unit, the tank guard unit that was eliminated in and around Bucha as well. I absolutely agree. I mean, I thought it was going to go a little bit more expanded. And what I'm really gathering as I continue to go back to Ukraine is that you can't look at the war, a military formation against a military formation, and start counting brigades. And what destroyed the Russian military at the Battle of Kiev was Ukrainian military, Ukrainian special forces, Ukrainian second mechanized brigade, Ukrainian National Guard. But it was tens of thousands of Ukrainians standing up as well and being a part of the destruction of all these forces. And it wasn't just the VDV, but absolutely the VDV, the core element, the best of their best, was completely erased. And I interviewed people who their body was actually, they were captured in Hostomel that next day, because the Ukrainians only held, they counterattacked, destroyed most of the VAV and pulled off. So the mountain formations came, and some of the Ukrainians were captured as prisoners of war, and their job was to go around and police up the VDV bodies on Hostomel airfield and pile them into piles, and there were many.
John, how would you assess the Russian forces in the field right now?
Yeah, that's a hard one. There's a bell curve of formations from the Wagner prisoners, literally with zero training, to the Mobics, people who were mobilized and literally captured on the streets and sent forward. Some of them with 3 days of training and 3 bullets fired, and they were sitting in Severodonetsk from mobilization to literally 3 or 4 days later. Two, more mechanized, still coherent formations. So the assessment, of course, is that they're not up to the task just by the sheer quality and quantity of them. And look, quantity does have its own quality, but even in the scale of the reduced objectives that are Russia's in Ukraine today, with the Donbass and holding on to Crimea and holding on to other parts of the South that they currently hold, they don't have enough formations. They have lost enough quality formations. And of course, there is learning on the job, and you do gain experience in combat. Lose a lot of officers, then you still have the backbone, what we call the backbone. There's non-commissioned officers. But, you know, really to have an assessment, you have to break it down by unit and by icon, then do an assessment of conscripts, contracted soldiers, officers, time in service. And there's just such a bell curve, but they're not up to the task that they're trying to accomplish. And oh, by the way, we're all waiting with bated and holding our breaths, even with these leaks to the Ukrainian counteroffensive. And the leaks just, you know, it explains some of the things we didn't know with the exact formations, like the 82nd Air Assault Element with the Strikers and the Bradleys and the spin fitting with this Western weapons. But I agree with the assessment I heard when I just joined that, yeah, that's unfortunate. And that's what you don't want to happen. It doesn't, we can send loudspeakers and tell Russians who's coming after them. It ain't going to improve their performance. It isn't going to improve their logistics. The Ukrainian hammer is about to fall on, and we don't know where. And I'm glad the leaks, and even if the leaks did say, then you just change it. The comparison is so drastic that it's really hard to explain, where Russians are just filling the gaps with conscripts and with newly trained formations and trying to put together formations. But like even in Volodar, when they have a coherent force, they're sacrificing them. And when people start losing jobs, that's when you know that the Russians actually cared about those formations. Where some human ways they don't. But when people like in the Volodar massacre, and they firing Russian officers because of it, then you know that was some of their last coherent, good fighting formations, and you just sacrifice them versus the human waves in other locations. So it's a tough, complex question, but clear disparity in the two. But all war is hell, and the cost to the Ukrainians is still, and nothing in the leaks. I don't know if I agree with the leaks and the percentage of casualties lost, but every day that we don't and I hope this is what comes out of the leaks personally. You didn't ask me this question. I'm just just upset about it. I hope the leaks show our political leaders that despite the best military advice, we haven't given the Ukrainians what they need to accomplish either task of defending themselves, to defend the civilians and infrastructure, or the task of forcing the Russian military to culminate and allow the sovereignty of Ukraine to be reestablished. Those documents, what they tell me, and whether I believe in that it was just a disgruntled joint staffer, that I do think it's possible to get the information out, but they actually tell me more about how much I think we're not doing for Ukraine.
So, John, we do have a couple of hands. I really appreciate your being with us tonight. I have one more question for you, then I'll go to hands for you. My question is this. Having just recently been in Ukraine and conducted interviews to push forward your studies about this war, is there one interview, is there one Ukrainian soldier you met with and spoke with that stands out in your mind and you will carry with you into the books you'll be writing and into your life?
That's a hard one, and I still, to include the mayor of Kyiv, but to date, the most inspiring interview I've done, and there's been many, and this time I met with a guy named Starsky, which is his call sign, who's a very close friend of our friend Verlaine. He's a legend, has his own YouTube channel in English. You should check him out. He's with the 4th Rapid Reaction Brigade. Starsky was amazing, but I was so inspired by my interview, and I interviewed Chef Zhenga about his role in the Battle of Kyiv, and about how do you feed a city of 3 million when it's basically besieged by the second most powerful military on paper. That interview touched me in many ways because of not just what he had done, but the ideals he has to help the Ukrainian military help itself in providing the Ukrainian soldier a nutritious daily meal, and understanding that nutrition, sleep, and activity are the keys to a soldier's performance, both physically and emotionally and mentally. His interview, which I did write about, even since I've been back, I wrote an article about Chef Zanga, and I'm currently circulating it in a couple, this thing you have to do when you want to publish something in a major newspaper, explaining this warrior chef, this chef who is doing more than cooking. His ideals of creating a profession of cooking in the Ukrainian military, which isn't there. So I think you, Alan, would just love. You just have to have the right. I just happened to ask the right question to just let him talk. And I know we've had him on the space, but because my questions were related to my research, I was able to pull on threads I just couldn't have imagined about the fact that because of the Soviet era and the Sovietization of everything, they're basically putting everything in an assembly line. It had removed the cultural practice of people cooking in Ukraine. And while grandmothers are a huge family cultural aspect of feeding Ukrainian families, and it's a soup-based diet and things like that, but the actual Soviets had ruined the capability to have a trade craft of bakers and cooks and other things, which then gets reflected into the military, where you have frontline Ukrainian military formations not knowing how to cook for themselves, not knowing about field sanitation. And we can watch these daily videos of Chef Zanga's where he's just cooking like stuff I would love to eat. Although he made me eat cow brains, which I didn't want to eat, but you do these things out of respect. But my interview with him, bar none, both trips, and I met some just heroes and inspiring people, but his interview touched me in a unique way just because of, I think he not only has had an impact, but he has the potential to have a greater impact on the Ukrainian military than any general I've ever met.
Wow, that is a great answer. I really hope you get that article published. I can't wait to read it. I want to be a fly on the cow brains while you conduct that interview, because I want to hear all the questions. I want to hear all the answers. You are so lucky, John, to be able to conduct this research in Ukraine. And again, respect for your time here tonight. We have some hands up, and we're going to go to Raver, to George, to G-Man, to Doc. Raver, go ahead, please.
Hey, Colonel. So, real quick, just like to bounce an idea I have off of you because you're actually a trained military officer. But looking at the Ukrainian ability to reach deep behind the Russian lines, I've been under the assumption that there's probably a beaten zone behind the Russians from about 25 to say 70 kilometers that they can't really mass reserves in, and that space is going to provide the Ukrainians time when they do their breaching operations to get through that fortified zone. What do you think of my thinking? Do you think I'm over the target, or do you think I've shot wide?
No, I think that's close, Raver. I mean, of different fire systems that you would use in order to support you to break through to any defensive line, that 70-kilometer kind of, but there's some really interesting, and I think you guys, and I wish we had CJ, some stuff coming in. It's just whether it's enough of a scale that the new guided projectiles, and don't quote me on the name of it, but I just was involved in a conversation recently talking about this ability to push that beaten zone out past the 70-kilometer consistently. But it's all about not only range but quantity. So I think you're spot on. I think that 70-kilometer, and that's why I think General Hodges just did a really, friend of the space, a really great interview talking about that, where the 70-kilometer became the new measurement, and the Russians backed up behind it in many locations, and we failed to give them. But there's been a recent change, and if those munitions can come in enough quantity, I didn't see anything in the leaked papers about those projectiles, but that would change that metric. But I think you're on there. This is both the art and the science of maneuver warfare. So the science is pretty straightforward, and both sides know it. But then you get to the art of employment of masking, and I was really fascinated. Again, probably I just haven't been in the space enough about the reporting on the number of counter radar systems that Ukraine had just within the last few weeks been targeting to take out, which is clearly in preparation to be able to get things in range of places you want to go without being detected by counter battery radar. So that has become a priority target for Ukrainian forces, and they've had great success on reducing the number of those in the theater, which is fascinating if you're looking at the kind of the chessboard and what you need and all the different things you need, but also in the art and science of these two. So there's the math, and then there's the employment art of maneuver. And I just found that as a really interesting tidbit of, oh, that's interesting. Those have been really targeted in the last few weeks, and they've been very successful at taking those out. If I was Russians, I'd be really, really worried about that, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Raver. On to George, G-Man, and Doc. George, go ahead.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Colonel Spencer, I got two quick questions for you. Everybody talks about, the defensive lines that the Russians have set up, and how they might be an issue for the Ukrainians launching an offensive. But I want to speak to the fact that did I lose sound, Alan?
No, Daryl, I can hear you. Maybe you can't hear George, but George, continue, please.
Okay. I'm just kind of perplexed because we haven't seen the Russians be able to engage in anything but very small objectives, right? They command of an overall battle space is lacking. We know they don't have obviously any. If they had an NCO corps, that's a lot of those guys are gone. Same with their junior officers. I'm sorry, I can't remember your history in the U.S. Army, but at one point, obviously, you were a lieutenant and then a captain. Can you speak on to how important not only yourself being in your unit, but your other junior officers, your other first and second lieutenants, and obviously the NCO, especially guys that have been in the service for 5 to 10 years, and how they helped you when you needed to make a command decision? Can you speak on that?
Sure, absolutely. So, just as a reminder, so I came in as a private. I went to sergeant first class. Uniquely, then transferred over to OCS, became an officer, and served as lieutenant up to major. And then once I retired, part of the things I do with the National Guard, a colonel. So I can definitely talk to that, but this is the understanding of a military organization. And clearly, you understand it, Daryl. All the military people understand that. There's not the way our system is built. There's not one person who makes or breaks a formation. It's made up of very complex organizational model, which includes private with 18 months in, specialist, buck sergeants with 4 to 6 years, all the way up to a sergeant first class who has 14 to 20 years in, and then you have the lieutenant who's had a certain 4 years of training or something like that, and you get up to the captain, and the captain has what is that, 5 to 7 years in. When you get to major, and then there's some parity with the non-commissioned officers. But so when you're actually in a combat zone, and I talk about this in my book, even as a captain, in commanding in Baghdad, even though I had had 16 years of military experience, I still could not be successful in my role without non-commissioned officers paired with me to be that aid in decision making, tactical planning, technical expertise. And I took a tank and Bradley company, so I had zero technical expertise. I relied strongly on like a staff sergeant, master gunner who had decade of experience in a single platform. It's just and that's why he's called a master gunner. He's been to school, he knows everything about it. In the Russian system, there are multiple weaknesses organizationally where they don't have those redundancies and that strength and a variety of experiences and expertise, that it doesn't all rely on the officer. So like if you're in a defensive line and you have an officer making the decision, he's making the decision with very limited experience and knowledge. He's been to the academy, whatever that is, for depending on what his commissioning source and things like that are. So he has like 4 years, and their system is not made up to where they have this collaborative decision making process, which is what a Western model is. You listen to the advice of your non-commissioned officers because they have more experience. You still are in charge and you make the decision, you own the responsibility. But under the stress of combat, this is where it all gets exposed, to where one person cannot be the only person assessing the situation and making a decision. That's the uniqueness, that is the strength of the Western professional military system, where the Russians, you take out the officer, you take out the warrant officer, maybe there's some people that have been around for a long time, but it's just not going to be work as effective under the test of high intensity combat. Even in the defensive trench lines, when stuff starts to go wrong and the chaos and the fog and the friction, they're not going to be able to, and we saw this in the Kharkiv offensive, respond to surprises. And it becomes a really every man for himself. And that's where you get formations that abandon positions. You get formations that you have to have a blocking force behind them whose only job is to shoot the people in front of them. That's all weaknesses in will to fight, organizational models, things like that. So hopefully I covered it, but
No,
absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you, Colonel. And one more quick question, because I think you were mentioning it, but those ground launch small diameter bombs, right, that are going to be coming out of a HIMARS system or MLRS system. Now, give or take, we're talking about 140 to 150 kilometer range. There are rumors that the Ukrainians have them. I think the Ukrainians haven't really used them because they don't want to tip their hand. Wouldn't it be a great idea for the Ukrainians, obviously, if they have them, to not tip their hand to the Russians? And then the Russians think that their exclusion zone is 70 to 80 kilometers in regards to Gimbers. They start setting up ammo depots, and then the night of the offensive or 2 days before the offensive, they start vaporizing ammo dumps that are 115, 120 kilometers from the front line.
Absolutely. That would be a game changer at the tactical level, and something that we would dream of, but hope that nobody knows about.
Thank you.
Thank you, George. G-Man, and then Doc Bites. G-Man, go ahead.
Good evening, Colonel John. I watched the video that was published of your account of the Battle of Kiev. It was very impressive. A couple of questions or observations. The question, I think, is, could you narrow down or point to the most significant thing that the Ukrainians did to enable them to win that battle? And then the second point would just be, or a question, because I can't quite remember, how many bridges did they take down? Because I think that was an amazing feat. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So I'll give you a couple things that I think were scale tipping. But if you want, thanks for the presentation. And really, that was a presentation that I had to prepare before this last visit. So it'll be even better after the next visit, the ability to tell the story and understand what's hit the scale. I mean, if you watch the brief, it is a bit of luck and death by 1,000 cuts. Clearly, one of the things I think from a let's say if I'm just talking to military people, the Ukrainians had established a intelligence fusion capability called Delta before the war through a private company utilized by the military. And then once the war happened, within days, I met one of the heads of this company, Erika, put that backbone of this intelligence fusion system to work. But also because you had 10, and this is, I think, and I had this talk with somebody recently, that understanding culture is that you had tens of thousands of highly educated, highly motivated Ukrainians stand up on February 25th and say, how can I help? Well, some people are not good at shooting. Some people are better at intelligence analysis. So with this backbone fusion device, the Delta system, they were able to then integrate, and they had TAAs or kind of zones of responsibility all across the city within a day, and then intermediate fusion centers. So that way they could take a drone feed, a private like bank security camera, a highway camera, and have it fed into these fusion centers and fed into the main fusion centers, and then have a decision of what to do with limited resources, whether that's to reinforce Hostomel, reinforce Machoon, establish a ambush in Skyburn. One of the things that was the tipping point going on in the background is this intelligence fusion. And I'm not a big believer in that artificial intelligence will solve all of our problems in the future. You actually need people looking at things. This is one of the, and when I asked this question, like, well, how big did your big did these things grow? He's like, I don't know. Got a lot of people. But to do that rapidly, you needed a very large cohort of intelligent, motivated, committed people to work this all-seeing citywide eye. I think that was a huge part of the success of the Ukrainians that I don't really touch in that briefing as much, that I will further develop into the briefing. What was the second question?
I think it was to do with the bridges, or how many bridges did they take down?
Yeah, that's a great. So the number I briefed in the briefing is 300, right? But
it's just incredible.
John, I may have lost my audio or your audio.
No, John, I can't hear John either. I know he was in the wind there for a second.
Yeah,
John, can you hear us?
I think we lost him.
Well, let's wait. Hopefully, John can come back. It's great to have him here tonight, and I really appreciate his time because it was a last minute arrangement. John, can you hear us? So I don't think John can hear us. I think he's lost his audio. And that leaves Doc out in the cold. But Doc, if you want to ask your question, go ahead. Maybe John can hear it, and maybe John will be able to rejoin us and answer it.
Sure. It's a good idea, Alan. So, I was in Desert Storm, and so I didn't have to deal with some of the horrific stuff that we saw in Afghanistan and Iraq. And John certainly did have to see some of that. And I wanted his thoughts on how, as a captain, he helped his soldiers and families and others deal with what they were seeing coming out of the horrific behavior of ISIS, and how that relates to today. And I hate to be a downer on this, but there's so many people I know that are hurting so much. I am too, seeing what we saw today.
Did I mute myself that whole talk?
I'm afraid you did, John.
Hello?
Yeah,
We can hear you, John. It's just we were speaking to you and we couldn't hear anything. Your mic was on. You had muted yourself. Hello, John. We lost you again.
Yeah, John, I think you're having mic problems, but just try to unmute yourself and keep talking if you can, because we love to have you here. John.
Good stretch, Alan.
Yeah, John Spencer, try to
We
unmute.
love to have you here. No, anyway, Alan, that was my question, right? Because it's something that's so painful to so many people today that I thought John might have a perspective on helping our listeners on how to deal with seeing something like that, even talking about and hearing about something like that, because, he's had that experience.
Great question, Doc. We're going to try to get John reconnected. Just give me a moment to do that. And Daryl, I'm going to hand it back to you.
All right. One of the things I wanted to ask him about was, okay, from the time that he's been there, there's been a lot of changes, a lot of growth, rebuilding in some places. And I was just wondering, as he was walking through these cities, was there any afterthought of the way they had to defend these cities now, then? Did they put anything into the development of the city going forward? Whether it be making sure that there are clear avenues, or that there are, just different aspects you wouldn't think of in a normal city, but in a city that they had to rebuild after a war. Was there anything that went into the thought process for defense, for offense, even in that respect, in the rebuilding of these cities? And so, it's not necessarily something that you would point out, but it would be things that you could probably take notice of. The way the top of the buildings may be made, where how much access to the roofs are given, all those kind of things. So that's the kind of stuff I would be wondering about. The defense of the cities, because everything is, in these urban centers, the underground. What did he see in the undergrounds of these cities? If he was able to, if they, took him into the underground of some of these cities, the shelters, and what did he notice was a plus, and what did he think was a minus in these centers that they were using and holding up people and keeping the cities alive while under bombardment and etc. So, who do I have? Nuclei, good evening. I see you're here.
Hi, hello, my friends. How are you doing?
Good.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump a little bit to talk with you today. And I have a few hours of free time, especially after all the events today. From what we saw from the Wagner that executed, it's probably a foreign volunteer, by the way, from ex-Soviet Union, probably Belarusian, from what I know.
What? So where you at? So where are you at right now? In the theater? Or?
I'm half the Afghan direction. That's where I'm stationed at the moment. I won't specify the city, the village, whatever.
No. I was were in theater or were you Israel at the moment? That's all.
No, I was in Israel for 3 weeks for my rehabilitation at October, but I get back after that to Ukraine, and I'm at the front since then.
Okay. Let me ask you. Fighting's been intense all over in the three main battles. Nuka, can you mute yours? It's giving me a lot of feedback here. Okay. There's been a lot of intense fighting across different battle spaces. And, we're getting, bits and pieces. We see the lines moving back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. From your perspective on the ground, how intense are these? Is it getting close to hand in certain cases, or is it there's still fields of fire between you?
No, we're getting right now like some position we changing hands 5 or 6 times a day. Yeah, for example, in Abdeka, like, and it's position that's going on from 100 to 200 meters max. We're just killing each other, literally with insane numbers from both sides. We have a lot of losses, unfortunately, also. It's the most intense fighting since the beginning of the war, from my perspective. Like hundreds of killed in 2-3 days. It's not something that I saw before.
In the Russian troops, do they seem to be better quick kitted, or is there anything you're seeing? More night vision devices, better armor?
Right now in Avdiivka, we mostly face their elite forces, the VDV and their their special forces. I forget the name for them. Geru. How is the name in English? It's like CIA kinda. They're special forces. They fighting one. That's the one that's fighting against us. But yeah, they have a good equipment. But it doesn't matter. Everyone died. One bullet is enough.
I like how you put that. Bullet is enough. So when they're going, as you guys are defending, what's determining? What's the determining factor of where you guys are defending? I mean, I know that can, if it's too far into the weeds, let me know. But it seems that you guys have basically have lines that you're holding. They come so far, but then you push them back. Is that something you guys are purposely doing, or is this something that is just a natural flow of the battle?
It depends. My unit responsibility, without any, it's not something secret. If we lose position, we need to take it back. We're the one that taking off of that. Like if the regular TDF, the territorial defense, is losing their position, we're the ones that's responsible to take it back. So it's a daily for us. We are just right now. It's a grind meter, seriously. Like no regards to anyone. A lot of artillery and infantry mostly. APCs, tanks, all the armor right now is out of the picture. Mostly it's now artillery and infantry fighting, like 90% in my area. Maybe in other areas like Bakhmut, Kremenka is different. I don't know. But in Donbass and South, it's mostly infantry because the Russians just lost most of their armor here.
Did they lose it? Did they misplace it? Put it somewhere? Like I lose my keys, or?
No, we just destroyed most of it.
Obviously, I'm joking.
They're just driving now on our fields, like in open terrain. So fuck them. We're just annihilating them. No, we don't care anymore about anything.
And nor should you. Alan and Daryl, sorry for jumping in. I was accidentally joined the wrong space and was brought up to another Mario Nofo. I did a space with him recently. Quite people are it's hopping. The space is hopping, is it not, Alan?
Yes, the space is popping Yehuda, but it's kind of a false pop because it could be bots. But great to see you. Haven't seen you in a while, and it's great to hear from you and to have you here with Nuclei. John is not going to rejoin us tonight, but he'll be back hopefully on Thursday. But Yehuda, go ahead, please.
Well, thanks, Alan. Yeah, a lot of stuff's going on. I think people are all, some people are talking about the Pentagon Papers, a strange leak. Was it on purpose? Was it an accident? Was it a disgruntled employee who thought that they don't like Russia, but they just don't like giving stuff to Ukraine? It's kind of where I fall. It's one of those weird situations where, gosh, first of all, I didn't know that Joint Chiefs of Staff briefings had so many pictures in them. A lot of pictures. I don't know if you saw those. A lot of pictures. I've actually not seen any briefings with pictures, but that's fine. God bless our American friends. If you could, I'd love to say, can we say retweet the space? Let people know we're here. Is there 9,000 people here? My eyes did they deceive me?
So, yeah, the statistics say 9,000 people, but I don't think they're 9,000 real people. The realest people we have are you, Daryl, Doc, G-Man, George, David, Bearded Brit, Michael, and Nuclei. Those are really real people.
Well, you know what? I'd like to think we're all real until proven otherwise. Listen, MriyaReport, we've been here for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for well over a year. And some people might say that's crazy. And it is. Speaking about Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, the genocide the Russians have committed, obviously, I do want to point out, because I've gotten an abnormal amount of messages. There is a video circulating. It's historical. It's not current, I don't think, but it doesn't really matter, of the Russians beheading a Ukrainian, similar to ISIS and all sorts of other bad people. Don't recommend you watch it. Don't recommend you hurt yourself by doing it. People ask me to look. I won't look at it. It's a war crime. It's disgusting, and it only solidifies and it makes more concrete in my mind, and I'm sure others, that it is so imperative to support Ukraine. That means if you are, I hope there are 9,000 people today, go speak to your locally elected representatives. Let them know what you think. If you're not sure, just give MriyaReport a listen to for more time. If you've not listened, get the goods. We are fighting a genocidal regime of our century, and it seems that Mr. Putin wants to outdo Mr. Hitler. But I think that all the good people who listen, we'd all agree that we won't let that happen. If we have to sit on this soapbox for 100 years more, we can do that. So we need to focus on what's important. We need to focus on shedding light, advocating for Ukraine. Advocating for Ukraine doesn't mean you have to like Ukraine or know where it is even. You just have to know that murdering and raping 8-year-old children and cutting the heads off of people is not a right thing to do. So please do visit MriyaReport.org. The executive director spoke to me a while back. There are fundraisers for different groups, Veterans Affairs of Ukraine, who are sending people to America to help out and share information. There are Chef Zhenya, Ukrainian patriot who provides food for frontline troops and other people in Ukraine who are just hungry. There's Verlaine, it's coming up at the 33018 Brigade, buying supplies to help their country survive a genocide. If you could visit MriyaReport.org. I'm not sure if the link's there. Is there a donate link? MriyaReport is under the great leadership of Peter Doran, a 501(c) charitable organization in the United States of America, headquartered in the great state of Delaware, first in the Union, maybe. I don't know. I made that up. It's an important state, and that's where it's located. And you are able to donate money to help Ukraine survive If you want to donate to a specific cause, you can do so in the message on the PayPal, or you can send a wire through the information. If I'm wrong, Daryl or Alan, please do correct me if it's not on the website. I thought it was. I haven't checked. I'm not an internet person. But what's important is that whatever you do, if you can't give, and not everyone can give, they'll have mortgages to pay or whatnot. If you can advocate and share and retweet the space, tell people you're here. You're here listening. Let people know. It's a big day. Every day that Ukraine survives, another day is a big day. Did the Russians lose this war a week into it? Yes, they did, because they proved that they're arrogant, they're filled with hubris, they have a genocidal policy, a political culture that is on par with Nazi Germany. And we're here to keep sharing the truth. But Ukraine won't win until every last Russian soldier is out of Ukraine, and that includes Crimea. And I think it behooves us all to support Ukraine and its fight for freedom, because if we don't, I will say this: I'm not a warmonger. I'll say there were people in 1939 that thought, well, Poland's gone. I don't think this is a world war. It's just Germany taking Poland, or Austria, the Anschluss, or the Sudetenland. We're just protecting German speakers. Kind of like Russia, protecting Russian speakers. Are they going to invade Brighton Beach? Protect those Russian speakers? What about Kazakhstan? What about Latvia or Estonia? We need to support Ukraine. It's the moral imperative of our lifetime. And it's unfortunate that we actually have that decision to make, but we have the decision to make. It is up to you, the list, rally around, send an email, costs you nothing. Takes 5 minutes. Find out who your MP is, your member of parliament, your congressman or woman, your assemblyman or woman, whoever. Just email them, let them know, call them, let them know you're here and you believe in this cause. Because if it's Ukraine today, and God forbid Ukraine fell or falls, then it could be Poland, that could be an Article 5 triggered, could be the Baltics, and then that would be World War III. So if you are a supporter of peace, help Ukraine carry that big stick, because that big stick is what's required to stop Russian genocide. And I'm sorry for the soliloquy. Wasn't a big fan of Shakespeare in high school, Alan. I'm sure you were. You got the voice for it, but I couldn't remember the damn lines. Please do, if you can, MriyaReport.org, or someone put up a link to support. There's a PayPal there, I think, and there's a wire instruction, a mechanism. Soon will come Patreon and Cash App and Stripe and all these other things. I don't know about that. That's I think the Peter Dorn and the executive leadership there of MriyaReport are going to put it out. I'm only doing my bit as someone who's been here for a long time, a bit long in the tooth, Alan, not as long as you, but I'm here to help. If there are any questions, please, by all means, I'm here. And Nuclei, my friend Dima, I love him. The only reason why I don't like him sometimes, I wondered where he's been and why he hasn't been here sooner, sharing with the world the amazing contributions of a tiny little state in the Middle East, which isn't expected to do everything, but gosh, they're punching above their weight. Thousands of Israelis fighting for Ukraine, both in combat and in other clandestine ways, perhaps. I think it's a great thing. So, on that note, I yield the mic, Alan and Darrow, over to you.
Thank you, Yehuda. And we'll get a tweet up in the nest. And it's up there right now. Thank you, Daryl. So, Daryl, one thing I heard John Spencer say about his recent visit to Ukraine, he had the opportunity to meet Chef Zhenya. And he said that getting to know Chef Zhenya and interviewing him about the battle for Kyiv was probably the most inspiring interview he conducted in Ukraine. And I think that's fascinating. And here up in the nest, first tweet, an opportunity for you, our listeners, to make a contribution to Chef Genya and feed the front lines that will soon be moving forward. And as John said, Chef Genya has so many ideas about feeding the army, getting nutritious meals to Ukrainian soldiers, but also feeding Ukrainian citizens in all of the cities. So I can't wait to hear more from John about that interview. But right now, take the opportunity to make a contribution to Chef Genya through MriyaReport. Just follow the tweet, the very first tweet up in the nest. Daryl.
Yeah, Alan, one of the things about this space is, and this is something that John mentioned, is the connection. Um, he was able through this site, this space, to connect to Ukrainians, important Ukrainians, different people in that battle space, and it was through the efforts that everybody here has put out to making sure that we talk to various I'm going to say people with differing skills, whether it be soldiers, the cooks, the people of the railroad, people in government. He was able to speak to these people through the connections made here. And I think that's a value that we bring in this process. But one of the things that I really, really like that is John when he was talking about meeting these folks and getting there and going through. He never lost the sense of the community. That we are a community here, that we're connected. As he's traveling, he's meeting people that he's spoken to previously, and they are his guides now. They're showing him things that it. Who knows what it would have took for John to go through channels to be able to go to the places that he went. I mean, yeah, there
Who
may be.
knows, Daryl? I mean, he might have had some friends that gave him some link ups. That's all I gotta say.
And that's what I'm getting at. It's the we're more than just a site. It's we are a community, a real community here, and it shows in what the power we have, whether it be with the veterans, whether it be with the animal rights, the animal lovers, people that love animals, whether it be the wounded. We are a community that has connected others, and that's what I want to get at. Is that we've connected others, and the proof is in the pudding now.
That's it. I will say this, Chef. It's a controversial statement, journal people. I will never eat Chef Genya's food. Do you know that, Daryl and Ellen?
Why? He puts too much pork in it?
Because it's not a kosher kitchen. Can't eat there. I'm sure it's good. Nuclei, I have a feeling we have different observation levels, but tell me if it's good. I asked Nuclei, I said, please go and visit Genya. Let's bring up Nima, our friend Nima, if he's available.
Yeah, the first chance I get to get to Kiev, I'm going to listen. He offer great food, so no refusing here.
Fair enough. Look, what's really important is, we're here, and we advocate for Ukraine, obviously. There was a time, I'm gonna throw Nuclei under the bus. People are asking about Bakhmut a lot, and they still are. And we had a talk a few months ago, and I love Nuclei, but he was down. He's like, it's bad here, and I'm like, I know, but I have friends there too, and I want to let you know. I said, you got to keep your head up because this is deliberate. Ukrainian military has realized they can destroy an enormous part of the Russian army in Bakhmut. For some bizarre reason, no one told the Russians that human life is important and equipment is kind of important too. So if they want to lose it in Bakhmut, it would behoove the Ukrainians to help them do it. And I love when Nuclear said they've lost all their armor. Where did they lose it? They misplaced. No, it's been destroyed. And every time the Russians try, whether it's these, little section and level attacks and platoon attacks on Ukrainian positions, and they just get decimated. But you know what? 1 or 2 or 3 Ukrainians die each single time. But if you do that 100 times in 100 places, that's still a lot of Ukrainians. But you got to remember, every single fallen soldier in Ukraine is a hero. They will pave the way for a future free from Russian domination. And every single Ukrainian that fights and dies knowing that rests easy in the soil because he or she knows that it's a fight their grandkids won't ever have to fight. Let's help Ukraine. Send the Russians packing.
As every Ukrainian told me, they wanted to end this in this generation. They don't want to go into the next one, no matter the price. So if people, even if the Western support will stop, I'm telling you right now, we will fight, no matter what. With support, with weaker, without a chance, nothing matter. We will get them down to their knees, no matter what their price will be.
Amen. Sure, I think there's people have their hands up, Alan. I feel like a jerk for interrupting. I apologize. I don't come on much anymore. I have work to do, and unfortunately, I have not been able to participate as much as I would have liked. So, Alan, is it George? I think George, great co-host, Greek descent American. He is my souvlaki aficionado. I love him, George.
Hey, Yehuda, when you said, you were spot on when you said Putin's trying to emulate Hitler, but let's not forget the Russians, especially the ones in Ukraine that are wearing Russian army uniforms. They're trying to emulate Nazis, the Waffen SS, Einsatzgruppen, and the video that came out today is just another a piece of the proof that that we really don't need, because we've seen their actions at Irpin and Bucha. So I mean, that's what this whole war was about. That drunken lunatic Medvedev said it the other day in one of his tweets. So unfortunately, none of this should be shocking or surprising if you've been following what's been going on in this war the last 12 months.
Yehuda, back to you, or on to Michael. And Yehuda, I also want to call your attention to Nima, who has joined us.
Yeah, Nima, welcome to the panel. Nima is a great contributor as far as I'm concerned. We had a great discussion recently about the Israel-Iran nexus, which feeds into Ukraine. It's not weird, actually. It's actually apropos. That's French, gentlemen, and it's funny that all the freedom-loving peoples of the world who aren't very much liking being oppressed and crapped on seem to stick together. How weird is that, right? Like the women of Iran, just like the women of Ukraine, who stepped up to the challenge, as a Canadian officer said, and she was quoted. Colonel Lake was quoted by the EU president, I think, Ursula von der Leyen, that the Afghan women, the Ukrainian women, didn't wait to be let into the army. They broke the door down. You know who else broke the door down? The brave girls and women of Iran, and said, "We're done." And so I find a common cause with the people of Iran, especially the women and the young girls. So we did host a space, and we did a bunch of we spoke a lot, we commiserated, and so I was in the space, and I thought it'd be great to invite him up and have a chat. Thanks, Nima, and welcome.
Thank you for having me. I just woke up. I had a 3-hour power nap, and it's 8:30 here p.m. And I I saw Yehuda. I joined the space, and he called my name, so I came up here. I think it's really well. I'm really honored to be with you right now. Like, you are fighting with an authoritarian regime that attacked your country. We are fighting with an authoritarian government that is taking its own people hostage. Um, uh, and I think it's really important for us to come together and actually fight for freedom, fight for democracy. If Ukraine take one step back, that's one step back for democracy. And we are living in a connected world that is going to affect us all. Yeah,
Nima,
I'm here.
tell
And
us,
to you.
tell
Thank
us,
you.
tell us, tell us. The diaspora Iranian community. When I was in university many moons ago, um, one fact that my Persian friends love to say, that there are more Iranian doctors outside of Iran than inside of Iran. That's how the brain drain worked. The Islamic Republic's ridiculous policies have scared the best and brightest out of Iran. They're all over the world. They're in Canada. They're in LA, Los Angeles. They're in Germany and England and Sweden. They're all over the place. And
Yeah.
yeah, they're everywhere.
I went to a university called Sharif University of Technology. It's like MIT of Iran. Actually, a very famous faculty from Stanford once said, like, it's one of the 10 best technology based university for the bachelor's level degree. And ever since I joined that university, all the students, they were learning, they were studying for GRE and TOEFL exams to get ready to how to get admissions from United States and Canada universities. And all those students except well, we were 200 students who joined the electrical engineering department during the time that I joined.
How many?
And out
How
of
many of them are in Iran, and how many of them are outside?
one, one. And right now in United States, everywhere I go, I have few friends because all of them are mainly here, and then the rest of them are in Canada.
So,
And
so
Iran has
99% of your graduating class left Iran.
yeah, and I believe there are 2,000, close to 900 full faculties in the United States that are Iranian, but in Iran we have like less than 500 full faculties. That's it's like
It's crazy.
one fifth of the number of
If you
over
ever
there.
wanted to learn about the term brain drain, just check that out. What I wanted to ask you about Ukraine is, though, amongst the Iranian diaspora all over the world, wherever they are, how almost 100%, I'd say. But let's hear it from you. How many of those Iranians look at the conflict in Ukraine and Russia and go, "Yeah, Russia has a point"? Where's the support from the Iranian diaspora community?
I haven't seen anyone supporting Russia, because the same way that I do not see anyone supporting the regime unless they are like within the regime and are just like uh, they are being paid. They have their benefits. They are like
So
they are getting
if the list
funded by the
if
regime.
listeners hear an Iranian that supports Russia, supports the regime, they usually support Russia. Is that fair to say?
Uh, yes, unless they want you to like them so that they can do their own lobbying. Because I have seen like pro regime people go to Mario space and they are like, yeah, we love Trump, we love Republicans, and they at the same time they say, yeah, we love Soleimani, and I'm like, how? Like that guy killed Soleimani, and it doesn't make sense.
No,
Like
besides
you,
those weird ones, though, but the vast majority of Iranians who left Iran because of the Islamic Republican regime are all on board with Ukraine. They're not supporting Russia. And those that do
not just the one who left, the one in Iran, inside Iran as well, the one who are being suppressed by the regime. They know like Russia is helping them.
So it's fair to say that those who support a regime in Iran that hangs 16-year-old gay boys from cranes are also the same regime and people that support Russia's genocidal invasion of Ukraine. I think that's what I was trying to get at. I mean,
that's 100% accurate.
yeah, that's fair. No, it's really beautiful. And I think there is a beautiful intersection. The word is intersectionality, where people are, you know, it's almost like the world is throwing down the gauntlet. Everyone's saying, listen, you know, I might not be this or that, but I support you to do whatever you want. You know, I might not agree with every policy that the Ukrainian government does, but you know what? There are proud people fighting for their survival. Um, the difference is those that support Russia, I find, and these terrorist dictatorial regimes like Iran and North Korea, they always say, you know, it's always everything's all or nothing. They make sweeping statements. They say everything that this does is wrong, everything that we do is right. Yet in the West, this is how you know you're on the right side. We have a panel of people from all over the world. We all have different politics. You know, Daryl, Alan, G-Man, Nima, Nuclei, David, everyone on the speakers panel. None of us say we have the exact same beliefs. You know, you might say Nuclei and I, we're both Jewish. We both are strong supporters of Israel. I am a Shomer Torah Mitzvah Jew. I don't know if Dima is eating matzah and keeping kosher on the front line. And guess what? I don't care. I just don't care. Right? He's a good human being. We support the same cause in Ukraine, and that's yeah, exactly. Right? So we don't this is where people stop and say we need to do the right thing. You can disagree on a lot of things. One thing you can't disagree on. You can't disagree on genocide. You can't disagree on murdering children or beheading Ukrainian soldiers. You can't disagree on throwing acid in the face of Iranian girls going to commercial. All of these things are things that any normal person would say it's not right. And what's beautiful, as much as I hate social media, I've had threats to my life, threats to my family's life, all this crazy stuff. But the one thing, the reason it keeps me going are you guys and girls. It's the listeners, the people who come every day. Nima, we're here 24 hours a day. We didn't start this space 5 hours ago. We started it 14 months ago. And we're all here to say, look, we can all agree to disagree on a lot of topics. I don't think that we should spend this much money to build, you know, roads or bridges in my country or my county or my township. But you know what? You shouldn't be advocating for the murder of people. You shouldn't be advocating, and you shouldn't provide refuge or succor to those that seek to destroy another people. The Russians seek to destroy Ukraine. The Islamic Republic seeks to destroy the will of the Iranian people, and we find common ground there. And I think that common ground is what keeps us going. You know, it's so important that we keep talking about this and we keep sharing it, and we never stop talking about it, because that's what the Russians, that's what, you know, retrograde, anti-democratic. I wouldn't even say they're anti-democratic, anti-human voices. There was a Russian priest that was caught gladly celebrating on tape that women should be removed from power. They should be in the kitchen cooking. Gosh, I mean, I'd love for him to meet my wife. She would effing murder him. Um, but that's very similar to the Islamic regime, Islamic Republican regime, the mullahs who say these things. Not all of them. You know, there are very righteous religious people all over the world that treat people correctly. This is not an anti-religious rant, but these retrograde forces, these forces that seek to take us back in time when humanity was less civilized, where the rights of people who are different were trampled upon because they were afraid. These people were afraid of those people. We need to stop it. We need to collect ourselves. We need to keep fighting the good fight and move past the post. And that's what we're doing here. And that's why we continue. We have solidarity with the girls. You know, I don't think I've ever, you know, shed such a tear as a tear I had watching Iranian girls in a school screaming for freedom, screaming for the right to do what they want to. You know, yeah, girls are people. Last time I checked, I'm pretty confident, Alan. I stayed in Holiday Inn. I think you did too. Girls are still people, and women are human beings. Everyone has that agency. We need to push past this together, and I think a victory for Ukraine is also a victory for the Iranian people. And yeah, I'll pass it off to you. Thanks.
Hey guys, this is Michael. Am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you, Michael.
I wanted to say to Nima, and thank you, Yehuda. Just always a treasure to listen to you and your contributions. To Nima, I say salam, halashama chatori, omidvaram, zindagi shema khube. A little talent that was taught to me by the United States government.
Sorry, Salam, merci. You were breaking up as well. I couldn't hear the full thing.
I was trying to tell you salam halashama chatori, omidvaram zindagi shema khube.
Merci, merci.
So he said, welcome, hello, peace, how are you? Just to translate.
Yes, folks, I'm also a Farsi linguist. I'm 59 years old, and it's amazing that the government puts us through this stuff, and you seem to never forget it. Even though I don't swim around in the Persian community, but I do support everything, absolutely 100% what Yehuda was saying about Iran, of the women of Iran, the horrible atrocities that are taking place with the Iranian government. I know we're here for the space, you know, for Ukraine, but I'm so happy to see Nima here. And I just want you to know that we stand with you, and undoubtedly in the long line of your family and your friends' families in Iran. This has been a struggle that's been going on since the revolution, and it's immensely important to me, always has been. It changed my career path. I was going to be a petroleum engineer with the dream of going to Iran once the theocracy fell, and it hasn't fallen. So therefore, I chose a different career path, but I have been involved in all my career with supporting Iran and every effort we can to bring that theocracy to a downfall and let the Iranian people choose their own path. So thank you, Nima, for being on this space.
Man, I will say this, Michael. There are a lot of people who disagree. Nuclear and I will tell you about people who disagree, and whether it's in Canada or Israel. There's one thing I've never seen Iranians disagree on is they want freedom. Like there's literally, I just don't know of a more homogeneously, you know, dedicated group of people. You meet any Iranian in the world, and they all, I mean, they might not like, some might say they like the Shah, they don't want the Shah, but they wouldn't know what they don't want. They don't want to be told how to live their life on a personal, intimate basis. That's kind of like state of the bedroom state, you know, and that's
Not just personal, Yehuda. It's like we do not have freedom. Like in every aspect of life, they are telling us what to do. Like they are telling us like how to run our business. They take over our business as soon as it grows. They tell you like whether you should like go and participate in this you know, like whether the wrestler should do the wrestling with an Israeli wrestler or not. It's everywhere, like what to do, what to wear, what to eat. It's anything. And that's why people are fighting for freedom, because we do not have it in Iran in any aspect of our life.
For now, my friend, I really believe it will change. It will take years, but it will. You
Yeah.
once was a free people. You will not give up like other nations around, in the Middle East. You're different, for sure.
I want to say one other thing. I heard you say you disagreed. Was I misinterpreted? I was saying that I absolutely stand with the Iranian people in their fight against the regime and the theocracy. I just didn't want to be misinterpreted.
No, I don't think anybody covered you, Michael. I think you came in on point. It was understood.
Okay. Thank you, Daryl.
That was good. All right. So our favorite orange man, our person in the United States, is now on the internet saying that insinuating that the U.S. was involved in blowing up Nord Stream, and the bow-tied aficionado from the United States from Crocs News said, "Who blew up Nord Stream?" He's, "I don't want to get our country in trouble, so I won't answer, but I can tell you who it wasn't: Russia." Wow. I mean, if the mask needed to slip, if the mask fell off, it might have fallen off today. Don't think he'll win the primary, frankly, and it wouldn't be a bad thing for American democracy. Look, all of these. I'm afraid that the next upcoming presidential election in the United States is going to somewhat be predicated upon strange people talking about things that they know nothing about. And all of this is an attempt to distract from support for Ukraine. Dima, let me ask you something. You're in Ukraine. You're fighting the good fight. I heard you got a couple of little scrapes on your leg. Is that true? What happened? Could you tell us? You know, why are you still there? Even why are you fighting for Ukraine? You live in Israel. It's sunny. You can play matkot on the beach. You can have shawarma and falafel. It's all kosher. Why are you in Ukraine? Can you tell us? Tell the world.
Listen, as I told the first time I came here, I came to Ukraine in the beginning of the war. It was just the same day I flew already because my uncle was injured in Mykolaiv, unfortunately, and I had a family in Mariupol. So the first thing on the first day, like 6 hours, 7 hours after we crossed the border with Poland, we came to near Dnieper River and tried to cross it around to get to Mykolaiv. You know what the first thing that happened to me?
Nope.
The Russians opened fire on the civil. I didn't have I didn't have at the time military. I didn't have the gun. We were in totally civilian car, and we saw just tens of cars with people, children, elderly, just a woman, just shot by BMPs, by PKMs, God knows, personal weapons, whatever.
So your first.
That was the moment I decided I cannot go back. I will fight those guys no matter what.
Dima, so you're saying that your first foray into Ukraine was to go visit family and
to get out my family. Unfortunately, my uncle lost his leg to artillery fire. He was a civilian. He just had a business in Mykolaiv on the first days of the attacks. So my family contacted me. So they wanted me to, ask me if I can help. If I can help to get him out in some time, because I have experience with those kind of wars. I worked for Israeli MOD for quite a few years.
So you're
and
hold on,
from
hold
there
on,
the
one
less
second,
is
one
a
second,
story.
yeah. So you're not a Rambo. You didn't say, "I want to go to Ukraine and fight." You went to help your family.
No, I never planned to stay. To tell the truth, I never planned even to volunteer or anything like that. I will be clear with that. So I never, covered for it or anything. Just what I went. I went to get my family and get out from there.
And what you
It
saw.
wasn't my plan to stay.
No, that's not. Listen. So the Russian brutality, the war crimes committed by the Russians within very short order that you arrived, it made you stop and say,
We're talking hours after the invasion. The invasion started at 4 a.m. I was already in Ukraine like 6 hours later. So it's 4 p.m. that already encountered less than 24 hours
And then
after the invasion.
And in that time, you saw Russian regular forces, the best of the Russian army, the best of the best.
They shouted at us without any regard. We were lucky to get up there. And there were another two Israeli guys that they went for same reasons with me. We just found each other in Telegram group. We didn't go through the embassy like the other volunteers that went there through to fight. You know, they knew they're going to fight from the start, so they volunteered from the embassy.
So you went there and you ended up meeting some Israelis, and you're like, let's get our family out.
No, what happened? We had in my city because from the Ukrainian diaspora there started to be a lot of groups on Telegram or WhatsApp. Because many of us had a family there, so we started to think. Many started to think because many of them were in combat zones. So I found another 4 guys that wanted to go to Mykolaiv because they have a family there. In the end, we flew only me and another 2. The other 2 guys never came. Maybe they came later. I don't know what happened exactly. They just said yes, we're coming, but they regret it.
No, okay, but what I'm trying to get at is for the audience that's listening, you got called by your family at the beginning of the invasion, said there's an invasion, your uncle's leg's been blown off, we need to get him out, and you just picked up and left. I mean, you just like, you know what? Most people wake up and go, I need a coffee, I need some cereal, I need oatmeal. You're like, I'm going to Ukraine. You're a pretty special guy, Dima. It's not very normal.
Listen, all my life I will be clear. All my life was something regarding security. I was trained in the foreign armies for around 8 years. After so all my life is surrounding around the army and foreign places. So my family knew exactly to go.
They called the right guy. They said Dima's going.
Listen, my mom was like hysterical. She thought I'm going to be on for a week. Yeah, she didn't know what's going to come yet.
And then, Dima, tell our audience that doesn't
poor
know
woman.
you. 1 second. So you stayed to fight. You stayed because you saw. We grew up. You and me both grew up in the historical memory of the Holocaust. We have family. We have people. In fact, we don't have those people. Just mute the mic there for a second, please. Alan or Daryl. We don't, as Jewish people, we actually don't have people that tell us we have an absence of family members. We have an absence of people that should be in our lives, but we don't have them because they're dead. And the whole concept of losing people to a genocide is very difficult for us to handle. Why I think Dima is, frankly, I love that you're here. You're one of my favorite people in the world. You're a person that has a job and family and kids and a wife and a mortgage to pay. And he stood up and said, I'm done. I've seen things I don't want to see. I realize, as Jewish people, I'll say this, we see our friends who aren't Jewish, they might see Schindler's List in the 90s and they see a Holocaust documentary and say, wow, if I was around in World War II, I would fight. I would do this. And now the shoe's on the other foot. And we see Ukrainians writ large. We see Ukrainian Jews and Christians and Ukrainian Muslims and atheists being genocided. He saw with his own eyes as he was trying to evacuate a family member, the Russians in their armored vehicles and their infantry fighting vehicles just shoot at civilian cars, killing children, mothers, fathers, grandparents, family animals. And that made him think, you know what? This little trip to Ukraine to get my uncle out, nope. I'm going to stay and fight. And you know what? For all of the people like Dima in the world, and he said there are a bunch, they're the bane of the Russians' existence in Ukraine. And not only that, but the entire Ukrainian people have risen up and said, as he said earlier, my children, my grandchildren won't fight this fight. We're done. If I saw a video of a Ukrainian civilian who was called up in March or April. He said, I could die. I expect to die, but I'm doing this so my kids don't ever have to fight the Russians anymore. We're done. And that is something that should make the hair on the back of your neck stand up and say, wow. And I learned something new about Dima every day. Dima, for his troubles, lost an eye. Uh, some people gave some, and some people gave everything. Dima gave an important. He's never talked about it. I like to talk about it. I don't want to embarrass him. Someone who dedicates their life for no reason. I mean, imagine waking up one day and being told, "You got to get your uncle. You're the best amongst us. You need to go." He goes there. He sees war crimes, atrocities committed. He says, "F this. I'm staying. I'm fighting the Russian. I have the skills. I'm trained. I'm an Israeli Defense Force soldier. I'm a reservist now, Miluim, Milui, and I'm going to help the Ukrainians fight the Russian invader." And he stayed there. He went back to Israel to heal, and then he went back again. And then he got injured yesterday or the day. And I thought to myself, Dima, you're a bullet magnet. You got to stop. But he's doing the right thing. And for those of us like me, we're jibber jabberers online. We talk, we listen. Um, Fine, and that's fine, you know. But there are people like Dima who are true heroes of Ukraine, and they're not heroes of Ukraine really. That's a lie. They're heroes of humanity because they've said, "I need to stop. I need to sort myself out. I need to say these. I need to help these people. These are my people." And I think everyone in this space, or anyone who agrees with that sentiment, is a Ukrainian, because today the Ukrainian people represent the best of humanity, and they're doing their darndest to make sure that they never, never succumb to the Russian horde. Dima, I know Nima wanted to talk to you, so I don't want to monopolize the mic. So over to you, Nima.
No, I saw a friend of mine from Iran actually join the panel, but he already left. And I have to go and do a little bit like grocery shopping. Thank you for having me here, and I wish we can have more spaces together discussing about geopolitics. I see like Mario holding his own spaces, and I see like people uh, like people who are funded by these terrorist regimes. They just go there and just tell everyone everything is good, everything is fine. And I think if we can join together, we can actually neutralize what they are trying to do. Thank you. And yeah, please be, let's be in touch.
100% Nima. Khudafes. We'll have you back anytime you want. Our Persian connection, we have a lot of Persian friends who support Ukraine. I think that's super important because it's one love, as Mr. Robert Marley used to say, Alan, I think, or Daryl, you might know the fella. One love.
Yep, one love.
And speaking of one love, a man, the legend, lives under the shadow of a pyramid that my ancestors may or may not have made. M, welcome to the panel, and allez-vous.
Ça va bien. Thank you for the introduction. One funny note tonight, or happy note tonight. I like to think of us as a brave, opinionated bunch, but it seems that we have also another thing in common. We hold dear the opinions of our mothers and mothers-in-law, in your case, Yehuda, and we're equally scared of them. Fancy that.
I'm not scared of her. I'm more annoyed of her. I mean, there isn't a day that has gone by for the last year that I haven't wished for her to take up arms and go to Ukraine and fight. But that's just Alan, you cad. It's an idea. I mean, she could nag the Russians to death, because God knows she does me. Anyway, Alan, I've misappropriated your time, so I'll. Oh, you know what? You know who would love to come up if it's possible? Catherine. Let's get Catherine Brodsky up here. It's a big old time here.
Okay, I'll take a look for Catherine and invite her to speak. you haven't misappropriated my time at all. It's been a fantastic conversation with Nuclei and Nima and so many other people. And look, who do we have? I think we have a Catherine. Oh, I don't know.
The flesh. I just gave her the check, so she should be coming up. Let me try it again.
Well, I heard you say,
There we go.
When I heard you
She
say,
should have the mic.
can you hear me?
Okay, there. Is she up or no?
Yes.
Yeah,
Can you
she's
hear
up,
me?
Daryl. Yeah, I hear her loud and clear.
Okay.
Good.
It's funny when I heard you say, I wish somebody would come up. I really hoped it wasn't me because I didn't know
You're the
when I
next
could have.
contestant on The Price is Right. You're not getting away. Go ahead, Catherine.
Okay, I don't know what to guess like for the price, so I feel.
$11.91, Catherine.
What do I win? I clearly don't know how the game works. I will guess $10.98. How's that?
Perfect. You got it right on the dot. The producers gave her the number.
Hey, we weren't supposed to tell anyone that.
Well, that's as we know, it's actually a Jewish space laser thing, and there's a whole, the rule of it is not the first rule. I think is to not talk about Jewish Space Laser Club.
Space laser. See, there's a little bit of a problem with that rule because I still don't really understand what the space laser does. So I've been just pressing buttons, and well, I don't know what I've done to the world.
Catherine, I was in a space yesterday. I got a lot of criticism. It wasn't the best space. It was run by a man named Sir Ludwig. I have a feeling he's actually not a titled noble. He wasn't a real sir.
Yeah. Oh, what a misappropriation of titles.
Yeah, I thought that's a little weird. Do you have a baronetcy or any kind of lifelong peerage? And Ludwig he made a space called the man, the myth, the legend, Adolf Hitler. Usually not a sentence or words in a sentence strung together by normal people. And I went in there like Daniel in the lion's den.
As you would.
As I would.
Yeah.
Why not?
And how did that work out? I probably would have gone in there too, I'll be honest.
Yeah, don't blame me. So yeah, I'm a glutton for punishment, a masochist perhaps of our forebears. And I posited the question. Guess what? He didn't like Ukraine very much. Isn't that a shocker?
I am a little bit shocked, yes. Well, which is weird because because I thought he liked, Nazis. So bad joke?
Yeah.
Or good joke?
Good joke. Good joke. But do you know the best type of joke, Catherine?
An accurate one? No, I don't know.
A dad joke.
Oh, a dad joke.
Do you know?
Oh.
Do you know when a joke becomes a dad joke?
When a dad tells it and nobody laughs.
When it becomes,
only dads laugh.
When it becomes apparent.
Oh.
You get it, Catherine? When it becomes,
I get it. Apparent.
Yes.
I get
It's a
it.
play on words, you see.
I do see. It's funny. I worked at an ad agency and we were going to do a campaign for dad jokes. And we had a dad deeply offended because he said, why do dads always made fun of? And he went on a 5-minute rant about this. And I said, should we change the campaign? And the other people in the team said, nah, he's just sensitive. And then they continued making dad jokes.
That's horrible. It's like my umbrella jokes. They always go over everyone's head. All right. It's getting ridiculous, Catherine, and I think you're just goading me, frankly. Shame on you.
It's my fault. I know. It's all my fault. I knew nothing good would happen off of this.
No, fair enough. So I was in a room with ostensibly a lot of neo-Nazis. And one of the things I said to the individual who hated Ukraine, thought, Illuminati and flat Earth, Australia doesn't exist, and moon landings were fake, yada yada. I said, do you really think that we just congregate as a group of Jews and plan how we'll subvert democracy and people. And without even blinking, the guy said, "Yes, I do." Bef- before the internet, though, how did we do it? Did we send postcards? Moishi, on the third Monday of next month, we shall all congregate in the city. I mean, it's funny when it sounds funny, but I think
Well, that's why we didn't get it done very well, right?
right, yeah, maybe the Holocaust wouldn't happen. So I think what's interesting and the common vein and thread in that is that Russian disinformation works along the same lines. Um, make up a story, retweet it 50 times, 1,000, a million times, or keep saying things that make no sense, and then you're going to get a handful of people who are disinterested, maybe not learned in the subject, and they'll just keep repeating it. And I think that describes, I think, the Twitter cesspool in a nutshell. We were in another room with Mario. They were trying to invite me up. I couldn't get connected. And there was an individual who I like, and he had said a comment. He said, 80% of Israelis are not interested in supporting Ukraine with lethal aid. And I thought to myself, out of any nationality fighting in Ukraine today, and I don't know if you know Dima, his name was Nuclear 11. Don't know what it means. And he knows thousands of Israelis who are fighting in Ukraine. I don't think there's another country with that many people fighting. And it's weird. They don't have their own legion. They were going to, apparently, but the Ukrainians said, no, you guys have military experience. There are a couple thousand of you fighting. Half of them are Russian descended Jews who live in Israel. Half of them are Ukrainian descended Jews who live in Israel. And then I happen to know 3,000 or 4,000 other Israelis that are working in the signal intelligence world. They're intercepting Russian communications. I even heard that they sent a few Russian battle battalion tactical groups in the wrong direction and they got chopped up. I know you're not Israeli, but what do you think? It's a weird situation. Those Joint Chiefs of Staff articles came out. The government wants to kind of dance a line, support Ukraine, but not share it. What do you think? What is the purpose? If on the AS level, the anti-Semitism level, how important is it for us to recognize it? Sergei Lavrov, in the summer of last year, said on a very bizarre fringe television show in Italy called Zona Bianca, the White Zone. He said, Zelensky is. The presenter said, "Well, he's Jewish. How is he a Nazi?" And without skipping a beat, he said, "Well, the biggest anti-Semites in the world are Jews. Hitler was Jewish." And this is the best of the best. This is the best of. This is the premier Russian diplomat who thinks that Hitler was Jewish. And what's the point of it, though? Obviously, we know it's a joke. I mean, it's laughable. But how effective is that kind of disinformation, Catherine?
I mean, it does seem to be weirdly effective, but I think the disinformation that seems to be most effective that I've noticed on the interwebs is the things that play up people's heartstrings. It's weird to me just to the extent to which the whole Nazi propaganda stuff has been effective. I found some videos. Well, they were brought to my attention because I was in one of those spaces, including the Mario one, and there was somebody was speaking about how Ukrainians were using these chemical weapons, right? And there were videos going around. And I said, wait a minute, you can't just say that as verified fact because that's not in fact a verified fact. And then the person tagged me in with those videos, and I looked at these videos and I looked at comments, some comments. I mean, the nice thing is that you'll get comments going, yeah, see, this is proof, and then you'll get comments actually saying, well, this actually makes zero sense. And then later the Ukrainians, they made a video kind of showing what it actually was, but it's so easy to fool people, and it plays up to their sometimes it plays up to their even good nature. It's not always playing up to hate or like anti-Semitism. I mean, sometimes it does, obviously. I mean, this whole it's so easy when somebody made up their mind about a particular narrative to sort of, when you say, well, Zelensky is Jewish, how can you be a Nazi? Well, then you change the definition of Nazi, right? It's easy. You can always pivot, but these videos that are circulating, these narratives, most of the time when you're like debating somebody or conversing with somebody on these topics, they bring up the exact same points over and over and over again. I think in the beginning when all of this broke out, I, used to dispel all of that stuff. And then I got so tired because I was always dispelling the exact same things. And I don't know, it's just something, sometimes it's things that, like, one thing I noticed is some of these narratives, some of the people have bought into this whole pro-Russia, praise Putin narrative. I find that some of them are just loving, there's things that they don't like about the West, for example. And when Putin criticizes the exact same things, they see him as sort of a hero. And so it's easy for them to buy into the narratives as well. So it's all these sorts of things combined. And I think a lot of it is sort of intentional. And there's all these like pillars of propaganda that get sent and to see what they catch, these little nets. Does that make sense?
Totally, yeah, no, and it jives with what we're seeing. I mean, we get it a lot, and what surprises me is that we've been here for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and there were times we've had thousands and thousands, sometimes 300 or 400 or 500, but it's consistent and they're real people. But when I see these groups pop up with 20,000, like in 1 minute, I realize that something else is at play, right? Because there's very little chance that that would happen organically, and I think that's part of the whole disinformation construct. But yeah, the messaging is weird because it's like saying, our like Pizzagate, local politicians are eating babies in a pizza store. It's not even remotely feasible, yet it gets a lot of traction, and that's the part that really throws me off. So,
Yeah, and I used to see these videos, and I'm sure they're still out there, but I would see these videos, for example, depicting things like the because I do know Russian, right? So it wouldn't match the whatever people, and it wouldn't even match. So they weren't even very good propaganda videos. But people don't know that, and then it gets disseminated and spreads. And so they'd be like these terrible narratives of people saying that they were abused or whatever that narrative that they want to push is, and they're completely fake. Um, and all they have to do is put subtitles on them. It's so easy. And now, with technology, you used to believe video, right? And now with technology, I think that kind of warfare, which I think I'd call it warfare, type of warfare, informational warfare, I guess, is going to be even more dangerous in that sense, because you can fake pretty much anything, and it's going to become more difficult to tell that stuff apart, and people who want to believe it do. And they don't question, like one of the most common narratives is the whatever is it 14,000 people, there's endless shelling for 14,000 people dead. And I just like try to ask people questions just to determine the level of like their understanding. Like, okay, so you're saying it was 8 years. Has it been like 8 years in a row? Of the 14,000 who are dead, how many people are of this demographic, like who was killed, et cetera, et cetera. And when you break it down, then you get like a very different narrative. And sometimes people are able to, if they're able to answer the questions for themselves, I find sometimes they are able to sometimes deprogram themselves. But if you just tell them, they probably won't. It's almost like a cult.
it is a cult, maybe an occult, not a cult, an occult.
In some
See that?
ways.
See that?
Well, it's a community. It's like you're stupid if you believe this narrative, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Yeah. No, listen, I don't know if you heard most of my mother-in-law joke references. Speaking of mother-in-laws,
You love her.
I love her. I just, as I said, I would sacrifice her for Ukraine. I'm just kidding.
Mhm.
Send her over. I mean, God knows she can dig a ditch. Nuclei, I spoke to Nuclei, who's an Israeli of Ukrainian descent, and I don't know if you heard his story because I think that's newsworthy. He went there on a moment's notice to rescue an uncle who was had a leg amputated due to a Russian strike on it. When he went there, he saw Russian witnessed and experienced the Russian army shooting at civilians, killing scores of people, and that galvanized him as a human being, not as a Jew or an Israeli, but as a human being. He said, "I can't let this happen. I have a skill, a particular set of skills, kind of like Liam Neeson." On a phone somewhere, and he went there, and he stayed there.
My friend, you exaggerate.
Well,
Too much.
you're not as tall as him, I suppose.
Liam Neeson have his own place. Let's respect him.
But it's an important story to tell. I mean, to say, look, he didn't know what was going on. He came there to help family, and then he witnessed the murder of civilians, and he stepped up to the plate. Catherine, that's an incredible story too, isn't it? That's an.
Yeah, and
Did you
they
hear
were
it?
just murdered.
Unfortunately, I'm not unique. A lot of foreign volunteers here, no matter some we had, Ukraine descent from Canada, from US, witnessed the same things and decided they also came here not to fight or because, let's say, many of the Ukrainian diaspora wasn't sure in Ukrainian government before the invasion. Everything changed after
Like
24th
they
of
didn't.
February. It was
Hold on,
totally different.
Nuclei. So basically, what you're saying is they weren't sure that they were up for the challenge, and then they saw something incredible. No.
Not only for the challenge, from the support of the government. Ukrainian people, as every other democratic people, have their own opinions and their own stuff. Like no one united Ukraine as Putin before. Never. Not on all the history from I remember. I'm not talking only about the independence from the 90s. Like all the history, Ukraine was never united as it today.
So not only is he NATO's salesman of the year, Mr. Putin, Herr Putin, he's also the best thing that ever. I don't say that. He's galvanized Ukrainian public opinion not against him, but in support of an independent and free Ukraine.
I'll give you the smallest example. There was never a felt in Israel as I'm Ukrainian. There was always I'm Russian speaker, I am from SNG, like ex-USSR, stuff like that. There was never before that someone was talking that I'm Ukrainian. Today, if you call someone by mistake that someone that Ukrainian, that you're Russian, oh my God, there's going to be a mess. That's just a small example from what, 14 months?
Yeah, but that's not
You would never encounter.
Yeah, that's
That's
not unique. I mean, Jews from Odessa or Kiev in Canada and New York that I know, they would just say they're from Russia, right? They'd ignore it.
Exactly.
But
not today.
No, but even after Maidan, I noticed there were fights at dinner parties I went to amongst Jewish people who are from Russia or Jewish people that were from Ukraine. In fact, every Jewish person from Ukraine I noticed would say, "No, I'm from Kiev. I'm Ukrainian." And of the Russians, it was 50-50. The Jewish people from Russia would say, "Yeah, we're Russian. Yeah, no, but I appreciate it. You're Ukrainian." But that incredible story, that change, Catherine, can you speak to that? Because I think you're one of those people.
Yeah, because you know what, I was pretty dissociated in some ways from my let's say Eastern European roots. So I'm Jewish and I am Israeli actually, technically, but I was born in Ukraine. But I was born there when it was the USSR, and so I am Russian speaking. So I never really learned Ukrainian because back then Russian was the dominant language, and I left when I was young. I learned a little bit of Ukrainian because I I sang for the embassy, but basically, I kind of struggled actually with my my roots and kind of, especially because of the situation, right? Like there was so much discrimination back then towards Jewish people, and kind of the situation under which we left was pretty much being a refugee. So I had very mixed feelings about the country, and I only started coming to terms with it like as as I got much older. And as the war broke out, I felt a connection that I never expected to feel, as I saw buildings destroyed in the city I was born in, which was Dnieper. And it was just but for me, honestly, the whole thing, even though now I do say I'm Ukrainian, like we're just talking about just now, which I didn't used to say in the same way. I do feel like ultimately, as I learned about what was going on, like for me, it wasn't so much just because, I do have family there. I do have, my parents have close friends there and things like that. I have less ties, but at the same time, for me, it did hit me a lot harder than I expected in a more personal capacity, but also just like learning about the stories and what was going on, I think really affected me so much more than I ever expected to feel. As I'm sure it has, so many people in the space.
100% similar story for me.
But I did notice like the language thing that you speak of. Like I was in Hungary a little while ago. I was doing a lecture, and I also did a smaller session with a group, almost had paired Russian and Ukrainian students, which would have been now realized a terrible, terrible idea. But I actually had a few Ukrainian students, and the session that I did with them, it wasn't about we didn't really talk about the war or anything, and it was actually a good escape for them. But I did mention that I was originally from Ukraine, and I think that made them sort of happy. And then afterwards, we did, I didn't want to ask them anything because I didn't know if it would trigger them, but they did share with me some of their experiences after, and I could see how they were like barely keeping it together. They were just so emotional, and they did have incredibly negative feelings towards like Russians and the Russian language, which, I imagine they probably did not have, and certainly not to this extent in the past. And I tried to reassure them at the time that, there's a lot of people who also support them who might be Russian or Russian speakers. And, but at the same time, I think with what they were going through, it was difficult for them to sort of separate. I mean, the trauma that they experienced was just so severe. I just could see how even, being in a different country and safe at the time, they just were really, really traumatized. But yeah.
Unfortunately, it's going to be only worse from now, because I never hated Russians before. Now they're just charges for me. And it's all across the world right now, from the Ukrainian diaspora, especially after all the executions that we saw from some Wagner units. By the way, we'll find them. We'll never leave it as it is now. The legions swore to find them.
That's hard to go through, because I think in the beginning, I believe that more Russians didn't support the war than I do now, because there was like more protests and things. But now kind of seeing there does seem to be a lot more support for what's going on than not. So it's
Unfortunately, before like in the first months of the war, we thought that there's good Russians. There isn't anymore. They're just fact. Nothing can change it. Not from our perspective. Everyone can say everything, whatever they want. We will not see them as human beings. That's all. As simple as that.
Well, I think there's probably still, but probably not the ones that are being sent to the front, right? Like if you're fighting, that's a different situation. And I think you're
Listen, half of my friends, the Israelis from the 20 plus group that we have here, more than half of them are Russians. That was born in Russia. They lived in Russia. They made their aliyah to Israel. They're in the same opinion than me. That's just how it is.
Do they? So you mentioned that they just shoot the population when they get there. They just like completely with no reason. They just do it. So they have direction to do it, or what?
Catherine, you can't shoot any civilians, even with direction, right?
No, we would. I wouldn't even think about shooting civilians.
No,
Sorry.
not you, but you said the Russians.
No matter what, no matter the Russians doing it daily. They don't care. I'm not them.
Yeah.
As simple as that.
And wait, nuclear,
Even if I
nuclear,
hate them.
You've seen it with your own eyes. You were there when they shot at you.
Yeah, they shot at me when I was in civilian clothes near the Bug River on the crossing to Mykolaiv. And there were around, I don't know if someone saw my video with the hundreds of cars on the van
Catherine, have you
near
heard this
Kiev.
before? Have you heard of like an actual eyewitness account of Russian troops just shooting at civilians? Like, were they military cars? Were there troops in between nuclear? Were there?
Listen, yeah, leave me, my eyewitnesses. There are hundreds of videos from drones, from security cameras. We're living in another age.
So
everything
there's no debate.
open to the public. Sorry, yeah, no,
Catherine.
no, not in this case at least.
Catherine, will you be the clarion call to help us?
I'd like to. Yeah. So
Can I give you?
I mean, I have heard.
Nuclear's number offline, and you can call him.
Yeah. 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 Feel free to connect us.
100% nuclear. You're good with that?
Yeah, no problem with that. Just if you can, keep it to yourself, not public or something.
Yeah, of course. We can discuss.
You know, he lost an eye for his trouble, eh? I mean, I lose sleep, I lose time. This guy is fighting the good fight, like it's legit.
So, what made you decide to? Because you weren't living in Ukraine anymore. I'm assuming you were living in Israel when the war broke out. So, what made you sort of decide to go back? Like, when did you leave Ukraine originally?
I was around 3 years old. Yeah, it was in the 90s. Yeah, it was still USSR when we lived. I was born in Mykolaiv in Ukraine, but when I was 3 years old, my family moved to Israel.
Okay, so you were like, I was even older than you when I left. So you, so did you feel an attachment to Ukraine, or did you just hear?
Not really. Like, yes, I had family there. I spoke. I knew about the Maidan. I knew, a lot of the political stuff. But I viewed it only from political view. Like, no really super attachments. Yes, I had. It was my, the country I was born in. But I didn't view it as something important as I look like right now. Not before the war. Not before the things I saw. And
So
many of my friends in the same. What made me? Hundreds of bodies of civilians.
Tell her about when you
just thrown to the streets.
Tell her about your experience when. So Catherine, when the war kicked off, his uncle was one of the first casualties, civilian casualties, and his family said, "You need to go get him. You're Tzahal, you're IDF. Go get your uncle." So he went to go get him, and then the following happened. Nuclear, what happened?
It wasn't like they told me. Yeah, they asked me if I can, but
אבל תגיד לנו מה קורה
yeah.
בוולגה.
What happened in Mykolaiv? It was the first, one of the first columns that managed to reach the farthest. And they just shot everything on the city, like from grads to other weapons, like even S-400 at the start of the war. And unfortunately, he lost his leg from one of the bombings. Just that, nothing.
What kind of support do you think right now Ukraine needs the most?
Sorry, can you say again? I didn't hear
I
the
said,
question.
what kind of support do you think Ukraine needs most right now?
What level of support you think more?
Yeah, like what kind of support? Like financial, or more?
Give us the weapons, we'll do the rest.
Right.
That's all. We don't need anything else. Give us the tools, we'll learn, and we'll do the job. As we already proven before. When we get the tools, we can advance and we can win.
And of course, like there is this narrative that Ukraine is losing, and that I know I haven't looked too much into it yet, but there was that big leak with from the Pentagon. So is there a feeling among the Ukrainians that they're getting closer
Listen,
to
I want to tell things beautiful. I'll tell straight with most of the things. This war is costly. A lot of us losing our lives and might lose our lives. Like, we're not winning right now. We're barely holding, man. There's nothing to be ashamed to hold against army of 1 to 5, best case. They are overnumber us, even with all the reports. Ukrainian army recruited 800,000. I don't know. I don't see it on my field at least. That is simple as that. But we are ready to fight, and we are waiting for the tools for our brothers to get us support and push them forward, and we'll just join and do our job as usual.
Yeah, and this is where the propaganda comes in a lot, where I think that undermines a lot of that support with the weapons and stuff that Yehuda, you were talking about. That's the role that the propaganda plays, is really not providing those weapons, which is really frustrating, of course.
Listen, we still don't know what exactly. Something's coming before we know about them, about the news. Like everything that they're writing in the Western media, let's call it, most of it wrong at the moment, at this time. Like they're telling we lost this position, but they're forgetting that positions here changing hands 6 or 7 times a day. Sometimes 4 or 5 positions changing hands 6 or 5 times a day. It's grinding, but that's how it is at the moment. So no one really knows. The Washington Post with their leaks and reports, whatever. Sorry, most of it inaccurate, whatever they say.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know whether. I mean, I have never reported from the field, so I don't even know how they really get there. If they're embedded, or how they're getting these kinds of that kind of information, how many people they have on the ground and that sort of thing.
Everything depends. They might hear something from they might be a few kilometers from the front and hear from one soldier checkpoint some information, another soldier telling them another information. Like most of those areas, like Avdiivka and Bakhmut, the press is closed. They can get close. Some of them, of course, you know how it works. They can get with a connection, stuff like that. It's happening. Nothing we can do about it. But still, not to the front, like the exchanging positions, the front ones. Just as it is, and that there's nothing special about it. It's happening every war, in my opinion, from what I wrote about the journalists.
Yeah, I can't believe this room goes on for 24/7. It's just
Why can't you?
unbelievable.
You know what it's a product of?
It's an amazing place.
It's
Yeah.
a product of mother-in-laws. We all have mother-in-laws or father-in-laws we don't like, and if they live with us, we're always here. That makes sense now, Catherine?
Oh yeah, that's all clear now. Amazing. Well, it's funny because which
They're at
something
60,000 right now.
weird is
60,000.
going
Yeah.
on.
I don't know. Maybe everyone just decided to go on Twitter today.
No,
You know,
even the host doesn't think it's real. So because you can look and see, like there's just no way that it's real.
you know how
But
I know? It's
it's
the number of speakers that request. So our space is bigger than it usually is. I'm not sure it's 6,000. It was 10,000 at one point. And it could be bots, but what is this, a bot attack to make us feel better? Like, we will trick random people on the internet to think that they're really important. I'm not sure that's a thing.
It's very weird. I've seen this happen. I was in another space where it was like something to do with like Iran, and I was told that they have people because it kept going, the numbers kept going up and down, up and down, and I was told that that it was like the Iranian something government people tuning in and recording it, but that didn't. I don't know if that makes sense either, but I don't know. But it's definitely like could be a glitch or something, but I don't think it's real people, that's for sure.
I just put Iran in the title, so maybe if we get another 10,000, maybe, first of all, you could tape this on incognito on a browser, and it doesn't even matter. So there's no way that you're gonna have an extra 10 or 20 or 50,000 people taping you. You just need one or two. I mean, for God's sakes, most of these spaces are recorded anyway. All you have to be is a
Right.
child, and you can download the file after. Who knows? Maybe it's Elon Musk trying to gin up advertising. Say, hey, it's a big deal here. Come on in and listen. But you know how I know there are a lot of people requesting to speak, and that's unusual, more than usual. So we have a few new people here, some pretty smart, sophisticated people, journalists, war heroes, and then armchair quarterbacks like myself and Dave and David. David is a officer of engineers, just like Zulu, and Captain Liam. I'm not sure if you're a real captain, but still.
Nope. No, I'm a lawyer.
Professional liar. Like it. No, I'm just kidding.
He's not allowed. He's legally not allowed to lie.
That's true, actually. So what's the deal? We were in the other space there. I've been in there. Why is there so many people that are popular on the internet? Kim.com and Mario. A lot of their followers seem to hate Ukraine. Is this a trend? Is it like what is it? What's going on here?
So, some of it makes no sense to me whatsoever. Like, these are some fake accounts and some fake people who don't exist, who will go on there and just like do anything they can to say something against Ukraine. And it's incredible. One of the things we just heard in the other space was, oh no, the reason that you can't support Ukraine is because they interfere, wait for it, in American elections. This is like 10 minutes after we all read, yeah, you remember it, it just came out, the Mueller report that said that Russia was engaging in active measures to interfere in the American election. Like, I get it. They get really, shall we say, famous people going in that space. Eric Weinstein was in that space. He made some points about sort of epistemology that were cogent. But then everyone just goes off like complete. I don't think you can have a sensible conversation with people on the internet who say they support Russia. That makes no sense to me. And the kinds of garbage you hear is just like always so reliable. It's any excuse to criticize and like no attempt to make sense. And as soon as you make sense, they will change the subject. And your conversation will last about 7 seconds if you require, referring to a document. One guy in the room announced that Bakhmut had fallen and that Russia had installed like a new mayor in Bakhmut. Just absolute insanity.
Well, it's funny because I got a message. I didn't read who it was from, but someone said that some people were attacking one of our great commentators, Catherine. We have a guy named Thomas Tyna. Sounds German, but he's Italian. Go figure. And he is one of the most ridiculously smart people I've ever. You should talk to him. Thomas is a former artillery officer in the Italian army. He lives in Ukraine. and he is one of the most prolific uh, Wikipedia authors on NATO. The guy knows everything about it. Like he knows how many. Oh yeah, we Germany, Belgium has 32 of the Ooga Booga things and of the variant number, this and that. And I'm like, how do you even know this? And I wrote the Wikipedia entry. Like, holy cow! And the guy's super smart. Anyway, there was a beheading video, and he recommended that people not watch it. And apparently, someone on the internet said, "MriyaReport doesn't want us to like go on the internet because Russia's taken Bakhmut and they want to ignore it or something like it." It's just the disinformation is so crazy. I mean, I don't even know where it comes from. You can't even.
So
And
what
the
you've
whole
done
NATO
there is a
narrative.
clear example of what they always do, which is you could say, you know, I went to the grocery store today, and they would say, "Oh, well, we don't know if he was committing murder or not because what he said was he can't prove he went to the grocery store. He hasn't offered a just like." Interpretation of everything that anyone says ever, and then running with it is an
And
absolute feat. Like,
retweeting it 50 times and getting sock puppet account. It's so bizarre, but that's how disinformation works. And most casual observers, you know, I'm not an expert at Twitter, but I've been here a year now. But you know, the first 3 months, I had no idea what was going on. I'm like, oh my God, is the world actually flat? Because I'm reading a lot about the flat Earth, and it's like, no, I never thought that. I have a functioning brain.
Look, this is like the internet is a business, and they're trying to get clicks. And like the way to get clicks is to have people fight with each other. So every issue, no matter what it is, has two sides.
Yes,
And
like
you get people
so many people told me.
Oh, hold on. Captain's going, then we'll go to Hands, Anna. So let's go to Captain, then we'll go to Randy, then we'll go to Anna. Go ahead, Captain.
Yeah, just like not every issue has two sides. And just as a matter of history, we can prove that Russia invaded Ukraine. That is not a question. And they're debating it like openly in that space. One of the points I made was that like the control of information, like generally, should operate according to America accomplishing its public policy objective, which, yes, include extending civil rights to its citizens, but also achieving its stated objectives, like winning this war. And the room descended into chaos. They couldn't even agree that, like, America, having engaged in a war, should win the thing. And these are people who say they're American. Like, it makes no sense.
You know, they say freedom isn't free. It takes folks like you and Catherine. Let's go to Randy. We're going to go to
freedom costs $1.05.
It's $1.05. Actually, that's actually the legal tender price for it. Randy.
Hello. Yeah, I jumped on like because Catherine's story about me. What we was just talking about like the cult, like it was like a cult. By the way, I respect you. How do you say it? Nuclear. Respect your service. How do you say it?
Nuclear. Pretend the K is in there, like nice.
Nuclear. I like that. I love
or Canuckley if you like the K.
Okay, Canuckley. Yeah. I respect your service and I appreciate it. What hit me is I have a brother in Japan. I grew up in Japan as well. Huh?
Is he famous?
No, he's not. No, he's not famous.
Famous in
He's
Japan. It's a joke.
man.
It's a joke. He's famous in Japan. Never mind. Go ahead.
John Waits. You're talking about Tom Waits.
I'm horrible. Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm big in Japan. Yeah, you're talking about that. But anyway, no, it's just saying about a cult. Like my brother, we agreed on so many things through our lives growing up, and we went and traveled to India together in my 20s and like in the 90s. And I thought we aligned so well, but like
let's circle it back to Ukraine.
He is like last summer when we talked about this topic, he was like repeating Russian talking points. And it's really disturbed me. And I told him he was like,
yeah, infected by Russian talking points. What did you do? Did you give his head a shake?
But he threw it back at me like, oh, I'm brainwashed.
Like
Look,
February.
yeah, we lost them there. Okay, go ahead, Anna. Anna, go ahead. We lost the other speaker. He'll come back up, I think. What happened? Anna, you have the mic. Over to you.
I think you're talking to Amanda.
Sorry, Amanda.
I'm just saying, like, I believe, I'm not positive, but it was like February, some time ago, maybe like 2022, that there was no relations between like getting along with Russia. There was something bad happened, and many people had to leave. And now all I'm saying is, unfortunately for Ukraine, the United States, which I live in Ohio, and I'm very sad to say that they have politicized this thing to make Americans think that it's not worthy, that we shouldn't be wasting our taxpayer dollars. But these people have been since 2022, from what I know. I could be wrong. Please tell me if I am. But like February, they have been suffering. And it's not fair to see children die and fathers go and have to be without their women and children to give their lives for something that nobody cares anything about. Like, who does not care about the meaning of life and a mother and father's love and a child and their
Russia?
father? And these people aren't going to war with Russia because they just want to fight Putin. They're going to war because he is coming into their land that they know as free, that they have adapted to the Western world, that they have started to think. And everybody's like, oh, well, Putin's scared that, people are going to run around, excuse my language, y'all might get offended, but they're going to run around like transgender gays. And we can't have that. But that's
What, you
not
mean
what it's
Putin
all
thinks that?
about. That's not what it's all about. Actually, in America,
Just for clarity, I hope you're not saying that being transgender is a problem. You're
no,
saying
it's
that
not.
Putin
I'm
thinks
saying
okay.
they're polarizing these people to be some kind of scapegoat to make the world scared. And
Okay, so what
China,
you're saying is, for the audience, you're saying that those who don't want to support Ukraine and America try to tie it into some kind of social
yes,
construct issue.
and they're
Okay,
trying to make it be like it's a
just wanted to make sure you're not a
transgender.
bigot.
They're gonna run around with Daisy Dukes on, with rainbow hair, and screaming at your children, "Come and get me!" This is what's happening in America right now, and
Well,
it's
it's a
not
sad
true.
state of affairs. Yeah, no, for sure. Well, first of all, look, live the life you want to live, be who you want to be. Those who try to detract from support from Ukraine and use, and it's actually, maybe Catherine can opine. There are those that try to tie in social progression. I don't call it even
I don't
progressiveness. I
even
think,
follow that. I'm
yeah,
just
yeah, just
saying
be
that
who
it's
you want to be,
sad.
right?
It's sad because you have a country that maybe don't know all the things that America does. Maybe there's some things in America that are too far gone. I don't know. But I
Yeah.
know that what happens mostly in America is people vote on things and they accept things. And then they try to go back on things when they realize that the common majority of people are becoming the overwhelming popularity. So that's the point where they try to hold back and all the donors start pouring in their money. And poor people like Ukrainians are suffering because they stood up to fight for, we don't care what you do, just let us have our land. And now you have Putin coming saying, if we don't take this back from them, we are going to be these Daisy Duke rainbow hair people running around telling our children to do things like this. And that's
Right.
not
So
true. That's not true.
yeah,
That's not what I see in America. But that's what
yeah, fair
the
enough.
government, that's what these politicians on this side is spreading like wildfire.
Fair enough. No, I got it. All right, so let's just wrap that up. So basically, those in the states that might not want to support Ukraine try to dress up support for Ukraine as some kind of liberal policy. Catherine, how pervasive is that sentiment? On its face, you'd think that one has nothing to do with the other. But why is it that a certain type of bigoted group of people, whether they be in the United States or Canada or anywhere else, might feel like they need to carry water for Putin? Is this Russia trying to take advantage of a cultural division within the West? And why is it important that we recognize it, Catherine?
Can I say one thing before you move on to her? Is
Sure.
that the one thing that I noticed, because I haven't been very political my whole life. I have to admit,
You are
I'm not a
now.
very good person. I'm not a very good person. I believed in Elon Musk, and a lot of people hate me for that. But what I'm trying to say is that once I realized the polarization that was becoming, and I saw what was going on, my eyes were awakened. And then the war started in Ukraine.
Yeah.
And I saw the democracy, the freedoms being taken from people that didn't wish for it to be taken. And it breaks my heart because I don't want to see these people suffering. And I know that tomorrow it could be me.
That's right. It could be you. Catherine, the divisiveness of those who seek to cause, discomfort or confusion or chaos in the United States.
I see it on the far left. So at least on some factions of the right? And because there's definitely some support on the right as well for Ukraine. But on the far left, I think it has to do with sort of more American kind of hatred. America does bad things to the world, and this is going to play more into the whole NATO narrative of things.
So are you saying that America has done bad things in the past? Oh my goodness, is that true?
No, they really have.
Right.
Like
okay.
they have.
I know.
He's being sarcastic.
I'm being
But it's not our fault.
No,
it's not my fault.
Oh.
I'm just like a
Yeah,
Ukrainian.
Amanda, it was sarcasm. I'm setting up,
Yeah.
Catherine for the
Yeah.
point there. Go ahead, Catherine.
Yeah, and then the second side of it, which is more where I'm seeing the cultural war side of it, which I'm seeing being played out more on the certain segment of the conservative side, and this is where, yeah, even what Amanda mentioned with the trans and all these other kinds of issues coming into play. Again, I think Putin, like if you look at even Putin's speeches, like somebody actually pointed this out to me, and I think it was a very good point. Putin actually talks about trans people, for example, in his speeches, and kind of not wanting that kind of stuff in the country, in Russia, et cetera, et cetera.
But it's really not that popular. It's a very few.
Amanda.
Let's let
So the whole
Catherine finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the one thing is, like, in Russia, this is not really a topic that they really care about, like, because it's not an issue in Russia. They've got a pretty, let's say, conservative, putting it politely, view on a lot of these things, right? So this was not aimed at Russians, is the point. So a lot of
17th century.
Yeah, so a lot of the speeches that he makes, they're really aimed at the Western population, specifically conservatives, because it does undermine support for Ukraine, and it puts support towards him. And if you look at some of the ways that people talk about Putin specifically, and how he they see him culturally aligned with them on a lot of these issues that have sort of been radicalized, and you may agree with some of these things or disagree, but he's clearly manipulating these narratives to his advantage. And my suspicion, which I think can be at this point supported by some facts, because I think there's been some Russian bot farms and things like that. I think there were frictions within American society in general with these culture wars and things like that, but I think some of it was further brought up, accelerated, and amplified by Russia, and you can see that even in the fact that they put in a lot of money. Yeah, so this is how I can actually prove it. So they have, like, RT, for example. I know that they've invested a decent amount of money into creating content that does fuel the culture wars. And beyond RT, they create videos that I know firsthand that they pay people money to make and put out there specific content, and they pay influencers as well to put out content that's very specific to the culture wars. So why do that without any kind of, obviously they see the value as being political, and I think that's furthering their sort of agenda in terms of gaining support for Russia and taking away support from Ukraine. So that's my view on
Thanks for
that.
that. We had to drop in Amanda. There are a bunch of people trying to come up. Thanks for the question, Amanda. We're going to Chet, not Chet Morgan from the Hardy Boys. A different Chet. Go ahead.
I remember the Hardy Boys. I actually read that story as a child, even though I'm a little bit young for that. It's a pleasure to meet you today, Yehuda. But yeah, it's also a pleasure to listen to space. I was thinking though about what we were saying here, about what Catherine just said here about the Russian bots, about the kind of cultural divide. 2 points I'll make, I guess, and then I'll let the conversation kind of flow. But onto the first point, which is the kind of cultural wars. Yes, Putin has been angling, as has China, for a kind of hold on the U.S. Citizens' mindset, right, in different ways. Russia did it through RT. China's done it through several different media. Deals that they've made with big companies like Disney, etc., whatnot, and all these larger enterprises. Russia's had a little bit less access to that now, but with China and Russia working together so closely, that's not, those lines are very blurred. Now, in the aspect of what he's trying to get accomplished with it, I mean, he's been angling for things that he will think will divide the United States. The United States, of course, does this to other countries too, right? I mean, this isn't like every country doesn't do this. Every big industrialized country with a large intelligence service has, psyops that it does against every other country. But and the intention is to try to say, hey, here's our worldview, and we want to put it on you. And so Russia, of course, is doing this to some extent back over to the United States. But the way that Russia has been doing this in particular is saying, okay, well, we know we can divide the conservative and the liberals quite well. They did this, for instance, even during the George Floyd incidents, where they were putting out through some Russian state media on social media, and it was getting viral, old videos of police brutality that they were saying was new videos, just to increase the amount of anger that was happening in the society here and the divisions around that point in time, right? So it's a kind of a play on that. And to the other points that people were talking about earlier with the large numbers in the spaces and whatnot like that. We know that I was in the Air Force as an intelligence analyst, and I worked for U.S. Stratcom, and we know that there are Russian bot farms on Twitter, on Facebook, on all these services. There are Chinese bot farms, there are Iranian bot farms, etc. And it's by no means unimaginable that in a space where such misinformation is constantly happening all the time, that they would have an incentive to want to try to pump up its numbers as well. So I think that's
why would they be here? We're the exact opposite. We're the antithesis.
Not here. Not in this space. I'm talking about the space that had 60,000.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Did you just say anti-farm?
Antithesis. Antithesis. Yeah.
Because there are bot farms, there are anti-farms or anti-farms.
Well, why are we popular tonight more so than any other night? It's like Passover. What makes this night different than other nights?
It's the puns. Come for the Passover, stay for the puns.
Stay for the puns. Fair enough. I'll buy it for $1.
Well, I would say sometimes. So knowing what I know a little bit about on the black hat side of marketing, sometimes with those big bot pools, let's say if they didn't set the orders into it properly or whatever they're doing with the way they're doing their the functioning of those bots, because it's definitely bots, right? That were inside at least the other space at that numbers.
You tell me there weren't 60,000 people that wanted to hear Mario talk?
No. Yes, I'm telling you that. It's just, look, there's so much things I've seen that are becoming misinformation from it. It's getting to a point where it's starting to frustrate me on that side. It's been going that way for the past several months, and now with the past intel leaks that happened, those are being misconstrued into different ways. Almost towards the Russian narrative as much as possible. I don't know. It's starting to irritate me. So, but I'll leave it there.
Hold on, let's not leave it there. Russian Pentagon leaks. Do you really think that the American government, who's doubled down, they're all in, They got all of Europe. They said, "Hey, we're doing this. Get into line." Do you really think that there are people who think that this is a purposeful leak to convince the public that Ukraine has to settle? I personally don't believe that. I mean, I could believe that this is some disgruntled Pentagon person who doesn't like Russia but don't really care about Ukraine. I could believe that, but I mean, does anyone actually think that the United States government, after they've heralded and trumpeted a Ukrainian victory, a victory over a Russian worldview that when the Russians say we believe in the multipolar world, I don't think anyone believes that nonsense. And I don't even think that it's in anyone's interest to have some global hegemon, meaning the United States, that decides for everyone what happens. I don't think anyone believes that. I think, if anything, if you want to make a conspiracy theory, say that it's in the best interest of the United States that everyone have peace and prosperity, so that energy prices are constant and no one's threatening to blow anyone else up, and the whole world is happy, because when there is stability in the world, those fairer and more democratic societies tend to benefit more, because there is a say in everyone has a skin in the game, so to speak. But do you think that perhaps this Pentagon paper leak demonstrates just a failure in communication security, or do you fall on the conspiratorial side that this is some kind of a bigger play? Now, it could have been. Imagine this was literally done to trick the Russians into thinking the Ukrainians can't defend themselves. I think that's even a possibility. Am I crazy?
I mean, that is a possibility. PSYOP campaigns like that have happened before in the past, but I have to say this as well. I have to be careful with my words here because of my prior job. So at
Well, I'm
Stratcom,
gonna call your old boss when we're done this call.
I worked as a non-commissioned officer in charge of intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance administration at Stratcom's Solar Operations Center. So we had a worldwide focus. We looked at stuff, like this all the time. While I wouldn't necessarily directly state whether I think it's authentic or not because of my background, and I don't want to say that or not. What I would say is I think it's highly implausible that if this was a true leak of actual U.S. data, that the United States would have wanted this sort of information to come out due to the levels of effect it can have on the capacity to collect different forms of intelligence and tactics and procedures that countries like China and Russia and others that we don't want to have those knowledge of those out there having that knowledge. As far as it being an issue of security, if you look at the way the alleged leak would have happened, this was done by someone taking printed out papers and then taking them outside of a secure facility and then taking them with a mobile picture or whatever. So they crumple them up, they put them in their pocket or whatever, and then it looks like and they walked outside with them. I'm not going to go into what I know as to what the exact procedures are now to find out if that who that person is, if that's a possibility, right? But what I will say is that given the gravity of the type of data that's in there, let's say, there's a lot of signals intelligence data, basically, right? And signals intelligence data is one of the highest classified data sets that you don't want getting out. It's specifically you don't want getting out the ones that are no foreign, right? That's no foreign intelligence services are supposed to see those. So it would be reckless for them to leak it on purpose, and it just doesn't make sense, doesn't fit with my feeling of how I've seen old leaks happen on purpose, which have happened. There are definitely leaks that happen on purpose, but typically you'll notice that those leaks are a lot more casual. It's like a U.S. official says such and such to so and something like that, right? It's not going to be a classified document or an allegedly classified document, however you want to put it. Did I lose connection? I might have lost connection there. Did I lose connection? Did we get rugged? Can anyone hear me? I don't know if anyone can hear me. Give me a thumbs up out there in the audience if anyone can hear me. I see no responses, so I see 100. So maybe some people can hear. It looks like the space got rugged. I don't hear anything from the hosts or the co-hosts. So what I'm expecting, and I've been in this situation before, being the host of some spaces that took over 10,000 listeners in. Once you start to take that many listeners into a space, it starts to cause a whole bunch of glitches, and the co-hosts and the hosts right now probably can't even use their microphones to let you know that, and the thumbs up is indicating that I am right on this. They can't even use their microphones right now to let you know that this space is rugged. So my recommendation to the host and the co-host, best situation to doing this, is just to close down the space and restart up a new one, because that's the only way that you're going to be able to use those microphones again, unfortunately. So I guess we will see you all in the next space.